Welcome in, everybody. How are we all doing today? It's that time. International Racing Organization presents the 2025 Endurance Championship season. The International Racing Organization would like to thank all of the viewers for their continued support from the 2024 season over to the 2025 season. We can't do it without all the viewers. So to all the guys and gals sitting at home or at the office or wherever it is that you're hanging out watching, thank you. We can't do it without you. We would also like to send a massive congratulations out to our defending champions coming back this season, the Overboost Racing Team, for taking the 2024 championship in the very last race of the season last year at Spa in late November. Absolutely great dominant performance by the Overboost Racing Team last season, but I tell you what, they are up against it this season. The series has brought an insane amount of interest, and we had 21 teams registered for qualification this season coming into the 2025 championship. You can see some of the guys out on track getting their final runs, getting some final testing in right now, and up on the screen is our season schedule. And I mean, what better way to start off an endurance racing season than where it all begins in real life? We head down to Florida in the United States of America and we hit the Daytona 24 hours. Right off the bat, it's going to be a very grueling race start for these drivers, and split one is going to be the fastest we have ever seen here at the International Racing Organization. The green flag drop here in just a few minutes time, ladies and gentlemen, will be the most epic race start to a 24-hour race here at the International Racing Organization. So with that being said, grab bevies, get your snacks, get the kiddies settled in, because you are not going to want to miss a millisecond of the high-flying action from the star-studded lineup that these teams have brought this season to the big screens in your homes. So let's take a quick look at the schedule. We got the 24-hour of Daytona this weekend, and then we move into round two, which is going to be the 12 hours of Bathurst. From Bathurst, we move down into Red Bull Ring and the Nürburgring, 24 hours. A big boy track that is not for the faint of heart. That takes us into the mid-season for Monza 8. And then after that, we get into another real tough race, a 24-hour Le Mans, followed by 8 hours of Glen, 8 hours of Fuji, and then we go 12 hours of the Petit Le Mans and finish it off again this season with another epic race at Spa. And judging by the way things are looking here this season with the teams and the drivers, I think that this championship is going to take down right to the last checkered flag, much like our 2024 season. So get ready, because we are in for a wild ride this year. Let's take a look at our spotters guide here. A little small on my screen, but carrying the number one there on the very top left side of the screen there is, of course, our returning champions, Overboost Racing Team. And like I said, last season it was a very dominant performance by this team. They mostly dominated most of the races. They had a couple of races where they did not have the best of luck. They had some things happen, and still came back very strong to eventually clinch their title in the Spa 24-hour at the end of last season. So it has not been an easy task for the Overboost Racing Team this season. As anyone that tuned into the pre-qualifying yesterday will know that it was a crazy tight, and I think the whole field was split by less than 1.5 seconds, but the top 6 drivers are only split by 0.2 of a second. And the ORT team, the Overboost Racing Team, qualified in P10. So that just goes to show how strong this field has gotten this season. So 14 cars are on the grid here, and we are rolling out a formation lap here to get the 2025 season underway. So our pole sitter, Antonio, is going to lead the pack. This will be a single file lap for 3/4 of the track. It will be an 80-mile-per-hour lap. And this is to allow the drivers to get some heat in their tires, to get the cars a little warmed up before the green flag drops. Ideally, that allows the drivers to have better conditions coming into turn one, and this is going to be a battle of the Titans. So it is Macho Monkey in pole position here. Sector 7 RCF. And then we've got Sector 7 Boomers taking second place, and Loose Moose Racing, the V12 Advantage, in third position here. And that's going to be our top 3 today. And as I said, Overboost Racing Team, our champions, carrying the number 1 this season in 10th place, did not make the Super Bowl here in the first round of 2025. So it is going to be very interesting to see how they handle the upgraded competition on the racetrack this season. They're very, very methodical, they're very strategic, and they execute very well. So don't count Overboost Racing Team out, that is for sure. They are carrying the number one after all. Alright, so what we're going to see here is, like I said, single file. We'll see this all the way through until, I believe, probably about NASCAR 4, if I'm not mistaken. The final bank corner, and then we will see the drivers line up 2 by 2, slow the pace down to 60 miles per hour, and then at any point in the green flag zone, the race leader can start this race. That green flag zone being about 150 meters from the start finish line here. So obviously the pole is going to take the left side, so all first, third, fifth, 7th, 9th, 11th, and 13th place will be on the inside line, and the even numbers, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, 12th, and 14th will be sitting on the outside line coming into turn number 1 for the first time here. 24 hours, 14 teams, 12 stints, and a whole lot of fun about to be had here. So we're just getting ready here. We're starting to see the double formation here already, right into NASCAR 3 very early on. These guys are ready to go. Good luck, Race Asylum and Team 2. Good luck, everyone. All right, we got all our information. We are good to go. You can see our pole sitter Antonio there giving a little wiggle back and forth here, just trying to build up as much heat into these tires as he can before the race start. Now, it's a video game, everybody says. Does that really matter? Yes, it does matter here in Gran Turismo 7. Tire temperatures are a real factor in these races. That means that these drivers come out on cold racing tires. They need to build the air temperature up in order to get their grip levels up. So here we go. And at any time here now, I believe we'll be seeing a race start. Antonio's gone. He's hit the gas pedal, and we are green. We are live. We're going, and the Daytona 24-hour 2025 season now underway, and it's going to be Antonio to lead it off here coming into the first corner. And we're just keeping an eye. We got 3 wide in the mid-pack here. Ooh, that is tough through the left-hander, but we all make it nice and tidy. AHR, the Sector 7 racing team, and the RTR team going through 3 wide into turn number 1 there, but everybody makes it through nice and tidy. Antonio and Wid C here, both keeping their positions, as well as our lab's Dino Medi right here in 4th place, a reigning World Tour champion here on the track to start this race off for the Last Minute Racing team, I believe it is. We've got Evo here in the ERA Esports Race Asylum team. We've got James here from AHR, and just getting around, I believe, Kemp there from the other Sector 7 team. So there's 3 Sector 7 racing teams here in split number 1 this season. We've got ERA's Lucas right in behind for Team Grid Life here. And everybody's going to try and stay in the slipstream here. We're not going to see any real massive battling here. Ooh, and we've got 1 car down and out here. Slugsy getting into a little bit of trouble here in the end of the infield section there, and picking up a little bit of damage there on his racing car. So that's unfortunate to start things off with here. A little bit of pre-race nerves perhaps, but it is Antonio taking the lead here, and teammate right in behind him, sister team. So slipstream engaged immediately here between these 2 drivers, and the draft is going to be massively important in this race here today. If you're going to want to stay with the pack and you're going to want to stay competitive with the teams that are on track here today, slipstreaming and draft racing around Daytona here is going to be very important. So keeping those gaps close for when you get out to these big banked runs to allow exactly what we're seeing from Evo here. Evo is going to tuck right in behind Medi, and he's just playing nice right now. Again, very early in the race. We're not going to see a ton of immediate jockeying for position. We see it right at the race start. Everybody kind of sorted themselves out, so to speak. Now we're going to see everybody worried about not losing that pack, and unfortunately for Slugsy, that's going to be the case here very early on. He's going to have to go and sort out some damage on his racing car, but that does mean he's going to come out with some clean air, but that's going to put him at a disadvantage right now with the pace of the pack, as the whole pack is basically nose to tail right now with just a little bit of car length gaps in between groups of drivers at the moment. So Wade and Antonio, the two of the Sector 7 racing teams here, Boomers and I can't remember which one it is. I don't have my spotter's guide right in front of me here right now. Lots going on at the beginning of the race. We don't want to miss any of the action. We've got Medi here still in 4th place. We got Evo tucked right in behind here. And, you know, it's for the teams that have sister teams in Split 1, it's a little bit easier to find a friend on track, so to speak, to work with. But for the teams that are only one team in Split 1 here, they got to find a friend on track. So we're kind of seeing that right now. We've got Lucas sitting in behind Kemp here right now, and one of the other Lexuses on track, and they're now pushing each other up and down the racetrack here. So there is very specific rules here with the race here today as well for track limits outside of course the game's infraction system that we obviously do help rely to manage track limit infractions and such like that. But a very special rule here for today is no car is allowed to cross the double yellow line on the bottom side of the racetrack on the apron. So if you're coming around the oval, you're allowed to be right there at the line, but you cannot dip your left tires past that double yellow line. If you do so, it will be met with some kind of consequence from the officiating staff in behind the scenes. So that is a very special legislation here for the race, and that is just to keep fair play in play. No cutting the track limits, keep it right, keep it in between the lines, keep it on the tarmac, let's keep it smooth and clean type deal. It eliminates any particular driver gaining, with air quotes, an advantage. So right now Antonio's doing a great job here. He's got 0.8 of a second over Wid C right now, trying to break the slip. Maybe he's not trying to break the slip, I'm not sure what. Obviously sister team behind there, that could be very beneficial, but trying to open the gap up, trying to get away from the pack right now. We've got Dino in 3rd place in the Aston Martin, and this is the only Aston Martin here in Split 1 division as well. He is 0.9 of a second in behind Wid C here, so they're very right on the edge right now of that slipstream window. At about 8.5 of a second here in these Group 3 cars is about where that slipstream window is, and that's where you'll start to grab a little bit of a free pull towards the rear bumper of the car you're chasing. Now, if you can get 2 or 3 cars to link, literally just hook up like a magnet, nose to tail, and just push each other down these big, long bank straights, those 3 cars will gain very large amount of miles per hour over an individual car driving without slipstream. So we got Evo making a move here. He's going to be looking to move himself up into P3. So very early on, we've got Esports Race Asylum's Evo behind the wheel right now, up 2 spots here on the grid. 5th place now up into 3rd position. Nice little slipstream move there coming into turn 1 on our Labs Dino from the Aston Martin team here. So Medi's just chilling behind right now in 4th position. Sorry, 5th position now, as Evo made his way around there just last lap. We got James still holding strong here in 6th place. We had a little bit wide coming out of the International Horseshoe there, which allows Kemp and Lucas to get a little bit of a run on him here. And very, very strategic driving very early on in the race. Typically we see a lot of good elbows out battling the earlier part of these races, jockeying for that early track position. But in the nature of Daytona, where the infield sector is crucial to get it all right so you don't lose that gap to the car in front. But it's all in setup for the NASCAR 1 and 2 and NASCAR 3 and 4 run here. Half the track is, of course, the banking here at Daytona, and that is where the slipstream becomes super important. The Split 1 drivers know that, and we're going to see them using it all day long to the best of their abilities. Overboost Racing Team are defending champions here right now. We'll sit on board with number 1 car here for a minute. And that's Azorian in behind the wheel, a very, very great racer. And currently about 1.5 seconds in behind 9th place Nibele? Hope I said that right. He is currently blue right now, and he has broken up a little bit of a gap on the 11th place driver with about 1.5 seconds as well. So a little bit off the pace here at the moment, it seems like, are some of the drivers in the back end of the field here. We've got Kevin Gran Turismo here in 11th position. We've got Eric Slim in 12th place here. A very, very efficient race car driver as well. Fool Tobias is in 13th position here in the AMG Mercedes Evo 2020 car. And then we've got Slugsy here in 14th place. And he has found somebody on the racetrack here. This could be very beneficial for the 13th and 14th place drivers here. If Slugsy can find a way to close that gap up to Tobias and get into that slipstreaming, that may give them an opportunity to try and close some distance back up on the pack. So Slugsy and Tobias there, if they can hook up together, that may very well help them try to close up some of the gap, of course, from the early pit stops they had to make related to damage. But Antonio started on pole position, and he is starting to run away with this thing a little bit here early on. He's got the gap up to 1.6 seconds. We got Wid C here in second position right now, and he is moving and grooving here as well. Currently sitting in second place, but he does have that C7 Corvette of eSports Race Asylum starting to close in on the rear bumper a little bit here. So Evo closing in, got that gap down to under 0.4 of a second, and you can see a battle developing between Dino and Medi in behind here too. But I guess the bigger question is, are we really seeing the battles, or are we just seeing some slipstream driving here so that these guys can close up the gaps to the next group in front? It's all about the extra speed here at Daytona right now, and Evo is not playing around, man. He is on a mission here in that Corvette at Daytona right now. He is now going to go ahead and get up ahead of Wid C using again that slipstream in NASCAR 3 and 4 on that final straight. And moving into turn 1, he's going to hold the position there. I thought maybe Wid was going to respond there. It looked like he was thinking about taking a look up the inside, but he decides to tuck back in behind Evo and swap for second place as ERA's Evo now up 3 positions here at the start of this race. And now his mission is Antonio, 2 seconds up the road. So Wid C just settles in behind here in third place, and now he's got Dino on his tail here as well. So Dino and Medi only 0.9 of a second in behind here right now. They can get a good run through the West Horseshoe with the left-hander going into NASCAR 1 and 2 here. Then that may give them a good opportunity to make this a 4-car battle here, or a 4-car pack again, from third to basically fifth, or second to sixth place, we'll call it. So Dino coming in with the Aston Martin, and it's awesome to see that the Aston Martin is a viable car this season, because it really is a fun car to be in behind. It's got that V12 engine in it. I mean, the car has a lot of beans in it. The problem is it just hasn't been competitive in the class, but we've just recently seen some changes in the game right before the season started, and with the ability of the drivers allowed to this season tune their rear and front wings as well. So something we didn't touch on at the beginning of the race, each of these drivers are allowed to change the downforce on their front splitter and their rear wing. So that is a part of the reason why we're seeing some pretty crazy times, especially in the qualifying run yesterday. We've seen 42s in the qualifying run yesterday. I mean, that is just absolutely nuts so fast around here. So Lucas still settled in behind Kemp here in 6th and 7th position. Nothing has changed there except for the gap to the pack in front right now is about 3.3 seconds. So 6th and 7th place here are working real hard at just trying to keep that damage minimal right now. You can still see them. They're just entering the International Horseshoe as these guys are coming into the braking zone of the International Horseshoe. They're not that far off. 3 seconds isn't that much in the grand scheme of things. If those guys start to jockey for position a little bit or just start to battle a tiny little bit, 3 seconds turns into 1.5 seconds really quickly. But it's Antonio here right now, and this guy is just on a tear. He is not taking any prisoners. He is not holding back, and he is trying to set his team and that Lexus up for a very solid run here today. 2.1 seconds after lap number 8 here over ERA's Evo. Evo has been the fastest mover here so far on the racetrack today, but Antonio is holding fastest lap currently with a 1:43.350. That's with a full tank of fuel. These drivers are going to start to burn this fuel off in these cars, and as we start to see our pit stop transitions as the driver strategies and the team strategies come into play, we're going to see a less fuel load in the next pit stop, and that means that we're probably going to see that fast lap come down even more. So it's going to be interesting to see how low this fast lap gets. Right now the bar is set at a 43.350. predictions on how fast you think we're going to see that fastest lap today. Let's just see it up in the chat. What do you guys think? We've seen a 1:42.7 in the Super Bowl qualifying. That was the fastest lap in all of the qualifying sessions. It's a little bit of a baseline for everybody. What do you think we will see in the race over 24 hours today? What is our overall fastest lap going to be? What do you guys guess? A 1:41 says Cars. 42.6 says Nick. 42.8 says Gov. All right, let's keep going through our field here. I know we definitely obviously like to watch the leaders and what's going on up front because that's just the way racing is, but we also love to go and love on all the other racers in the field as well. So we'd see here from Sector 7, we've got our Dino here from Moosehead Racing. We've got Medi, I believe it's the last minute racing team he's in here with again. I just need to grab my spotters guide. I'll do that when things calm down a little bit. We've got Lucas here, and Lucas has decided that he's now going to lead the charge here. So he has actually made his way around TCR's Kemp, and he's now leading this 3-car pack of Lucas, Kemp, and Nibele. And 3.8 seconds to Medi currently on the racetrack here. Nibele is also in a C7 Corvette here, and Overboost Racing Team up now 1 position from their starting position, currently up into 9th place, and only 2.5 seconds now in behind Nibele here. So it seems like they're starting to get settled into the race here a little bit, starting to try and close up that gap to the next pack. Kevin Gran Turismo is 4.6 seconds in behind the Overboost Racing Team here in that BMW M6. And for the RTR, I can't remember what that stands for. It's really cool though. But RTR team here, and 4.7 seconds. I mean, these are big names. I mean, Kevin Gran Turismo, a very well-known racer. Eric Slim, very well-known racer, especially in the endurance world, is currently sitting in 11th place. That fool Tobias, I don't know too much about this driver myself personally, sitting in 12th place. So we've got Slugsy in 13th, and we've got James in 14th, and has just recently made a pit stop here, so must have gotten himself into a little bit of trouble. Also a very fast driver. But I mean, we've also got a reigning world champion in the grid here, currently only sitting in 5th place. So this is a stacked series this season. So it is Antonio, and the gap is closing. Evo is not messing around either. Antonio has made a small mistake, or the pack has just picked up the pace, because that 3-second gap is gone. It has turned into a 1-second gap and closing. Evo is right there on the edge of that slipstream right now in that Corvette. And Esports Race Asylum on a mission here in stint number 1. So the Corvette is flying right now, and even though he's not holding the fastest lap on the racetrack, he is most certainly the fastest car currently on the racetrack, in my opinion. We've got Wid C here in 3rd position, and that Aston Martin is performing extremely well today, and we love, like I said, I love to see that. This was a what I like to call a sleeper car a few months ago before the major physics update happened, and then it just became, like I said, it just kind of fell out of that competitive range. But it's nice to see that it's back in competitive form again, because it's a fun car to drive. It really is, and good on these guys, because it's not easy to drive either. So Dino here in 4th place, speaking of the Astons. We got 1 in 3rd and 1 in 4th here currently, and he's got, again, reigning world champion in behind right now in that GTR in 5th place. Now, this could very well just be Medi doing many things. He could just be chilling, saving fuel, trying to save his tires, and just not miss the marks. Don't give up that time. I mean, he's a lot of these drivers are World Tour drivers or World Tour caliber drivers, or right on the cusp of breaking into that kind of a pace level. Any one of these drivers can win this race at the end of the day. Any one of these teams. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine. Nibele here in 8th place. We've got Azorian here in 9th, and it's 3.4 seconds, so losing touch a little bit with that pack up ahead of Lucas, Nibele, and Kemp. Kevin Gran Turismo here in 10th position, 5.4 seconds back, with Eric Slim both 3.5 seconds back at him. We move down, beautiful paint scheme, by the way, on that GTR. We've got Tobias here in the only Merc on the grid here, so we only have one Merc here in split 1. We've got Slugsy here in 13th position in one of the 3 GTRs, and we've got James here in one of the 3 BMW endurance models. Now, the BMW M6 model is restricted to only the endurance model. You are not allowed to use the BMW Sprint model in the championship. It is mandatory that if you're going to drive the BMW M6 as your car pick, that it is the endurance model. And there's reasons for that, but I'm not going to get too much into the details of that, because it's not what you see on paper that makes a difference. It's how the cars operate that makes the difference. Even though they're the same car on paper, they are completely different cars. All right, so 1.5 seconds. So Antonio's starting to open the gap back up a little bit there. Evil was almost got himself into a striking distance there. He was almost into the slipstream, and then he's just kind of giving a little bit up here and there. And I mean, we're talking a 10th here, a 10th there, give and take both ways. So this is some good, solid racing here very early on. We are 21 minutes into this bad boy. And I think we're going to see some close racing for a very large part of the day. The pit stop strategies are really going to kind of define, I think, what we're going to expect to see here throughout the 24 hours today. This first set of pit stops by the mass group or a split is going to kind of show us what we can expect to see the rest of the race. If they come out close together, we should expect to see a very tight race all race long. But if the pit stops start to space the drivers out, that could start to cause separation. So again, staying in the draft is going to be oh so important here today. Dino here in 5th place, so he has lost that position finally to Medi. Medi has finally navigated his way around Dino here, and Dino finds himself now down a spot into P5. We've got Lucas chasing in behind for Team Grid Life here, and about 5 seconds in behind that lead pack right now, but he is starting to open up that gap over the back pack as well. So he decided that he had more pace over the guys that he was working with there, and he has navigated around those drivers, and he's going to try now to close up to that front pack and see if he can get himself into that fight. Get Nibble here, he's 1.7 seconds in behind ERA's Lucas, and he's got a TCR Kemp all up in his rear bumper here right now. So Lexus versus Corvette here at the moment. And are we going to see a potential battle here from Kemp, or are we going to see these drivers continue to work together? I guess is the bigger question. It's tough decisions to make on these racetracks when you have 24 hours of racing. We're only in the 20 minute of the 24 hours. There's a position up ahead of you. You think you can get it, but isn't necessarily the best move to take it, especially with the nature of Daytona, where slipstream and drafting is important on the back half of the racetrack. You really got to weigh out your options when you start to close in on a driver, and I think that's probably what we're seeing here a little bit early on in this race. I think everybody's just feeling each other out a little bit, trying to get a gauge on the pace, and then kind of strategizing from there. I mean, every team comes in with a strategy, every team has a plan, but once that race starts, that plan can change at the snap of a finger. 143s, you're going to see him even faster yet, Ghost. Get to see him even faster yet. I don't know if we'll see a 41. I'm on the 42.4, 42.5, I think is what we'll see for our fastest lap here today, based off of all the behind-the-scenes intel I may have. Obviously, being on track during practice sessions as a broadcaster, we're very, very privileged in a sense, and it's very humbling. We get a lot of access to information that racers and fans don't necessarily get access to because we're broadcasters. We like to come in, we like to get our information, we like to do our research. So, we like to sit in on practice sessions with our friends or with our respective teams, and we like to just sit there and kind of see what we see. And it gives us a little bit of an idea come race time what to expect during a race if we're in there with the racers, with the teams, watching them test, tune, and get prepared for these races. So I've been doing that over the last couple of weeks as some of these teams have been preparing for this race here today. And I mean, qualifying says it all. The qualifying yesterday says it all. 42.7 Super Bowl. Absolutely incredibly fast. So we're going to see a 42. Once these drivers get into their strategies and they start lowering the fuel loads in these race cars, and fresh soft tires or medium tires, whichever it is that the strategy is going to be for these drivers, I do suspect we're going to see a lot of soft tires here today. I think it's going to be a toss-up between the two-stop and the one-stop, between the strategies. I don't think we're going to see too much different strategy of that variation. We're probably going to see a two-stop soft or a one-stop soft attempt. And I think that's going to come down to the overall pace of each of the drivers behind the wheel of the car on each of their respective stints. It's probably going to determine on whether they're two-stopping or one-stopping. It's arguably quicker to two-stop if you don't make the mistake and you absolutely send that thing on the lowest amount of fuel that you can take for a stint. The one-stop means you need to take more fuel, you need to manage the car, and be a lot more consistent. So the difference between the two strategies, from what I've seen behind the scenes for the viewers at home, perspective, because I love to give the viewers perspective, is about 5 seconds difference between the two strategies. So a two-stop is about 5 to 7 seconds faster than the one-stop in a mistake-free 2-hour stint. So that's kind of what we're looking at here, and I think that's what we should expect to see today. I could be wrong, they could throw a curveball at us, but that's what I expect to see today anyways, initially based off, again, the behind-the-scenes intel that we do get as broadcasters. So Evo here is doing a great job right now. He isn't able to close the gap up on Antonio at the moment, but he has definitely stabilized that gap. Evo hasn't let that gap grow anything past 1.5 seconds at this point. He's at 1.3 currently. And it's kind of just been bouncing back and forth, a 10th here and a 10th there. Corvette's creeping, it is. Evo is up 3 positions here from race start already. We'd see here in 3rd place, down 1 spot from his starting spot on the grid, and no panic in this driver. I've been very fortunate. I was privileged to have Wid join us with the Nürburgring 24-hour race a few weeks ago for charity, and you want to talk about a cool, calm, collected driver. It was a treat having some of the Sector 7 racing guys come in to race with us for the charity race a few weeks ago, and Wid C was again one of those drivers, and he is so cool, calm, and collected. There's no panic in this guy. There's no stress in this guy's voice when things are getting heated or things are going awry. I mean, this guy is a cool customer behind the wheel of the race car. That's the type of driver you definitely want starting a stint for you when the pressure's on. It's a very, very solid racer here, Wid C is, and again, just very privileged to get an opportunity to race with Wid C here recently for a charity fundraiser event. So it's cool. It's cool to be able to drive with higher paced racers and hang out with higher paced racers and just see how they think and they process and they handle the racetrack and the situations compared to an average driver like the majority of us are. And then we got Medi here, and he's up in 4th place here, and he's really just seems to be just trying to kind of control his pace right now. He's not sitting close enough in the slipstream to where dirty air is really going to be affecting the car too much. He's getting a little bit of that, what we call aero wash in a sense, but he's almost at a perfect distance where he can just run his line, run his pace, and he's still just outside of the slipstream, which is unfortunate for trying to save fuel. But I really do think that he's just pacing. He's just pacing the car right now, making sure that he gets it into its pit window. Our Labdino here in 5th place, 3.3 seconds in behind Medi, and then we're starting to see a little bit of separation here, but Lucas was 5 seconds in behind this pack, and he's now only 2.3 seconds in behind Dino. Now, Dino's losing a little bit of pace with the pack here currently, but Lucas is starting to close in on that 5th place driver here. It was, like I said, 5 seconds to 5th place there at one point. Now we're down to 2.2, so slowly but surely he is nibbling away at that gap. We've got Nibble A here. He's 2.5 seconds in behind Lucas. Lucas is slowly but surely just putting a little bit of gap between himself and that Corvette, but Nibble A also recently navigating around TCR's Kemp here. So Kemp is 1.2 seconds in behind Nibble A right now, and everybody's just settling in. It's the beginning of the season. Every one of these teams knows that each one of these teams has a very stacked driver list. Very, very quick, very efficient, very, very good race car drivers in all of these split one teams, and it shows. It shows. I mean, our defending champions are currently sitting in 9th place on the grid. They started in 10th place, And they're 3.3 seconds in behind Kemp here right now, so Overboost Racing a little bit on the back foot here in round number 1 so far.
Let's go to the Luke. Let's see. 10 for Evo.
Tobias here in 11th place. 1.5 second penalty we're seeing here from one of our race control officials for Evo there, so that has cost him 2 positions here on the racetrack. Backtracking, and Jason, I mean, that's the way it is. Like I said, we do use the Gran Turismo penalty system, so we do use the track officiating system built within our platform here in Gran Turismo 7. And what that system does, for the viewers that are watching at home or unsure, is if the drivers cut a track corner, cut a curve, take too much liberties around the corner, the game will hand them a time penalty to adjust for what the game determines is time gained in an unfair way, essentially. So typically we'll see half-second and 1 second penalties for track limit infractions. In this case, where Evo had a 1.5 second penalty, that tells me he probably had 1 infraction in 1 corner, and he had a larger infraction in a separate corner, which amounts up to 1.5 seconds. Typically the scale here at Daytona is 1 second and half-second penalties. The only way you see more than that is if you're stacking them up, or if you cut the pit lane solid white line exiting pit lane, then you could receive a 3-second penalty for that. Other than that, the only special rule here for the race again is not crossing the double yellow line on the bottom apron of the racetrack. So as we come through the left-hander right here, we can see that one's fine on the top side there. That's no problem. It's this one right down on the bottom left here. So as you see the drivers coming down the racetrack, this double yellow line, great shot by the cameraman. These drivers cannot go below that line. Basically, if they cross the threshold of the tarmac in between those 2 yellow lines, they could be facing repercussions from stewarding officials here behind the scenes. So it is very special legislation within the rules of this race and the championship, and all drivers are required to follow said rules. So, and that's just a fair play. It's a fair play thing for the race, and I love it. I love the fact that we got to keep it in between the lines. So Nibble here, 3.2 seconds in behind Lucas. We're just kind of, again, just starting to very quickly. The pace of each driver in behind the wheel right now is kind of starting to show that full Tobias here. He's got 25 seconds, so he's got a set of pit stops in behind the rest of the field. We've got Slim here in 13th, who just recently made a pit stop as well. I mean, I think that may have been scheduled. I could be wrong. It seems a little early for a scheduled stop, but if he's 2 stopping, maybe not.
500 sold out already.
Just catching up on the chat here. The chat is popping. Welcome in, everybody. We appreciate all the support as well. I just want to say, thank you from the International Racing Organization for all the continued support from our viewers. We can't do it without the viewers. The viewers are the reason why this continues to happen season in and season out. And after an inaugural 2024 season and an absolutely great season with a great set of champions, the series just blew up. I mean, the IRO doubled in size in 2 months. And between Split 1 and Split 2, that's right, you heard me right, there is actually 2 splits this season here from International Racing Organization. Split 1 will be the live broadcast split. Split 2 will not be live broadcast, so you'll have to tune into your local streamers to catch any glimpses of the Split 2 races, and they're done at different weekends. So it just goes to show the growth of the interest, and when you see growth and interest of the caliber of drivers that have come in as well this season and the teams, it tells us that it's solid. Everything is good. It's right. You know, the series is in a great direction. The rule set is beautiful. The racing is fun. Everything around the International Racing Organization is in the right place, and that's why we've seen such massive growth over the last couple of months. So from the International Racing Organization, we can't say this enough today. Thank you everyone for your support, to the racers, to the teams, to the volunteers, and especially to you guys and gals at home, the viewers. All those things combined allow us to have what should be the most epic 2025 Endurance Championship in Gran Turismo 7 this year, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Might be a little biased, but it's setting up to be absolutely legendary throughout the year this year. So Medi now up into third place again. Obviously, Evo with the 1.5 second penalty earlier, losing a couple of spots here down into fourth place. So up one spot from where he started on the grid now, but that's the battles of racing. You know, you make those little mistakes, you got to pay the consequence for the mistake, and then you just got to get back on it and just try to close the gap. And that's exactly what Evo's doing here right now. Had made a couple little mistakes. He paid his consequence. He lost a couple spots on the in the race for it, and he just tucks in behind and continues doing what he does, putting the pedal to the metal and letting the rubber do the rest. Dino here in fifth place.
Another pen for Evo just then. Potentially, yep.
The Le Mans chicane, or formerly known as the bus stop, definitely a very high-risk area for penalties for these drivers. The track limit officials are very, very intentively watching the Le Mans chicane and the drivers coming through there to make sure they're not taking too much liberties on the curbs. Now, with that being said, you can take a little bit of liberty in a sense, but not as much as you used to be able to. So, the track officials are ruthless. They don't care. They will hand penalties out all day long. Ooh, we got a little battle happening here. There we go. All right, so we've got Tobias and James here in 11th and 12th place. We've got Slim just in behind there as well in 13th. So we got a 3-car battle here for currently 11th position. So let's see if we can get some juicy stuff here. Appreciate you, my guy. Appreciate you. Are the tires on the vet? The tires on the Vets a little more aggressive than the majority of the cars in the field. However, if you know how to drive the C7 Corvette, it's just as good as the rest of the cars on tires and fuel. It's just a lot of car management. The C7 Corvette requires a lot of car management to not destroy your tires. It is very heavy on your tires, and it can be very heavy on the fuel if driven improperly. Now, keeping in mind that the teams are allowed to adjust their front aero and their rear wings this season, which means that they can adjust the downforce on their cars or remove downforce, whatever the case may be. So that is the one change this season from last season. It's still a BOP series. It's still a no tuning series in a sense. The only thing that drivers are allowed to touch as far as setup goes is brake bias, TCS, ABS, and now some front and rear aero. And I'm in split 2 with my team, and I gotta tell you, that little adjustment just with the front clip and the rear wing easily finds 1 to 1.5 seconds on your lap time around this racetrack if you get it dialed in properly. So it actually makes a pretty significant difference. So with that being said, being able to adjust the front wing and the rear wing could also affect a few other things with these race cars. Now, we're used to driving for the most part on a BOP no tuning series with brake bias. It's cut and dry what you're going to expect out of tire wear and fuel consumption out of these cars. But when you start getting into altering things of the car, the way that the car grabs the track or the way that the car accelerates, i.e. downforce, that is also going to affect potentially tire wear and fuel usage as well. So some of the cars that may struggle potentially with tire wear or fuel consumption may be able to tune that out in a sense with the downforce in these cars to potentially help the tires wear a little bit better or use just a little bit less fuel as well. So the teams and the drivers do have a few tools this season at their disposal to help get these cars in the absolute best optimal condition they can, and that's why we're seeing the times that we're seeing with these drivers on full fuel, is because these drivers do have somewhat of a tuned setup car this season. And really, in all honesty, I mean, the only thing that changes is the speed of the cars, essentially. It still comes down to the skill of the driver behind the wheel of the car, being able to navigate the car around the track as quickly as these drivers are currently. The fastest lap is still 43.350, so that was set very, very early on as well in the stint here, like lap 2 or 3, and hasn't been touched since. So we should start to see that maybe potentially get touched here as, like I said, our pit stop sequences start to come into place here a little bit. But we've got Evil coming into pit lane here. He's got 45% fuel currently in his car. You guys can see that on the screen there. And I'm just going to take a look at his tire wear because I can see that. And we'll go compare it to our race leader's Lexus right now. And in all honesty, Evil's doing a great job at managing that Corvette. I'm not going to say where everything's at. There's a reason why we don't show that information. So I'm not going to give it away. But he did a really good job at managing that Corvette. I'm going to put it that way. I know that car very well. It's a car that I have many, many, many thousands of miles on in this game, and he's doing a fantastic job at managing that race car. Well, we hope you're feeling. Hope you get better soon, Payme. Feel better, my guy. All right. We got Dino here in 4th place. Let's do a quick little flip through the grid here, see what we see. We got Lucas is now only a second in behind Dino here, up into 5th place. Of course, we do have a pit stop sequence starting to happen here, so we'll start to see, I would assume, some of these drivers coming in. And 23, so that is going to be what appears to be a 2-stop strategy coming from Esports Races Sound here in stint number 1. The indicator of that 2-stop strategy is we're going to start seeing these drivers pitting within the next 2 or 3 laps. And as I say that, our leaders are coming in here. So we got Antonio coming in, 46% fuel. We got Wid C coming in with 43% fuel. We got Medi coming in. He's got 49% fuel. We've got Dino coming in with 43% fuel. We got Lucas coming in with 46% fuel. We've got Kemp coming in with 48% fuel. So you can see the fuel load is significantly different between all of the drivers. We got Zorian coming in from Overboost Racing currently in 8th place here with 45% fuel as well. So you can see the difference in fuel load. 43% to 46% fuel in a tank, if they're taking the same amount of fuel in that pit stop, is 3 to 4 seconds gained over that driver that had 3 liters less fuel in pit lane. So when I say drivers that we would expect to see really pushing the edges and the limits of this race are just chilling, there's a reason for it, and that's why. Endurance racing is much different than sprint racing, especially over a 24-hour period. You're not going to win this 24-hour Daytona in stint number 1. You're only going to win this race at the 24-hour mark, being the first car to take the checkered flag. That's the only way you win this race. So you're not going to do it in the first hour. So what is the point in absolutely driving the car so hard and wearing it out so early that you're potentially not going to have any car left on the 24-hour mark? You don't. You just chill, you hit your marks, you try to maintain pace with who you want to maintain pace with, don't let them get away, and you settle that battle in the last 2 hours, not the first 2 hours. So we're going to see some patience from these drivers at points in this race as well. We've seen quite a bit of patience very early on here already. Evil makes a very quick move here up into 4th place ahead of Wid C out of the pit stop sequence here. So Evil up a spot here over Wid, and they've got 4.4 seconds over Antonio. Now with that being said, Nibele hasn't pit yet. Medi has pit. Medi jumped everybody in pit lane, moves up into 2nd place. So when Nibele finally does decide to make that pit stop, he will relinquish that lead to Medi. So pit stop sequences changing the field a little bit there. Evil in 4th place. We've got Wid in 5th. We've got Lucas from Team Grid Life here up in 6th position. Kevin Gran Turismo's right hot on his heels, half a second in behind. Dino's right there, 1.5 seconds in behind in 8th place. We've got GCR's Kemp in 9th position. We've got Azorian in 10th place. We've got James in 11th. We've got Slim in 12th, Eric's Racing. Tobias just coming in for his pit stop here. We've got Slugsy, who had an early struggle here, but is moving and grooving now, and he's got about a minute from the race leader here currently, so still on the lead lap, but about half a racetrack in behind here at the moment. Alright, so our current race leader is Nibele, and he just has not made his pit stop yet. He will need to go to roughly lap 34-35 if he's going to be on the one-stop strategy. We'll have to wait and see what he does here this lap. If he doesn't peel into pit lane at the end of this lap, I would assume that this driver is going to be on a one-stop. So we're just going to sit with our race leader here currently. I'm keeping my eye on the track radar. We got cars close together, but we don't have anything brewing at the moment. Everybody's playing nice and just trying not to lose, like I said, lose each other, right? So you can see Medi is about 5.5 seconds in behind here right now, and it does appear that we're going to see a one-stop strategy from some of the drivers here. So interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how that pans out against the two-stop. So it's going to be Medi here. He's in second, and we'll stay in second for a little bit longer yet, unless he happens to catch up to Niblé, which is always a possibility. Remember, these drivers have pit. They're on fresh racing tires, and they've got lower fuel load, which should make the cars relatively faster, where our race leader has the low fuel load, but he's on worn-out tires. They're 26 old lap tires now. You know, they're starting to show their age a little bit, which means that they're going to slow down on the overall lap time. So it will just be a matter of time before the race leaders do eventually pull up to the backside of Niblé here. And I mean, Medi is just chewing time out of him here right now. He's almost taken a second out of him just this lap alone. Antonio very close in behind. Evo is 4.7 seconds in behind those two right now, so the fuel load difference making a huge difference there for Evo. So we have had a viewer talking about the Corvette and the tire management. Evo did a great job at managing his car for fuel. He didn't come in with the lowest amount of fuel in that pit stop sequence, but that 4 liters less that he had over than Medi made 5 seconds of difference coming out of pit lane. So hugely important on how you decide to make your choices in these races. And Medi stayed cool, calm, collected. He didn't force anything. He just sat close enough in behind a driver to save fuel and use a little bit of slipstream to maintain a good solid pace, and came in with the most amount of fuel in that first pit stop sequence than any other driver. He was rewarded by jumping the field. So, I mean, strategy is key. It is a big important part of racing, especially endurance racing. So right off the bat, I believe Last Minute Racing is looking very solid strategy-wise there. That was some great calls. Wid? Yes, sir. 6th place. And we got Wid just coming into pit lane here. Oh, Wid picking up, having an incident here on the racetrack. He's got some front splitter damage, and we're going to see him come into pit lane to correct said damage here. So, super unfortunate there for Wid. Missed what happened there, but currently sitting in 10th place, and that may drop him down further. He's in 12th. He may come out in the back here. Highly unfortunate there for the Sector 7 racing team, but I mean, that's racing. You know, we make mistakes, and sometimes you gotta pay the price for them. Go Dino, go Dino. All right, so Eddie, Antonio, 1 second in behind. Evo, 4.7 seconds, not gaining, not losing. Lucas, 5 seconds. Well, didn't really know that the gap between Team Grid Life and the Esports Race Asylum team. So right now it's 5 seconds. He's got 1.9 seconds over Dino. And Moosehead Racing doing a great job here right now. Loose Moose Racing, I guess it is. Here right now in 6th place in that Aston Martin as well. We've got Kevin Gran Turismo. He's in that M6 Endurance model, and it's something Racers. Raw Talent Racing. There it is. It's not a car. All I gotta do is look. RTR here. So that one was eluding me. I was looking at the spotter guide last night, just trying to remember the car numbers to the team names, and for some reason that one just was very elusive. We have TCR Kemp here from Sector 7 team. I believe this is the McCougar team, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Azorian here from the Overboost Racing team, and just only the one team this season, I think. I think they took all their top drivers and amalgamated them into their split one team this season. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it broke down. And we got Wid C. We just seen coming to do a damage repair here. So from 5th place 4th place down to 10th place there with that pit stop. So that was a crucial moment there for Wid, and now 4.8 seconds in behind the Overboost Racing Team car, number 1 car here, and definitely has some work cut out for him here. But like I said, he doesn't panic. Wid, he just keeps calm and keeps moving on. So we'll see what he can do here with the rest of the stint. We have Slim here in 12th place. We've got Tobias here in 13th, and a beautiful looking Mercedes, the only Mercedes on the grid here today for split 1 as well, 30 seconds in behind, still currently on the lead lap. And Slugsy here as well, still on that lead lap. I mean, they're still half a racetrack away yet from the race leaders, so not stressing. Nobody's stressing there right now. Thankfully, for the drivers that have had a moment on the racetrack or made a mistake or have had to repair their cars already, it is a 24-hour race. We're only 50 minutes into the 24-hour race. There is lots of time to make up for these mistakes still. So the biggest thing is for the drivers and the teams not to start panicking because they made that mistake. And there we go, a battle for the lead there as Medi gets the job done coming up into turn 1. And I mean, that's just cause and effect of a new set of tires over an old set of tires. Great pass there from Medi. Let's go take a second look, shall we? I mean, this is just textbook Daytona racing right here. You get into the slip, you get nice and tight. You don't want to get too close where you bump the car by accident, but you have to be close enough to where you actually pull out. You can get the pass done. Passing on the outside of the banking at Daytona is extremely difficult to do, and it has to be timed extremely well. And that's exactly what we've seen right there from Medi. So now in the race lead here is Medi. And Nibele here is now trying to hold off Antonio, but Antonio gets a nice charge on him there. And he's going to get the job done there through the left-hander, nice and easy, and not a lot of contesting here from Nibele. Obviously, this driver realizes what the scenario is here. He knows these guys have pit, he knows these guys are on fresh tires, and he knows that he's on almost 30 lap old tires at this point now. He's in the slipstream there. He's using the pace of the leaders at this point now to get free speed, and that's smart as well here. So I would assume that we're going to see him dive into pit lane next, like I said, about lap 34, 35. I expect to see that we'll see Nibele come in for his stop. If he stops now, he may not have enough to make to the end of the stint. So when you're on the one-stop strategy, it's par for the course. You got to stick to it at that point. So, barring any major circumstances, of course. So he's in that strategy, and he's going to ride it out. But that is going to cost him some track time here, I think, as Medi and Antonio have already navigated around, and now he's got to worry about ERA's Evo coming down in behind. 4.1 seconds is the gap, and I do suspect we're going to see that gap close. Lucas is still 5 seconds in behind ERA's Evo right here, so Team Grid Life, the only car here for Team Grid Life this season, and they are in split 1, so 5 seconds in behind Evo currently, and managing that gap right now is where it was last time we went through the field. So it seems like the racers have kind of settled into the race, and they've settled into their pace now, and it's just a matter of how can I close that gap and how can I get rid of the guy chasing me behind. Dino 2.5 seconds in behind Lucas here right now in that Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin started really strong. Both Astons started off really strong. Now granted, Wid had a moment where he picked up damage on the track, and that's why Wid has his Aston down the field a little bit here now. But even with that being said, he was starting to lose a little bit of pace on the field here in the middle part of the stint. So I feel the Aston is very strong in the early part of the run, but I feel like as the run gets longer, that car just isn't as strong right now. That's just what it seems like to me right now. It seems like the Lexus, the Corvettes, and the GTRs are really just kind of stable. They're just a flat line across the board. But this Aston Martin and the BMW start off really strong, but it seems like as the tires start to wear down and the car gets a little bit lighter, it seems like these cars start to slow themselves down a little bit. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that throughout the 24-hour race here today. Again, being able to tweak the cars slightly to get more speed or get more turning out of them, get more grip, whatever it is you're looking for as the driver, depending on the combination you're racing. We're going to see a battle for position here as Kemp's going to get around Kevin Gran Turismo here. So TCR's Kemp going to get it done for 7th place there. And again, just another textbook move coming into turn 1 at the end of the straight. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. He shows very good position. Both drivers are more than aware. He shoots a little bit wide going into turn 1 there, but Kevin Gran Turismo, seen that coming, and he reacted accordingly, and any major contact there was avoided, and both drivers get through neat and tidy, safe and sound. So it's just textbook passing here at Daytona is what we're seeing right now from these drivers. They're using the straight, using the slipstream to their advantage, and getting the job done coming into the corners. So very clean, very precise passing here right now. Nibali in 3rd place, already 4.8 seconds in behind Medi, and Antonio and Evo is going to be looking to make a move here, probably leading up to the start-finish line out of the Le Mans chicane here. So Evo just needs a good run here in behind the other C7 Corvette, and should be able to get the job done by the start-finish line here. Should got himself locked into the slipstream here at this point. You can see that slipstream engaged, and Evo is closing quickly. He'll pull out. Oh, he's going to give him a push there. Deciding that it was just a little too early to try to make that move. He's probably going to try and get the move done coming into turn 1 here. And he is going to take a look down the inside there, deep on the brakes. Ooh, and again, it's much of the same scenario as last time, just getting a little bit deep into the corner there. The trailing driver, recognizing that, just making sure that there is no major contact made there, and Evo moves up into 3rd place there, and Nibali down into 4th place, still needing to put a pit stop in place here. But the advantage to the one stop is right now it looks like he's at the disadvantage. Yes, he kind of is. He's going to pit here in about 2 or 3 laps, but then he's not going to have to pit again for the rest of the race. So when the remaining drivers make their second pit stop on the 2-stop strategy, Nibali won't be pitting at all. So in a sense, that could potentially put him up in the top 6 if it plays out like the first half of the pit stop sequences have. So is the one-stop strategy the losing strategy? Right now, definitely cannot say that is the case, because currently it has Nibali up in a pretty good position on the racetrack at the moment. So Medi here 1 second ahead of Antonio, and how things have changed here. Antonio now chasing Medi down, and Medi's doing just enough to make sure that Lexus is not getting any free pull here in the NASCAR 1 and 2, 3 and 4 banking. So Medi doing World Tour champion things and managing to race right now from behind the wheel of his race car. We've got IRO's Evo here in 3rd position, and I mean, this guy has been flying today and currently holding fastest lap on the racetrack right now, as a matter of fact, with a 1:43.1, and that is currently the fastest lap of the day. Currently, that will most likely change throughout the day, but that's a pretty fast lap already. 43.1 in stint 1. We've got Nibali here in 4th place, and Lucas is trying to close Nibali down here. It's about 5 seconds behind, and you can see the timing is just nibbling down a little bit here as he comes around the racetrack. Dino is 2.2 seconds in behind Lucas, so Dino now starting to close in a very small amount here on ERA's Lucas 369. So Dino working that Aston right now. I'm sitting here talking about how the Aston seems like it's not quite as strong in the latter part of the run. Again, this is kind of showing that they pit 6-7 laps ago, about 10-12 minutes ago. The car is on fire right now, but near the end of the stint, I suspect we're going to see it start to drop off again. So we got a Zorian here, Overboost Racing Team, the 01 car, our defending champions here, up into 8th position right now. He's got 3.8 seconds in behind TCR's Kemp in the Sector 7 Racing McCougar team, I believe that is. So some work to do here for the Overboost Racing Team here today right now, but again, it is a long race. 24 hours is a very long time, and these guys are not going to win this race in the first hour. So they're all more than aware of that, and everybody's literally just trying to not bleed time at this point. So we got Wade here in 10th place. He did pick up some front splitter damage in a incident somewhere on the racetrack. I'm not sure if it was a self-induced incident or what, because we missed it. But currently down into 10th place, down about 6 spots here right now. It started in 2nd position as well on the grid, so not ideal. how a driver would like to get his stint underway, but he still has an hour left of this stint yet, and is closing in on Kevin Gran Turismo here. So Wid is looking to close in on the BMW up ahead here and try and grab position.
Just looking for the onboard. There it is.
So as you can see, Wid's got nothing to worry about in behind him right now. The nearest driver is Team Eric's Racing Slim, and he's got about 10 seconds. So the focus really is this BMW there, and boy, absolutely massive closing on the brakes right there, almost to the point where he almost hit the rear bumper of that BMW. And Wid is going to make the pass here. So side by side as we head into the kink, and job done. Wid C moves up into 9th position. That's a great job there from Wid, and we'll go take a look at it from our camera view so you guys can see the whole deal. And just, you know, nice clean pass. Got a good run out of the International Horseshoe. Got the inside line going into the kink, and gets the job done. Easy peasy. So, up in the 9th place here now is Wid C, and 2.8 seconds to the Overboost Racing BMW up ahead now. 8.4 seconds in behind Kevin Gran Turismo is Eric's Racing Slim. And James in behind him by 1.3 seconds here in one of the BMWs here as well. Tobias in the Merc sitting in 13th position, and we got Slugsy here in the GTR in 14th place, and still on that lead lap. All these drivers are still on that lead lap. Nice slip assist lap. All right, so Antonio here now ahead of Medi. So we just unfortunately missed the pass for the lead here, of course, because we're watching other battles going on the racetrack. That's the way it always goes. So it is now Antonio back up front, and Medi now sitting in behind Antonio. So Antonio has gotten the race lead back, but it is definitely between these two drivers here right now in stint number 1, as they are controlling the pace of the race. But you know, last season, at this point in the race, we've seen pretty big separation already, very early on in the race. We have separation, but it's not massive separation. There is lots of potential for battles here still. Lucas now up into 4th place here. He's got 2.6 seconds over our labs Dino, and he's got 8 seconds to that podium group up ahead here. And Evo is the target there in 3rd place with that C7 Corvette from Esports Race Asylum. Our labs Dino here, Loose Moose Racing Team, has been doing a great job here. He's in 5th place. He's got 2.5 seconds in behind Lucas. He hasn't been able to close in on Lucas, but he also hasn't lost any time on Lucas either. So pacing the 4th place driver here right now is Dino, and doing a great job again in that Aston Martin V12 Vantage. We got TCR Kemp here for the Sector 7 McCougar team, now up into 6th place, so up a couple of spots from the beginning of the race. I believe they started in 8th position. I could be wrong with that. I think it was 8th though. So up into 6th place here, doing a pretty good job early on here in our race today. We do have Azorian in 7th position here.
Don't cut yourself short, ATB. You give everybody nice, consistent, smooth laps. Don't stress yourself.
Azorian here in 7th place, our defending champions. Our 7th place car here right now, and of course you can see this car is carrying the number 1, which means they are our reigning champions from the 2024 Endurance Championship season here from International Racing Organization. Again, huge shout out to the Overboost Racing team, and a massive congratulations to that team for their pretty dominant performance in 2024. This season, whole different game. This is a whole different season in 2025. The competition has probably gone up 4 times, and there's 2 splits. So there's a total of 26 or 27 teams currently right now between the 2 splits. So thank you from IRO to everybody, to the teams, the racers, the volunteer staff, the broadcasters, and of course you guys and gals at home, the viewers. Can't do it without all these pieces of the puzzle coming together to make a big picture. So a huge thank you from the International Racing Organization to everyone involved, whether you be a viewer or whether you be a competitor on the racetrack. Teamwork makes the dream work. All right, so Wid up into 8th place here. Now Wid is taking names and asking questions later right now. He's just moving, trying to just make up for the mistake. I'm assuming at this point he's trying to close up as much time as he can before he hands it over to the next pilot. We got Slim here in 9th position in GTR. He's got 13 seconds to Wid C here right now, and he's got about 7/10 of a second over James here, currently in 10th place for AHR. So, I mean, battle can happen anywhere on this racetrack at any time. There's still plenty of little 2-car packs everywhere, essentially, that are battling each other, working with each other, but everybody's need another Sector 17. 2017 says Nick, 1 spot left. So if there's teams out there that are interested in coming and trying out some endurance racing on a huge scale, IRO does have a split 2 spot available for a team that wants to come in and register. For more information, just hit one of the mods up in the YouTube channel here, and they'll get you guys in. All right, so Nibble here in 11th place. So has now made that pit stop. Made that pit stop about 2 laps ago, maybe 3 laps ago, judging by the tires, tire wear I see. And most certainly confirming this is going to be a 1-stop strategy. So right now that puts him a minute behind the race leader on the 1-stop strategy. We'll have to wait and see what that weighs out in once the pit stops happen. We could see that gap probably somewhere at around 30 seconds. So in the case for Nibble, is the 1-stop better strategy with the pace of the field here today? Maybe not. Too early to tell. Kevin Gran Turismo here in 14th position. So let's get back to this battle here. I mean, I don't really want to call it a battle because... perfect. YouTube channel has a Discord link. There we go. They are on top of it. You're tapped out. Yeah, aren't all your racers already on track, Nuke? Yeah, I'm not going to call this a battle. I don't think this is a battle. I think this is Medi. Again, using his brain here, 200 IQ right now. He had the race lead. Antonio took the race lead back. And now Medi's just sitting in behind again at about 3 or 4 car lengths in behind. Just enough where he's on the slip, but not enough where that dirty air is really affecting the car's turn ability and exit ability. So he's probably just sitting in behind Antonio here, probably just sipping fuel and saving tires again. Medi is on point, it seems like, here this morning with that strategy and how he's approaching this race. Now, I mean, I'm just speculating. I'm just a broadcaster. I don't know. Just because I'm a broadcaster doesn't mean I know. I'm just speculating. Educated guess. We got ERA's Evo here in 3rd place and starting to actually use touch a little bit with the top 2 drivers here right now. 7.9 seconds to gap. Now, with that being said, we have seen some penalty trouble for Evo here at certain times on the racetrack as well. So, I mean, every half-second track limit penalty here at Daytona, where the penalty serving line is at the end of NASCAR 4 before the kink to the start-finish line. I mean, that costs you a second and a half. A 1-second penalty is going to cost you 2 to 3 seconds here at Daytona with the pace these racers are racing today. So every penalty is costing you big time. So when you stack up a half-second penalties over the course of the last 40 laps, I mean, that's 6 to 12 seconds lost in time to the racers in front of you, essentially, and behind you. So penalty trouble is definitely, penalties are going to be key here today. Staying away from the track officials and their very, very watchful eyes is going to be big for the teams and the drivers today, as far as continuing just to keep a consistent pace around the racetrack. Luke is still in 4th place there with Dino chasing at about 3 seconds now the gap. So again, not really losing or gaining is Dino on Lucas. He's about a half-second down from the last time we checked. a few laps ago. So again, very equally paced, these two here, and it's unfortunate that they weren't closer together at this point, because they may be able to work together to start pushing Evo up into third place. Equally paced drivers is the best scenario for drafting and slipstreaming. It's just whether or not they can at this point hook up and make something happen. We've got TCR's Kemp here in 6th place, and I mean, no man's land in a sense almost there. He's got 9.6 seconds behind Dino, but he does have a Zorian closing in here from ORT. Now Zorian's up into 7th place here, so the Overboost Racing team's starting to climb the field a little bit here. They started in 10th place at the beginning of the race. They're now currently sitting in 7th place, so they are currently up 3 spots from where they started here in the race, and Medi coming in with a 1:43 flat 3.9. Crazy lap, almost in the 42s here already today. Got Wid C here in 8th position, and 2.7 seconds is that gap to Azorian. He's still up in 8th place, and he's still trying to track Azorian down, but Azorian seems to have picked his pace up a little bit. So with that being said, that means that Wid C is also closing in on Kemp. We got Slim here, 16.5 seconds in behind Wid C, this is technically the first driver in no man's land at this point. He's got 16 seconds in front of him, and he's got 14 seconds in behind him right now. So clean air and no pressure for Slim right now, and they should just be able to put in some really good quality pacing qualifying laps essentially. But the downside is he doesn't have a partner or a buddy to use slipstream and try to gain that extra speed around the racetrack to bring the lap times down. So being by yourself here is a little bit difficult when there's drivers in packs running around the racetrack. So Tobias here in 11th position. We got Slugsy here up into 12th place. So, early mistake made by Slugsy here, but put him right down to the back of the field. But now he's got himself up into P12 here, so he's starting to pick up some pieces here a little bit as he goes. Definitely seems to have settled into the race here. I think what we've seen from Slugsy at the beginning of the race was just some early race nerves. Just made a little mistake, and unfortunately that mistake caused him a front clip repair. But he seems to have really settled in and really just clocking in some good solid laps here now in the latter part of the stint here. So good for Slugsy to collect himself in behind the wheel and just get that car back in motion. We got James here in 14th, and he's just made a pit stop, and I'm going to assume this is going to be his final stop. But I think we're seeing some drivers having some just making the mistakes. The left-hander coming out of the infield heading into NASCAR 1 and 2 is a very flat, slippery spot of the racetrack. Obviously, you're trying to maximize your exit heading onto the oval, so you're always wanting to get on the power as quickly as possible, right where we just seen our race leaders come through here. But that could also cause you to just over torque your car a little bit, lose the back end coming out of the left-hander, and that can cause you to slide down into the infield or up into the wall onto the banking. And I think that is where some of the issues are coming from some of the drivers here today. That is one of the most troublesome spots here in Daytona as far as these GT3 cars go. On Gran Turismo 7 is that 90-degree left-hander before we come out into NASCAR 1 and 2 banking. It's just the nature of no camber, very flat surface, and it's a little bit bumpy there too as well. So you put those three things together, and a little bit of just an overpush on the loud pedal, and can create a very bad day very quickly for you here at Daytona. So the left-hander heading into the banking is definitely one of the most troublesome corners on the racetrack. I mean, the International Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe are their own battles, but in my opinion, that left-hander is the one corner that, if it's going to catch me out, that's the corner that catches me out here every time. So, I mean, James is up against it here right now. He's got the race leaders literally nibbling at him here right now, trying to put him a lap down. So James is doing everything in his power here right now to just keep going on the track and not let these guys catch him. He is on quite fresh racing tires, and that could be to a big advantage for James. But right now, Medi and Antonio we could work together if they really, really wanted to here, and just push up to that 14th place car and navigate around him as quickly as possible. So we do have blue flag passing zones here at Daytona, and those passing zones obviously are going to be in bigger straight sections on the racetrack. There isn't many. So obviously leading in between the horseshoes is a blue flag passing zone. On the back straight here obviously is a blue flag passing zone, and I believe this straight in between the west horseshoe and the 90-degree left-hander is also a blue flag zone here today. So if we do run into blue flag situations, it is the responsibility of, well, both drivers essentially to follow the procedure, right? So James, in this case, when the race leaders, if the race leaders get close enough to him, if he's in the middle of, say, making the corner in the international horseshoe or the west horseshoe, he's not going to be expected to just give way to the race leaders and give up the position right there and then. That's dangerous, it's unpredictable, and can cause an incident. So what he will do is, as soon as he gets out of that western horseshoe, he's going to just move off the racing line, give it a quick little lift, and those race leaders are going to zip right on by, and he's just going to tuck him behind and continue on with his race. It costs him about a tenth of a second. No harm, no foul, no incident, and it's very predictable. So that's why we have the blue flag passing zones here at Daytona. And I mean, that's not always the way it works out. Sometimes a driver finds a way to let the lead lap traffic through outside of those blue flag zones, and there's nothing wrong with that either, as long as it's done predictably and safely. Communication is always key between lead lap cars and blue flag traffic. A signal light or a flash of the lights, or just a little tap of the brake before the lead lap car gets closer to you, just to warn them that, hey, I'm slowing down, go ahead and go around. The lead lap cars also need to be very attentive at looking for that sign of where to go around, and also being aware of the blue flag passing zones as well. So it does require a little bit of patience at times from the lead lap cars as well, but when both parties get it all right, it's flawless, it's smooth, and everybody just keeps on racing. But James, he ain't letting that happen right now. He is pushing to make sure that he stays on that lead lap right now. We got Lucas 8.9 seconds in behind Evil right now in third place. Evil's 9.4 seconds in behind Antonio and Medi. So currently, Antonio and Medi are definitely controlling the pace of the race very early on. Evil was moving at the beginning of the race, just knocking down spots. Now it seems to have just kind of settled into a rhythm here, and is just trying to close the gap back up into the top two spots there, but at the same time trying to make sure he doesn't let this guy Lucas close any time in on him either. So 8 seconds is the gap between him and Lucas, and then Lucas has done a pretty good job of starting to build that gap to Dino. It was 3 seconds a little while ago. Now we're up to 4.3. So slowly but surely, just shaking that Aston Martin in behind him here right now in that grid-like Lexus. All right, Kemp doing a great job here. Started eighth here in the grid, up into 6th place. He's got Zorian from Overboost Racing Team right tucked in behind here now. And ORT gets the job done. That was a beauty of a pass. I did not expect to see that there. I don't know if that was Kemp just giving up the position there, or what we saw there. Let's go take another look. But I mean, there's a pretty good gap here. I mean, ORT didn't look like they were in a position to make that pass there. Okay, Kemp went out of the corner a little bit, got out into the marbles and into the dirt there a little bit, and that actually allowed Azorian to get nice and tight on the inside line going through turn number 1 there to get the job done. So that was great job there by Azorian from ORT, and now up into 6th place there. But that means Wid C is next in line here. He has closed that gap up to not only Azorian but also Kemp. So Wid now looking to try and get around Kemp here as well. He's going to get into the slip. Is he going to push? No, he looked to go up and faked and went down, took the inside leading into the Le Mans chicane, and going to get the job done heading into the Le Mans chicane. So Wid with a nice pass right there on Kemp too, and a little bit of shadow games in the rearview mirror there from Wid C. That was great. I love that. He went up. The other driver's like, oh, okay, he's just going to tuck in behind. So Kemp moves up into the line, and boom, Wid C just drops down underneath and gets the job done into the Le Mans chicane. That was a very, very well executed pass right right there. But now Kemp is in the slip here. Is Kemp going to respond is the next question. We got Dino coming into pit lane here, so an undercut coming in here from Dino over the rest of the field. And we've got Azorian there. Looks like he made a mistake as well, and that allowed Wid to close right up on the brakes here. And we got a three-way battle happening here for 5th place right now as we head into the International Horseshoe. These cars are separated by 3 car lengths from Wid to from Azorian to Kemp. So we're on the car in the middle of the sandwich at the moment, the Aston Martin here, and Wid C from Sector 7 Racing as he's applying some pressure to the Overboost Racing Team BMW here, but also keeping an eye in his rearview mirror for that Sector 7 Racing BMW in behind here, or Lexus, pardon me, as well. So as we head around this left-hander here, can Wid get a run on the ORT BMW here in that Aston? Ooh, a little bit of a bump there. You can see we're talking about how that corner is bumpy there, and we actually just saw that in that Aston Martin there. He went to go put the power down, hit that bump, and it actually caused that car to wiggle a little bit on the exit there. Thankfully, he kept it underneath him, and it didn't seem to cost him too much time as he is all over that BMW right now, tucked right underneath that rear wing. A little bit of a bump there. We've got Medi now coming into pit lane here, and he is on 0% fuel. So, I mean, that is cutting it close on that pit window. And a great run from Wid and Azorian coming out of Le Mans chicane. Kemp, not quite as good a run there, and that's going to cost him. The slipstream here heading up into the start-finish line on lap number 45 here. But Wid is just all up in ORT's business here right now, as he's going to try and get the job done on the outside. But did he sit in behind long enough was the question, and no, he did not. Or did he go up on purpose just to try and get some clean air to set up return 1? It's hard to say. It looked like he tried to get the job done there, but again, passing on the outside of the oval here at Daytona is extremely difficult, needs to be extremely well timed, and I think that was an attempt at getting the job done on the outside, but he just didn't have the overspeed to overtake that BMW. So as we head up the road here, nice juicy battle here for 4th and 5th place. Love to see it. As we're about an hour and 20 minutes now into the race. He is moving and grooving. That was a very tight entry-exit coming out of left-hander right there for Wid. A little bit less clean for ORT in front. That should allow the Aston Martin again to get the run on the banking here, but can he get the job done? He settles in and just gives a push here. Maybe Wid feels that the ORT BMW is about on pace with him here, and maybe we're going to see a little bit of bump drafting happening here. We haven't seen a whole lot of that yet today. It is allowed. You are allowed to bump draft here in the race. However, it has to be a proper bump draft. It has to be a nose-to-tail push. It can't be the driver in behind comes in at 20 miles an hour fast or slams into the back end of the car in front, just gives them that mega boost like we typically see in open lobbies or daily races, right? You know, you have to do it properly here. If you're going to use bump drafting and slipstreaming in this race, you need to tuck your bumper in right on top of the bumper of the driver in front and push. Not bump, catch, bump, catch, bump, catch, bump, catch. You need to tuck in and, just like a magnet, stick to that rear bumper of that car and push. You're doing it that way, that's proper bump drafting. And that is allowed here. The other bump drafting is not allowed. So the big coming in from behind and pushing and then catching up and pushing and then catching up and pushing, that will be looked at by race officials in between the stints, in behind the scenes. So the drivers do need to be wary of that. And also with heavy damage on, the push, catch up, push kind of slipstreaming that we typically see from most of the drivers in Gran Turismo 7 could also cause damage to the race cars. So it really is risk versus reward right now when it comes to bump drafting. Your bump drafting partner you have to very definitely trust, and maybe that's why we're not seeing as much of it today perhaps, but it needs to be proper bump drafting. If we're going to see it today, it needs to be how you would expect to see it in real life. These cars, they can stick to each other like glue at that point, and those two cars create a bigger hole, creating more speed. Lucas in pit lane. So we're starting to see the two-stop sequences coming into play here again. So the drivers that are on the two-stop strategies are now making that second pit stop. It's going to be interesting to see where Nibley comes out in all of this, because he is the driver on that one stop. Alright, so James unfortunately now is a lap down here over the field. Mitty and Antonio have made their way around, but with that being said, of course, Mitty and the rest of the group behind have made their pit stops. Antonio's the only one that has yet to pit out of that lead group. So that gap will change here again. Evo in third place. Lucas is in pit lane here right now. That's going to put should put Dino out ahead of him here, I think, as he comes around corner number 1 here. But it's going to be close because, of course, pit exit comes out right in towards the International Horseshoe here. And actually, Lucas comes out just ahead of Dino here by about 4 or 5 seconds, it looks like. So it's a good pit stop there for Lucas. Nibley here in 6th place. Now this driver is not going to stop again, or has no intentions on stopping again, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Currently sitting in 6th place. Now has 8.9 seconds over Boost Racing Team's Zorian in 7th place. He's about 5 seconds in behind our lab's Dino. So the drivers in front are on very fresh tires and low fuel. Nibley's on low fuel, but not quite as fresh at tires. So it's going to be interesting to see where Nibley ends up now once this stint is over. Nibley was quite down in the field at the beginning of the race, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember right offhand. Actually, might have been near the bottom of the field, perhaps even, and currently sitting in 6th place with one-stop strategy. So it is kind of the big discussion here today is the one-stop or the two-stop stronger. Now, as I stated earlier in the broadcast, based off my information from the previous couple weeks leading into today's race, with being around the teams that are testing tuning, being in the garages and seeing some lap times, the two-stop is about 5 to 7 seconds faster over the one-stop if the driver has the perfect run, so to speak. That's asking a lot. So it is hard to say which strategy is the better strategy here today. Weather won't factor into this race in a sense as much as it could in other racetracks, because unfortunately we don't have wet weather models in North American racetracks currently in the Gran Turismo platform, which is unfortunate. So it will remain dry all race long. But the one thing that does vary quite significantly here at Daytona when it comes to our dynamic weather model is the wind. The wind at Daytona is crazy on this model. It will completely change directions at the snap of a finger, and it'll change 10 miles or 10 feet per second at the snap of a finger at any given time here on the racetrack. So the wind is a big factor here. Wind, obviously, if you're getting a headwind into the oval, it's going to slow your car down up the oval. You get a tailwind into the oval, obviously it's going to speed your car up, but that wind is also going to affect turn-in ability in the infield. So the drivers need to be highly aware of the wind factor here today at Daytona. Betty with the undercut. Absolutely. Dino going for the big undercut there as well, pitting before any of the drivers in the second pit stop sequence there, and that didn't gain him anything, but it didn't really lose him anything either. But Medi has used strategy so far today to put himself in the field. After the first pit stop, he got into first place due to just pit strategy, and he's used pit strategy here again on the second set of stops to again put himself ahead of Antonio. I believe this is second set of esports, this Antonio, if I'm not mistaken. We have E-Racing, Esports Race Asylum. Evo here in 8.2 seconds. For some reason, I get that jumbled up all the time. It's a tongue twister. 8.4 seconds, so managing. Not losing, but not gaining right now on first and second place. And it's been like that for the last hour or so of the race for Evo. Lucas is much of the same thing. Fantastic run here for Lucas to start this race off here today. Only 9.3 seconds in behind Evo right now. I think that was about 8.7 seconds last time we looked. So I mean, again, just managing that gap and trying to keep any more bleed time down. He's 20 seconds off the overall race leader here, so not doing too shabby at all. Dino here as well, only 27 seconds off the race leader here, 6.6 seconds in behind Lucas. Dino is also having a very good run here in this Aston Martin as well, and again, it's nice to see two Aston Martins in the grid here being very competitive. We've got Double A here in the C7 Corvette. Got a little bit spicy coming out of the left-hander there, and again, it's just so flat there. It is very hard to get the power down clean. You know, some of these drivers use the TCS system, some don't. And for those of us that don't use TCS or a lot of TCS, throttle control is so important. It's so important. Well, the one thing about being a World Tour driver and being a part of that circuit and being a part of that whole deal, you know, they have a lot of knowledge and they have a lot of intel on the game and how the game works. You know, they get to talk to the game developers, they get to talk to, you know, Kaz himself. You know, they get a lot of one-on-one with the people behind the game. So, not just Medi, any of these drivers that are involved in the World Tour circuit or trying to get into that circuit, they do kind of have an advantage over the rest of the field because they just have so much more game knowledge than the average racer due to their situation, their status, and obviously their skill level has gotten them into that position to have that gain of knowledge. So, is he a genius? Maybe. He may very well be a genius. I can't discount that by any means. I don't know him on a personal level. I've only talked to him a few times. He's a very nice gentleman. Would see here in 7th place. So we got that battle happening in behind him here right now between Kemp and Azorian. So we're going to keep our eye on this. An ORT on the inside of Kemp there. And Kemp's going to try and do the over-under there. But there was a BMW bumper there. So he's just going to give him a little push instead. And he tried to respond there with the over-under in response to the Western Horseshoe there. But Team ORT Azorians there read that like a book and he covered it off. And there was just nowhere for the 64 Sector 7 car to go to respond. So it was a great defense there from Overboost Racing Team. That was a good clean battle by these three drivers, and Woodsey in 7th, Azorian in 8th, and Kemp now down into 9th place. We've got Eric's Racing Slim here. He's in 10th position and is about 1 second ahead of Kevin Gran Turismo, so no longer in no man's land. Kevin Gran Turismo here is obviously trying to close it on Slim here, get up into that top 10. We've got James here in 12th place, back on the lead lap now. We've got Tobias here in 13th, and we've got Slugsy here in 14th position, and all drivers still currently on the lead lap. So, back to what I was saying about the drivers like Medi that are in the position that he's in, and I mean, rightfully so. They have earned their spot where they are. They're not the best in the platform because you know they do this casually. Hundreds of thousands of hours go into these guys' driving to get to where they are. So, I mean, it's well earned, but you know they do have more information than the regular racer does. You know, they know what's coming with the updates before we do, and they know a lot of things that we don't know. So he could very well be a genius. Like I said, I'm never going to discount the intelligence of a human being, but he also has an advantage of being in the position he's in with the esports side of GT7, having a little more of information available to him and support available to him as a S-rated driver. Got Lucas here in 4th place. We've got Dino here in 5th position. We've got Nibble here in 6th place. We've got Wid, who was in 2nd place, having a good race, and dropped down to 3rd, 4th place, was battling for the podiums, made a mistake, had to go in, had a fixed front clip on his car, dropped all the way down into P10, now has that car back up into P7, and is now trying to close in on Nibble, who's 7.1 seconds up ahead. Now, Nibble is on a one-stop strategy compared to all these drivers chasing him behind who are on two-stop strategies, definitely on fresher tires. Are they going to be able to catch Nibble? We would assume so. Penalty here for Azorian, and that's going to allow Kemp to get back around. So the S7R Lexus now going to jump up into 8th position there, and Azorian's going to fall back into 9th place there after having to serve that penalty. And you can see he was ahead, just barely ahead of Kemp when he served that penalty. It was a half-second penalty. Kemp got the pass done, which is almost 2/10 for full car length, plus he's 0.8 of a second ahead of Azorian now. So that half-second penalty straight cost the ORT team right there 1 full second at a position on track. Penalties are going to be so crucial here to not pick up. Slim in 10th place. We've got Kevin Gran Turismo, pardon me, in 11th position. We've got James here in 12th place. And just not a lot going on up in the back end of the field here. We got Medi 2.9 seconds ahead, but that dreaded penalty. We were just talking about these penalties, and you're going to see that gap drop down to under 2 seconds now. Most likely here from Antonio. So he was at 2.7 with that half-second penalty. And it's down to about 2 seconds, so about 3/4 of a second loss there to Antonio from Medi for having to serve that half-second penalty. And again, drivers just on a slightly different skill level and find ways to negate tenths of seconds. I mean, it was a clear-cut 1 second for the last driver we just watched take a half-second penalty for ORT, but that was literally only 3/4 of a second. So again, just they just know stuff that we don't know. I don't get it.
They do a very great job at minimalizing time loss.
Lucas here in 4th place, 10 seconds in behind Evo. He's still only 20 seconds in behind the race leader, so is maintaining that gap currently from the overall race leader. Dino is 7.3 seconds in behind Lucas, so Lucas has opened it up a little bit here on our 5th place driver from Loose Moose Racing. We got Nibble here, and I'm not sure which team Nibble is racing for. This might be GT Finland, I think, if I'm not mistaken. This is the GT Finland team. Another great racing team as well. I recognize this team from another endurance series last season that I was working with, and a very efficient team as well. So currently, like I said, he's got himself up into 6th place here. He's on a completely different strategy. This is the only driver on the one-stop strategy in this whole first split. Every other team is on a 2-stop strategy with the exception of GT Finland here. So very interesting to see. And again, it's got him up in the top 6 right now. So far it seems like it has worked for him.
All right. We don't have anything crazy going on at the moment.
Let's jump on board with our current race leader here for a lap around Daytona while I just do a quick check.
I'd like to make sure that I'm not missing any race control information that may be being passed along while we're live as well. We like to try and keep an eye on as much as we can.
We like to be as informed as possible so we can keep the viewers watching home as informed as possible, essentially. So 1.6 seconds here from Eddie, and as we come around the left-hander here, get a little bit more of a better scope on the banking here. In the camera view, you don't really get an idea how steep the banking at Daytona is, and even in this view, you can tell that it's definitely steep, but it still does not give you the full scope of how steep the banking at Daytona really is. In real life, the banking at Daytona, you as a driver can basically look out the left window and look at the pavement. The banking is that serious. The game doesn't quite do it justice. But a little bit of perspective to see how heavy the cars lean, especially on that right side suspension. Obviously in the banking at 180 plus miles an hour at top speed, this is going to definitely wear down the car. It's going to wear and tear on the parts. So
it's hard to realize that in Gran Turismo 7. Unfortunately, they didn't, even though they've literally, basically driven with their little radar and literally have mapped every square inch and millimeter of this racetrack from real life to the game. The banking is still very off when you're looking at it as a a spectator or a viewer or even a racer, in your wheel you can feel the force of the banking, but visually it doesn't look like it's that aggressive. In reality, it's extremely crazy.
So we've got ERA Evo here. He's in third place. He's been in third place for a large part of the stint here now, and he's got about 8 seconds to that front two. So he's closing in a little bit here. Currently in the latter part of the stint as he continues on around. Lucas here is 11.8 seconds in behind Evo. He's just starting to lose a little bit of time here to the race leaders lap by lap, but not significant chunks. Dino, much of the same thing, 9 seconds in behind Lucas. He is, again, every time we see him come through the field, it's about another second, 1.2 seconds. 43.032 from Evo. That's a good call from the chat there. Now, currently the fastest lap of the race, and obviously of the stint, does belong to Esports Races Helms Evo. Currently at a 43.032. That is crazy fast. You know, for us average drivers on Daytona here, jumping one of these cars, we're going to run 46s and 45s here. These guys we're dropping 43s like it's candy. So absolutely just crazy pace coming from split one here today. Would see here 5.2 seconds in behind him. It was 7.1 seconds last time we checked, so he has nipped a couple seconds out of the 6th place driver, and he's still got 13 racing laps here before he's going to bring it in and pass it over to the next pilot. So Kemp here in 8th place, and has Azorian tucked right back in behind again here, and these two three really essentially drivers, since Witt had to make that front clip repair, have been kind of swapping positions back and forth throughout the whole remainder of the stint, and it's no different here. We're going to see a battle between Azorian and Kemp here again for 8th place, and is he going to... Nope, he's just going to give him a push there, I think. I think he was thinking about going up the inside line, but it sure looked to me as if Kemp was not going to give that inside line up this time. That was definitely a defensive approach into turn 1 there, and ORT maybe thought he was going to take his normal approach into turn 1 there, but did not, and instead got a nice little push from the ORT BMW in behind. So the game on. You know, the drivers are clearly now starting to think about their position on the racetrack, the amount of time that they have to the next driver, and drivers are now seeming to be a little less willing to just freely give up positions here. That was a solid defense right there from Kemp on Azorian. So, a little bit of a wiggle there from Azorian as he comes around the Western Horseshoe, and as we head into the left 90 here to head into NASCAR 1 and 2. A little bit of a slide there from Kemp coming out of the left-hander. Now should allow Azorian to get a run here leading into the Le Mans chicane. So a good little battle happening here between the two guys, between Kemp and Azorian here for 8th place right now again. So we are nearing a driver swap transition period here. In the next 12 to 15 minutes, we should see the first place driver come in to hand the car over to the next driver for stint number 2. Stint number 2 will be right here where everybody's hanging out watching, right here live on the International Racing Organization YouTube channel, and the amazing Tatiana will be taking the helm in the booth for stint number 2. Tatiana is a great broadcaster. She is a member of the Sector 7 racing team, and she's a great broadcaster. She's extremely knowledgeable when it comes to racing, and this is going to be her first time here with the International Racing Organization here in the booth. So when we get over to Tatiana's stint in stint 2, I want the chat to show Tatiana massive love, show her the hype sauce, and enjoy her commentary, because she is really good at it, and it's great to see that she jumped on board this season to come and jump in the booth with us to bring this amazing action to the viewers at home. So the amazing Tatiana will be taking stint number 2 here from us, and normally we would be in there with our next next commentator to do the transition through the chat, but I'm on a wounded setup right now, and unfortunately cannot use the chat system in place, so it'll be a little bit different from my stints to the other commentator stints today, so I do apologize to the viewers for a little less of an experience than what you guys are used to, I guess. But unfortunately for me, it's just at the mercy of what my equipment can do at the moment. So I do apologize to the viewers and to IRO for being unable to use the system that they put in place right now. But that's all right. We'll make it work beautifully one way or the other, because that's what we do. Hope we're having fun here today. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to our viewers. Welcome back to our returning viewers, and welcome in to our new viewers. If you're new and just tuning in for the first time, welcome to the International Racing Organization. We're a sim racing league on the Gran Turismo 7 platform, and we specialize in true long-distance endurance racing. We have a 10-round season in store for everybody here in 2025, and it's 10 rounds over 11 months of the year, and we will see a variation of 24, 12, and 8-hour races through 2 different splits here from the International Racing Organization this season. Obviously, split 1 will be our live broadcast split, and split 2 will be ran on separate weekends behind the scenes. So, just to give everybody a little bit of insight on what's happening here, this is our season opener, the 2025 Endurance Championship season here from International Racing Organization, and it is a Daytona 24-hour, and it's only fitting because in real life, the endurance season starts at Daytona. It only makes sense that we start our endurance season at Daytona. So this is where we're at. Qualifying was a blast yesterday, as we've got a great battle for the race lead happening here right now, and it was the most intense qualifying, super pole qualifying in the history of the International Racing Organization. The speed, the caliber, and the competition of the drivers is historical here this season. And with that being said, it's all leading up to be an absolutely epic championship racing season here for the 2025 International Racing Organization schedule. As you can see, we have some pretty star-studded lineups here, and this is just one set of the drivers from each of the teams. Each team has up to 10 driver spots that they can put drivers in. So each team can carry up to a 10 driver roster. We have 14 teams in split 1. There is up to 140 drivers to partake in one of these 24-hour races throughout the 14 respective teams. It is a big deal here, and the fact that we have 272 drivers essentially right now through 2 splits over 27 teams is pretty crazy to fathom. So thank you to the racers, to the teams, and to all the viewers at home from the International Racing Organization. Let's get back to it. We got 9 to go before we're turning this over to our second driver of the day, and we got a battle for the race lead as we lead in towards our pit stop sequences here in about 15 minutes time? 15 minutes time, I guess. Antonio, Medi, battling it out side by side as we head into the first corner. Medi's got the inside line. Antonio's going to try and hang it out on the outside, and a small little touch between the two. That is a tough pass on the outside into turn number 1 there. Medi had the optimal line there. That was a bold try there from Antonio, but he wasn't quite able to get it done. So it is going to be Medi here holding strong right now in the race lead, but he is feeling the pressure right now from Antonio in behind. And I don't want to go see what's going on anywhere else here right now, because the moment I leave this is the moment this happens. So we're going to stick with this battle for the lead here right now. The 45 car of Medi, literally just ahead of Antonio here right now, and a car length separating the 2 drivers here. Now, these are 2 different cars. We have a GTR and we have a Lexus. Now, with that being said, Lexus has better speed coming out of the corners. However, with that being said, the GTR has an overall better top end, right at the very top end of the car. Doesn't necessarily get there here, except for on the oval banking. So you would think that the advantage does belong to Lexus when you compare the 2 manufacturers against each other here in this situation. However, with that being said, the GTR has one very important advantage, and that is overall top speed. It is the second fastest GT3 car currently on the very overall top end in all of the Group 3 class here in Gran Turismo 7. The only other car that is better than it, I believe, is the Ford GT race car currently. Here we go, gonna try it again, side by side, heading into turn 1. Antonio's got a much better beat on it this time, and he is going to hang it out there, and he still can't quite get it done. Medi is not going to give it to him easily. He's not just going to give him the optimal line here, and Antonio, although a great effort the second time around there going into turn 1, had much better positioning there. He just can't quite get the pass made here, and Medi is working right now in full defense mode here with Antonio all over the rear bumper, and all this means for Evo and Lucas and all the cars in behind is potential time gain here. Ooh, a little bit wide there from Medi. He's going to clip the grass. That's going to cause him a little bit of traction loss there, and Antonio still having position there. You've seen him go real early on the brakes there to get the big run out of the 90, and that is going to pull him up in behind Medi. Medi was aware, just breaking the toe for a second there, but that Lexus is on the charge, and here we go. He's going to move up the high banking here, see if he can get around that GTR leading into the Le Mans chicane, but the GTR just has enough to stay just slotted ahead. And as we head into the Le Mans chicane here, these guys are nose to tail, and they are not giving up. Which of these drivers is going to come into this driver swap in first place? Hard to say, but Tatiana, get ready, because girl, you got yourself a battle right out of the gate. Race on. Alright, slipstream, slingshot engaged. Did he get enough overspeed this time to get it done on the outside? He may have gotten, he's got position. He is technically ahead right now and in the race lead. He does get the job done. He gets enough overspeed there in the slip. He gets the job done heading into turn 1. And Medi's going to tuck right in behind Antonio here now. And he is going to try and respond. So a third time's a charm here for Antonio. Third time into turn 1. Gets the job done. Takes the race lead away from Medi Hafidi. Ooh, teammates in real life. You can see they both got the same tag. These are teammates in real life, but they're driving on separate teams here in the series, so I'm sure they're very familiar with each other as well. So this is a great battle here between the two drivers. A very great battle. Well, I'm sorry to all the other teams right now, but you've got to watch this. We got to watch this. We do have something brewing here on going into turn 1 here too, so we are going to go and just take a quick peek at what is going on there. We got Nibali, Azorian, and Kemp and Wid here, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place. That was what I was kind of keeping my eye on. We're watching that lead lap battle. We'll get back there very quickly here. I just wanted to see what was going on here. So Nibali has lost that spot to Wid, so Wid has gotten back up into P6 here. He's 8.6 seconds in behind Dino, and Nibali is about 2.8 seconds in behind, and now he's got Overboost Racing Team, our defending champions, in 8th place, tracking here, and Kemp just in behind as well. So Nibali is under a little bit of pressure here right now from ORT and the Sector 7 McCougar team as well, but we're just going to try and kind of keep our eyes on both battles here right now as it's going on here. You just never know which one's going to happen first. It's so hard to say. All it takes is a good run, a little bit of a gain under braking, a little mistake from one of the drivers, a little wiggle, and then that position changes. So we are going to be doing some production navigating here for the next couple of minutes. So just bear with me here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be bouncing back and forth between our race leaders and that battle for 7th place here. So yeah, I mean, you can see this battle's closing up. Azorian is half a second in behind Nibali, and Kemp is half a second in behind Azorian here right now. So we are definitely going to be potentially seeing a battle happening here before the end of this stint, and it is so hard to decide which one we need to be watching right now. We do have Kemp on the outside of Azorian here. Is Kemp going to do a similar thing that we've seen Antonio do on Medi? He's going to take it on the outside there, and ooh, Ortiz going to tuck it in. on the inside of Nibley there, and he's going to get the job done. I think there was a small amount of contact there, but that was a huge gain for Kemp there, as well as Kemp now is also going to grab the position, but that also gives Kemp the inside line on Orati, and is he going to get a twofer here out of 3 corners, side-by-side action, and no, the BMW just outruns that Lexus out of the corner, and Kemp is going to have to tuck it back in. All right, let's get back to the race lead here real quick. Let's see what's happening here. Antonio has opened the gap up on Medi a little bit here by a second, so let's get back to where this fight is. Not too much is happening up front here. Let's get back to our 7th place battle. We will get to the race leaders here shortly, though, so obviously with timing reasons and logistical reasons for race control, we'll go through the field slowly so they can see the gap between the leaders in each car for driver swap purposes. So here in the next lap or two, we will get that grid walkthrough for race control and break it down for everybody before we hand it off to Tatiana here. So, absolutely fantastic racing here in stint number 1. I honestly expected to see it really all-out war at the beginning of the race for those early positions. We didn't see that. We've seen a couple of quick battles, and that was it. Everybody siphoned into a single file pretty quickly here and realized it was a slipstream race. And from there, we've just seen lots of individual positional battles between little groups of cars. It's been a lot of good racing here in stint number 1 so far. It's definitely a little bit spaced out, but I can confirm right now that every car is still on the lead lap, with the exception of Slugsy. Might just go a lap down before the end of the stint here, as we did see Antonio just creeping in on him here. So Kemp going in really deep into turn 1 there on the outside and trying to get the pass on the ORT team there, and he wasn't able to get it done. And then he tried the over-under and still couldn't get it done, and now he's going to try and do it in the International Horseshoe. So it is battle on here, and this is an over-under situation again, but that BMW is just so strong on corner exit. Very, very hard to outdrive it on corner exit unless you've already got the position on it. So Azorian is doing everything right now in that BMW at holding off the Sector 7 Lexus here at the moment, but it is a sweat fest right now for 7th place. These two are working hard. These drivers are on edge. They're white knuckling those steering wheels, and they are probably sweating beads right now as this fight continues on the racetrack here. Azorian is just doing everything he can to keep that 64 Lexus in behind him before we get into pit lane. And let's see what you got going on here, as I see this was getting very close on the track radar. So we had to come back, as this is, again, the battle for the overall race lead. You can see Slugsy now just being navigated around by Medi and Antonio there. So Slugsy just going a lap down here at the end of the stint. And 42.827 now is the current fast lap of the race and the stint, and that is now being held by ERM's Antonio. So we are now officially into the 142s for the fast lap of the day. Absolutely crazy pace. Crazy pace. Guys are so fast. Absolute treat to watch. Thank you, racers, for allowing me to be in the booth to witness such amazing racing. Really do appreciate it. It's an honor to be in my position sometimes, to get to broadcast and see the drivers that we get to see sometimes. This is one of those cases where, you know, this is a privilege. This is an honor to be here broadcasting with such big names in the field. So yeah, thank you to the teams and racers, because this is an honor for me. I absolutely love broadcasting talent like this. It's just insane. Dino here in 5th place, 11 seconds in behind Lucas. I mean, Lucas right now having a drive for himself in Grid Life right now. This man, I was talking with the Grid Life team last night before they, shut the paddock down and we're getting prepared to get rest for the race this morning. I was in the paddock at Grid Life talking with Lucas himself there as he was just doing his final preparations for the car, and he was focused. He has a plan. He's really he was really working hard with the drivers on the team there as his team captain, and it shows today. He's having a good run so far today. He looks really good on track. We got Wid C here in 6th place. I mean, this guy's moving too. He went from 2nd down to 10th place due to a self-induced incident, I believe, and had to fix damage, and now he's got himself back up into 6th place. So he was over a minute behind the race leader at one point in time. He's got it back down to 45 seconds. So He's definitely moving. We got Kemp and Azorian here still battling for position. Azorian does have 7th place over Kemp here currently. Nibele's in 9th. We got Slim in 10th. We've got Kevin Gran Turismo here in 11th place. And I just want to get back to that lead pack here before we miss something, you know? Alright, so this time around, we're going to have 2 laps to go, and we'll be seeing driver swap transitions. So, again, show Tatiana love, everybody in the chat. She's a great broadcaster. She's very, very intuitive. She's very, very smart. She's very race knowledgeable, and she does a great job at broadcasting. So, show her an IRO warm welcome when she takes over in Stint 2, and show her that love, guys, because you're going to enjoy what she has to bring to the table, I assure you. Been very fortunate to work with Tatiana over the years, and is one of my favorite broadcasters to work with, in all honesty. So. Alright, 3/4 of a second separating Antonio and Medi. We've got 7.15 seconds separating ERA's Evo from Medi in 3rd place. In 4th place is Lucas, 17.7 seconds in behind Evo, losing a little bit of touch with that front group, but it was he's only lost 5 seconds since the pit stop to the overall race leader. So over the last 20 laps, he has not really given up a lot of time. Our Labdino is 12.7 seconds in behind Lucas and 38 seconds in behind the race leader currently. That takes us to Wid C. Wid is 7.4 seconds in behind Dino and 46 seconds in behind the race leader, minus a little bit of loose change. We've got Azorian from ORT, who's 4.9 seconds in behind Wid C, still battling it out with Kemp here in that Lexus, and he's 50 seconds behind the race leader, which means Kemp is about 50 seconds behind her. Oh, and a huge over-under right there coming into turn 1, and he's going to blow the corner. He cannot hold it. Huge ambitious move right there, and ORT is going to hold the line strong. Oh, you know we're going to see that again, chat. That was a massive, massive move right there, and the tag isn't working. So Kemp here on the outside, he's got a good run. He sees what's going on here and just ducks under hard on the brakes, but he can't get that Lexus slowed down in time. And ORT is going to say, thank you, mate. I'll just slip right on back the inside here and take that back. A huge move there by Kemp. Just couldn't quite hold the line. That was a little exciting. We got Nibele here in 9th place. We've got Team Racing, Eric's Racing Slim here in 10th position. We got Kevin Gran Turismo in 11th place. Tobias here in 12th place, and the only Merc in the grid here today. We've got Slugsy in 13th position. We got James in 14th place. Had a great race start, and it just got a little bit messy there in the mid part, and it's kind of set him on the back foot a little bit here. But again, he's doing much of the same thing as Wid, just trying to negate any time lost, trying to pick up any time back that he can, and you know, hand it over to the next driver and see what they can do with it. Small mistake. Oops. It was a big, bold move. He just couldn't hold it under braking. It was a great attempt. That was a great attempt. All right, so 1.2 seconds. Antonio has started to outpace Medi here, and we're going to be starting to see these drivers coming in here. So this is going to be our in-lap for our racers. So we'll see Antonio, Medi, Evo, and the group as they come around now bring it into pit lane. They will bring it into pit lane. They will park their car. In the next lobby is the next set of drivers waiting. Those cars are already sitting in pit lane in their respective pit boxes waiting for that driver to come in. Once that driver comes into pit lane from stint 1 and comes to a full, complete stop in their pit box, they will message their driver taking over in stint 2 to go, and that driver will then change tires, add fuel, do whatever it is that they need to do to get onto their strategy, and they will take off in the race. So this is a cool system and a cool sequence you guys are about to see, and I really hope that the viewers that are new enjoy this, and for us that are returning, we know exactly what to expect here. So as it starts happening, we've got our race leaders coming in. Antonio is into pit lane. Medi is into pit lane. So the way this is going to work is Medi is going to pull in, and he is going to come to a complete stop. At that point in time is when, over the team radio, the next driver will be told to leave the pit box in the next lobby. And you can see it is, even though they literally come into pit lane at 180 miles an hour, boom, now the other driver will be going. All right, so we've got Evo now in pit lane, and we've got Lucas also into pit lane. Dina will be next. Loose Moose Racing now entering pit lane in 5th place, 40 seconds behind race leader. That's going to leave Wid C in the Sector 7 Boomers, I believe this is, coming into pit lane now, 47.2 seconds behind the race leader. Azorian in 7th place coming in, 53 seconds, just edging out Kemp, 54 seconds behind the race leader. Nibble now into pit lane, 59.6 seconds in behind the race leader. So it's Eric's Racing Slim to be next, our 10th place driver, and he is just a few moments away from coming into pit lane himself here. And our 10th place driver is in. Kevin Gran Turismo in the BMW M6 next on track for Raw Talent Racing. Haha, I got it right this time. In 11th place, and he is coming into pit lane to hand that BMW over to the next pilot. We've got Tobias here in 12th place with the only Merc on the track, and he is now also coming into pit lane. That leaves Slugsy and James. Now these guys are a little bit down, so they're going to be just coming in a smidge later here. So Slugsy coming in here with the GTR and getting ready to turn that over, and bada bing, bada boom. AHR James, last car in. Stint 2 officially underway. Absolutely fantastic racing here from the Stint 1 drivers. Congratulations to all 14 teams. Absolutely great start to our Daytona 24 hours here in the 2025 season. And as soon as I see that full screen change over to lobby number 2, we will see the amazing Tatiana take over. Just catching up on the chat here. The chat has been popping off today. Absolutely appreciate everybody tuning in. All right, so we have everybody in, and we do have all the drivers out on track here now as well in stint number 2. So whether or not you can hear me, I'm not sure yet, but I'm going to keep talking until I know I'm good to go. Go Valkyrie RTR. All right, who's our favorites here so far today, Chad? Who do we think has the win today? I mean, right now it's obviously very clearly between 2 drivers at the moment, but it is a long race. All right, so we did have race control coming out stating that the race can be finished. Just waiting for the transition here. That's alright if the chat's been distracted. That means you all are having fun. What a stint. That was a great stint. Yeah, no, Grid Life CRA Lucas. If he's not happy with that stint, there's something wrong with that boy. Let's just put it that way. I don't know. I'm just waiting on Jaeger.
Hello everyone. Welcome to Stint 2 of the first round of this season's IRO Gran Turismo Endurance Championship. I am Tatiana, and we are joining on-track action here. This is the start of Stint 2. If you have not been watching with us before, you'll wonder how the cars are already so separated. Well, that's because they are continuing according to the track position of their teammates in the first stint. And so we have a few on-track battles, or people who are close enough to battle, so why don't we take a look and see what we have going on here. We have Sparks Theory in second place, followed by ERA Kaza, which actually, I guess he's not that close, 6 seconds behind in that beautiful liveried Corvette. ERA King Ears follows in the Lexus, about 21 seconds behind him. I'll go back and talk about the leader, by the way. I realize I started this in second place, but Halex, ARC Halex, holds 5th place here in that fantastic Aston Martin. Then we have hit a 54 in 6th, followed by, I think that says Valsalenta in 7th place. My screen's a little small here. Maybe I can make that bigger for myself and give my poor eyes a break. In 8th place, Shadow Chef, who actually is right behind Valsa. So a good battle there within 1 second of one another. Yo-yoing a little Constantina, but all in all, he is within slip here. So I don't think it's close enough to catch him into the bus stop, so I won't stick with this battle, but we'll come back to that battle for 7th there. Then, ooh, that's a name, Kukis? I believe Kukis is how I say that. In 9th place, another vet, fantastic car around here, Alessandro in 10th place in the powerful GTR Godzilla. Valkyrie, RTR Valkyrie, takes 11th place in that BMW M6, another awesome endurance car. BX Royal in the Mercedes AMG GT, that Dubby Mercedes, and then ATB 613 in 13th place in another GTR. Finally, in 14th, we have Jacko GT7, who actually is in what I would call a battle for 13. So a couple of battles on track as we start this first stint. Our leader, of course, is PS Delino. I'm going to say PS. PS in first place, driving that S7R Lexus. Of course, that makes me proud. X7R is my team. So thanks for representing here, PS. Let's see. Heading into the Le Mans chicane. Ooh, I believe that's the first time I called it that. I'm so used to calling it the bus stop. It's the bus stop forever, but I guess it is the Le Mans chicane. Nice and neat through there, followed by Sparks. Sparks has a long way to go to catch him. He's already lost a little bit of time. I believe that gap was less than 7 seconds before, if I recall correctly. I could be wrong. Forgive me if I am, but here we are. Drivers have fueled up. So, you know, I was going through the order. I didn't pay attention to driver fuel. You guys can't see it, but I might go through again and take a look and see who's got what in their tank, just for myself, just to know what's going on, you know. This is, of course, Jacko in last place. He is coming up on ATB, getting closer to him, actually, in that battle for not last in the stint. That is AHR Racing, as of course Apex Hunter Racing, the number 69 M6. I think we also had a battle for 8th, didn't we? Why don't we take a look at, yes, we had Shadow Chef and Valenta. That battle is closer there. It's a battle for 7th, rather, not 8th place. Shadow Chef, of course, also representing Team S7R. I'm going to keep shouting them out because, you know, I'm proud. So, this is S7R Racing Esports Lexus in those tried and true, almost Red Bullish colors there. You can't go wrong with that. And ooh, Valsa really closes in into turn 1 there under the brakes. So Shadow Chef definitely under some pressure. Let's see how well he does through the infield section here as they navigate through the International Horseshoe. Patience for both of these drivers, but certainly, especially for Valsa, that turbo, those twin turbos rather, in that M6 do like to catch you out. But I think he's got it. Valsa with a purple sector through there. I'm guessing that braking into turn 1 certainly helped. Looks like we are looking at an infield master here as they leave out of the West Horseshoe and head towards NASCAR turn 2? NASCAR 1? I can't remember which NASCAR turn this is, but getting back onto the high banks here. Valsa chasing Shadow Chef. He did lose a couple of tenths in the infield. It's not completely surprising. Both cars are pretty agile for what they are, but of course, being in dirty air, it can be a little hard to follow closely, and when you've got tight hairpins and the like. So Shadow Chef safe for now. Of course, Valsa pulling up on him in the slipstream as they head into the Le Mans chicane. Shadow Chef, great time out of there, is going to gain time on Valsa, who was a little bit slower. Again, likely having to slow down a bit sooner for that dirty air. If you get it wrong in that chicane, you can go a long way away, and it's not worth it. Certainly worth losing a couple of tenths to the person in front of you if necessary. So, we're going to come over here to hood cam with Valsa. Watch him in the brakes here in turn 1. Watch how much he gets up on Shadow Chef. that line. Very nice tight line through there. Shadow, of course, going to be able to come out of the corner first, but not quicker. Valsa definitely a bit closer there visually. You can see that. And again, patient through the international hairpin. You can go wide here, no problem. Use up all of that track as much as possible so you can maximize acceleration through here. This is not the slow, well, I guess this is the slowest part of the track. That the international hairpin and maybe the western hairpin here. The bus stop chicane is fairly quick. Of course, this transition back onto the NASCAR oval also quick. Though you have to be careful. It's quick, but you still have to be patient here for reasons that, you know, if you have ever raced here, you know exactly what I mean. It's very slippery there at the bottom. And who's going to come out doing well? Shadow Chef actually comes out further ahead, gains a little bit more time. Let's check in with everyone else, see how we're doing here. So far, everyone on the Racing Soft tire, all compounds are available to these drivers. They can decide on anything between the Racing Softs, the mediums, and the hards. Inters and wets are also available should they want them, but there should be no reason. There's no rain at Daytona. This track does not have rain available, so that shouldn't be a thing. Jacko has made that pass on ATB. We missed it, of course, but the pass for not last has been made, and now ATB has to get back on him. You know, take that back. You have 63 more laps to do it. 63 laps around Daytona. Easier said than done. You know, the track seems so simple, and I guess in the grand scheme of things, it is. It is a simple track, but to be consistent, to be fast here rather, and consistently quick, you have to hit your marks. You have to be almost perfect here. Of course, the same can be said for any track, right? But at this track, making a mistake is especially costly because at any given time, your competition is going 175, 180 mile an hour, depending on the car. So if you make a mistake and it slows you down to, 140, 120, and everyone else is doing 180, you're going to lose a ton of time, more than you would lose at a track where, okay, well, there's another corner coming up. They're going to have to slow down anyway, right? No, they're full throttle for most of this circuit here. So watching the leader make their way, starting lap 9, this is in the first sector, getting through the infield. They are definitely taking time, gaining time rather on Sparks Theory. That gap is now 8.9 seconds, so 9 seconds up for PS. All he has to do is hit his marks and keep calm, take the car, bring the car home. It's a good place to be. This is a great place to lap. Like I said, it's about concentration, it's about hitting your marks, it's about being perfect, and it's pretty fun to do. It's already coming up on lap traffic here. It's not ATB. I'm not sure who that is in front of him. I can't see well enough to see the car livery, but we'll find them. They're not there yet, so. What is it, him? No, it's not. It's, who is this? I can't find this person. They don't exist. There they are. It's Valkyrie in 11th place. You can see they're getting the blue flag notification there. That notification that I'm seeing on the top of the screen here that says blue flag, give way to faster cars. He can see that too. Valkyrie can see that too. And of course, if you look from his point of view, we'll pass a steward, we'll pass a flagger station here on the right soon, I hope. Well, you saw a digital light there, but if we pass any flagger stations, you'll also see a blue flag physically waving. Now that I think about it, are there physical flaggers at Daytona? I don't remember. I was just here last weekend for the real life 24 hours of Daytona, and in my mind, I'm like, are there real flaggers there? I've been several times over the years, and I've never really looked for them. But either way, Valkyrie has to give way to PS once PS actually catches up. Right now he's not there, but he's getting closer. He is almost right up on him, so we'll stay with him to see how well he's able to navigate through this traffic. Of course, he has some breathing room. He's got 10 seconds to Sparks Theory. Even if he gets held up a little bit by Valkyrie here, he'll be fine. But of course, the concern is not necessarily a holdup, but you don't want any contact. You don't want any crashes. You don't want any major off. So coming up on him in the back straight, Valkyrie will give way. He'll take the high line, it looks like, and he should be slowing down to allow PS through. I think PS could have used some more slip there for a little bit longer, but that's just me. He's going to let him through. He's going to let PS outbrake him into the bus stop here. That is a very nice and neat blue flag pass made there. Well done by both drivers to do so safely. It's not as easy in a single class of cars, right? Not that it's any easier when you have a huge dearth in speed between two classes of cars, but obviously it's easier if you know that your car physically can outbrake the person who's letting you by, and that your car can, it can outperform, it can accelerate that car on the way back out. But when you have cars that theoretically have the same performance, they're both, we run balance of performance in these races, so they're both BOP'd, it's a little daunting. It's a little bit daunting to get around someone else, even if you have more pace than they do. You never know. They might have more pace than you in that particular corner or something. So it is the rule in this particular league that not only does the blue flag driver, the driver that's being lapped, not only does that driver need to go aside. I think they have to signal to let the passing driver know where they're going, but they also have to slow down. They cannot simply leave the door open or something like that. They need to slow the car down to allow that lapping driver to pass. Now, of course, there are always exceptions. If you can do it without having to slow down and mess up your momentum, then certainly take advantage of that. Is this an actual... Okay, this guy's 6.5 seconds ahead. Okay, sorry, I thought these cars were a little closer than they are, but Jacko absolutely running away from ATB here, putting down laps. Just put down his fastest lap 2 laps ago in lap 8. We're now in lap 10. So ATB with some catching up to do. Of course, it's a long stint. Go from 11 laps to 70 laps. We're looking at a big number of laps in between there, 59, that these drivers have to catch back up to each other, to beat each other in the pits. There are pit stops in this race. Again, you can't see the fuel, you can't see the tires, but these tires are wearing. Tires wear setting is at 1X for this race. The tires are wearing out, the fuel is running low, so these cars will be pitting in shortly. Not too shortly, though. What else have we got going on around the track? Sparks, I think Sparks might be losing time to Kaza here. Let's see, Sparks' last few laps were all low 44s. You have a 44.1 last lap, another 44.1, a 44.3, and a 44.2. Those are his last 4 laps. Still in the same trend, going even further back from that. Kaza is doing 43s, 43.5 the last lap, 43.6, 43.8, 43.9, 43s all the way down until lap 5, and even that seems like he just made a mistake. So Kaza definitely catching Sparks' theory here. I expect to see these cars come together, and I believe he's taken another second out of him just from the first, when I first came over to this battle. Purple sector for Kaza there as well. I believe that's sector 2. So Kaza definitely on a tear. Still purple here. Currently PS has the fastest lap, but Kaza's coming forward, and soon he'll have slipstream from Sparks' theory if he gets out of the bus stop well. So that will help him even more. A little bit squirrely through there. He's not going to gain a great advantage over Sparks' theory. However, he remains purple through that sector. This final sector will determine if he takes the fastest lap here, and he is actually still gaining on Sparks. I think he got out of the bus stop a little bit better than I thought. Crosses the line. That is purple by 32 thousandths of a second. Kaza on an absolute tear here to Sparks' theory. Needed a sip of water there. Thanks for bearing with me. So, battle for second upcoming. I don't see anyone else getting too cozy as I look at the map here, so I'm going to stick with this battle for a little bit. Why don't we go chase cam with Kaza? I can't remember the keyboard shortcut, so I'm going to cycle through manually here. Ooh, almost loses the rear end coming out of the Western Horseshoe, and that will definitely lose him some time in comparison to his previous pace, but obviously not too much there. He was able to save it. Well done to hang on to that. It's so easy to do coming out of that horseshoe, that hairpin corner. Also the international hairpin, the very first one in the infield. Both require so much patience to come out of those corners, especially with these very powerful, very torquey V8 race cars. He is, of course, on the racing soft tire, so he's got the most grip back there that he can get. But, you know, you get on the gas, you're chasing somebody, you can see them, you can practically smell their exhaust. You want to get up there, you want to get to them, you certainly want to come out of that hairpin better than they do, and then the next corner, coming onto the high banking, you want to beat them out of those corners. Kaza taking full advantage of his pace, and now the slipstream to continue to reel Sparks Theory in. And, you know, will Sparks Theory defend? Questions that need answers. It's really early in the race. I don't see any reason to fight, to eat your tires up, to stress yourself out, you know, to bring the blood up so soon. So it might not be worth fighting to Kaza. It might be worth it to just go ahead and let, to Sparks Theory rather, it might be worth it to let Kaza by. Or Kaza might decide to just chill back here, save some fuel. Who knows? But it's coming up to a bear now because he's certainly right on his bumper. What will Sparks Theory do? This is a good passing point right here, coming onto the banking. Kaza will not make any attempt here. He's got a great exit coming out of there. Wow, that car is gripping. Got it done. As you can see, he's already reeling Sparks Theory in even more. He should be able to make a pass here. There's nothing Sparks can do. He's not going to defend. He's going to keep the inside line, try to force Kaza the long way around, but it's done, I think. Yes, he's going to go ahead and tuck in behind Kaza, and they will continue into the bus stop together. So no fight there, no battle, no real need to slow each other down. There's somebody ahead of us who's running away. 13 seconds to PS now for these two. And they're gonna continue along as teammates. They are running away from King Ears in fourth. 23.8 seconds between these two drivers and King Ears. And do I see a bump draft coming up? I do. I love a good bump draft. Bump draft engaged. This is King Ears, and who is King passing now? That's somebody who's getting blue flagged. That's not a pass for position there. So blue flag pass looks like it was made nice and neat on that back straight after the bus stop, and they'll start lap 15. Hey Lex, racing all alone. You have a lot of drivers racing alone. You know, aside from getting into traffic, of course, Hida in the S7R Aston Martin there with no one in front, no one behind, really. Shadow Chef has run away from Valsa. 2.5 seconds between the two of them now. I kind of forgot about their battle, I won't lie, but doesn't look like we've missed anything between the two of them. No damage on anybody's car or anything like that. No drama. Gukas, again, no man's land. 7.5 seconds, almost 8 seconds to the car ahead. 27 seconds to the car behind. Nothing to report there. Same with Alessandro. 27 seconds, again, of course, to Kukas. And then almost 10 seconds to Valkyrie, who we saw get passed by our leader, PS, a few laps ago. Other than that, he's seen no action on track. BX Royal in the same boat. Everyone further back is just very separated here. Jacko pulling out even more of a lead on ATB here. 7.3 seconds, and ATB in 14th place. Just gonna lap it. Bring it home. Do your stint. It's a 24-hour race. You might not be the quickest on the track. You may not be the quickest on your team. But you can certainly have a positive stint for them that still nets a win or better, you know? Well, I don't know. What's better than a win? I don't know what's better than a win, but you can stay in the race. You're still in the race. So ATV with a very important job here, bringing that GTR home, get it in the pits for the driver switch, and let someone else take on the burden for the next 2 hours. He's got a while till that happens, though. Lap 16 out of 70 here, so a good long while to go. Hunker down, get in it, settle in. It does look like everyone has settled in so far. This is our leader we see here coming up on the chicane. That is PS Delino, 21, S7R Racing Lexus. And he came in this thing, hit the ground running, and hasn't put a foot wrong since. Steadily gaining time over the people behind him. And not looking the worse for the wear as far as fuel and tires go either. So being efficient about the domination, I see. We love an efficient dominator. Uh-oh. Well, Valsa much closer to Shadow Chef again. They're about a second game since the last time we looked at them. I wonder if Shadow had an issue or if Valsa is just putting down some real crazy laps again. Let's see. Ah, yes. Shadow Chef had an issue. Last lap was a 44.7, which is about 8/10 slower than the 2 laps before it. So certainly lost a ton of time somewhere in that last lap, and that has allowed Valsa to come right back up to him and be right back in it. Valsa was showing more pace previously. We'll see how that changes now as the tires wear down. Some drivers are great with fresh tires, not so great with worn ones, and others are the exact opposite. Some thrive in low grip situations, and while we're not looking at low grip here for these tires, they're certainly worn out. You're not able to dive in as deep on the brakes as you were. You're not able to carry as much speed through the corners. Valsa here somehow managed to put together their fastest lap only 2 laps ago, but so many other drivers, their fastest lap is much further down the tree as these cars get a little less grippy from their tires. They are, of course, getting lighter with fuel, for most people at least. Some folks have a lot of fuel in that car, others just a little, just enough to last them until those tires give out and it's time to change a set again. So some still putting down fast laps pretty high up, pretty recently, but not all. PS not able to answer Kazaz's fastest lap several laps ago that we saw, so PS going to settle in for second fastest lap. I don't think there are any points for that. I didn't read that in the championship docs, but I also didn't read all of the championship docs, I'm not gonna lie. So there was no way for me to catch up with all of it. So I may have missed a thing. It's possible. But as far as I know, there's no fastest lap point. Let's have a look at chat here. I've not been keeping up, and I'm trying to be better about that. Let's see what you guys have to say. Ah, lots and lots of hellos and cheers for teammates. Ooh, and I got some info. P.S. is Bombardier. Bommy, what's up, bro? We're doing online IDs. So this is your PSN ID. This is the ID that shows up in every name. Gran Turismo allows folks to have nicknames that are not related to their PSN IDs, so that can be completely different. And then most of these people I may have never raced with on PlayStation, and have only spoken to them on Discord, where they can have another name. So sometimes it's hard to recognize who you're talking to or who you're looking at any time. I also do a lot of commentary, so, you know, some folks run a different name depending on the championship they're in. But I mean no disrespect. I try to know and remember everyone I can. It's a blessing to be in a community so big that I'm not good at doing that, though, right? It's nice to be able to say, yeah, there are so many people in my Gran Turismo racing community that, like, I don't know who half the people are sometimes. Don't know who you are. What a great community we have. A great game. You know, it's got its flaws, certainly, but the Gran Turismo community is so strong. I mean, there are people that I've been racing with online since Gran Turismo 5, over a decade ago, who are still in my life. And actually last season, I was, or not last season, I'm sorry, last weekend, I was at this track. I was at the 24 Hours of Daytona, and it was the first time my main gaming crew was all in one place. We have players from, you know, several states here in the U.S., but 4 folks flew over from France and Denmark, guys that I have been racing with since 2017. In this game in particular, and I think 3 of them have done world tours, so pretty fast guys, you know, to come in and watch the professionals do it better than we do it. It was awesome. It's great. Meet your online friends, guys. That's the end of that whole long message there. Meet your online friends. It's very fulfilling. Alessandro, are you in a battle? You're not. You're not. I do need to check on Sparks and Kaza. Yeah, they're still going. That pass happened a while ago, and they're doing fine. Kaza has pulled out a little over 2 seconds, or a little under 2 seconds over Sparks. So much for working together as teammates here, as Kaza showing much more pace, maybe trying to go chase PS Bombardier there and try to go get him. Shadow and Valsa are separated again, so 2 seconds there. Valsa not able to keep up that same you know, overpace that he had over Shadow. Maybe just dialing it back a little himself for fuel saving. Sometimes you take a look at what you've got and realize you're over your calculations. These drivers, you know, if they've done their homework, at least they'll be looking to spend a certain amount of fuel per lap. So if you have to dial it back, sometimes you have to dial it back. Also, tires can overheat, though this track they shouldn't be. I mean, you got so much straight there, but I have not paid much attention to see the P6 and P7 situation. Well, we just kind of looked at it, but look at P6. It's hit a nothing to see. So I think you meant 7 and 8. Just did that update, and you're welcome. Kaz McNaughty, what up, McNaughty? How's it going? Good to see you. Appreciate you coming through here. Aren't you supposed to be racing in one stint? Am I mistaken? What stint are you going to be racing in, McNaughty? Folks, that is McNaughty Racing in the chat. He's a GT7 live streamer and also runs an incredibly fun league himself that I can't wait to do some commentary for coming up shortly. Stint 8. So much later in the evening there for you. So, okay, well, we'll see you much later. Still here, same channel, of course, but if you are interested in what he's got going on, obviously that's his YouTube channel. You can just click on his name there. But also the NRL, is it National Racing League? I don't know what NRL stands for, but I've done commentary for one season and it was amazing. So thank you, McNaughty, for the opportunity. What do we have here? I think we're seeing blue flags. Yes, Alessandro being lapped by someone who is not Alessandro, obviously. Someone who's not Valkyrie behind him. So another blue flag situation coming up. We'll see several of those through the race as we go. 50 laps to go here before these drivers pit. They will pit. They will not take fuel. They'll just, you know, bring the car to the pit stops on lap 69, and then based on when they come in, the drivers of stint 3, who will already be waiting in pit lane for them, will get to go. That's how we run this in the back end. But for you as the audience, let's just, you know what? Everyone is here. Everyone is on track digitally. They park it in the pits. The next driver gets in. Team pulls off the tear-offs, fuels up the car, changes the tires, and they go. Oh, Naughty Racing League. That makes all the sense in the world. Thank you, Nuke. NRL by McNaughty. The Naughty Racing League. Why we gotta be naughty? How many drivers do teams typically have for a 24-hour race? In real life or in this league? McNaughty says 6 to 10 for this league, which is about what I've seen as well. If you're talking in real life, anywhere from 2 to 4, typically. 2 is pretty rare. 2 is rare, and I think, I could be mistaken about this. Maybe someone can do a Google and send me the results, but I believe that it's against the rules to run 2 drivers in Le Mans now. The last time it happened, I don't know, it was like 2017 or something, maybe earlier than that, where there was an issue and drivers got sick or something, and you had a 2-driver team. Can't remember who it was anymore, but I don't think it's allowed anymore. Tell me if I'm wrong, because it'd be awesome to see another 2-driver team run the full 24 hours of Le Mans. I mean, shout out to those drivers, whoever they were, to for you know, being good sports and not just deciding, okay, well, we don't have enough drivers, let's call it. You know, the team made it out, the mechanics did the work, the money is spent. Go racing. Go racing. Shadow and Valsa are going to continue to tease us with that, the time between them continuing to yo-yo. Shadow, a little low on fuel, likely to need to pit soon here. Valsa has a little bit more, so they'll probably be pitting around the same time. And while Valsa doesn't know that Shadow has the same amount of fuel, it's very possible that if he pits right behind him, or they pit right behind them, I don't know who's a girl, who's a boy, who's whatever, but they might come out even closer and have a nice slipstream again. But it would take a lot of coordination, I guess, to make that happen. Can you see King Ears, please? Yes, no problem. ERA, King Ears, sitting in 4th place. He's got 21, almost 22 seconds to Sparks Theory in 3rd. So a long way from a podium for the stint. Of course, it's not a podium for the race itself, but he's got 4.5 seconds to Halex. So good gap there. As long as he keeps it between the mustard and the mayo, he should be okay. Though, nope. Commentator's curse. I almost said a thing. Don't say a thing. Our leader, PS, into the pit. So it's going to be the first to pop the pit cork and get in there, take some fuel, take some tires. The softs a bit worn. Fuel obviously very, very low here. The softs could have lasted a little longer, but what can you do without gasoline? Nothing. So PS going to get a fresh can of fuel put in there. Sparks Theory and Kaza will continue on. Kaza inheriting 1st place there. They were pretty far back, though. I believe 12 or 13 seconds. So not enough that they can make it up in the pits and come up too much closer to PS or beat him out. But one never knows. He will be pitting after this lap, though. That fuel looks like just barely a sliver for him there. Who else should I look at? Pit cork. Yeah, well, I almost said something I wasn't sure is allowed on the broadcast. So PS comes out of the pits, and he comes out in traffic, so that's going to slow him down. And Kaza might like that. That is, who is that? Jacko, right. Jacko in 13th place. He does have the blue flag, so he's going to have to let PS by. It's not going to be too bad for PS. PS flashing, of course, to let him know I want by, and I want by at this next corner, or at least on this back straight, rather. And Jacko is staying out as far as possible, of course, start trying to stay in it as much as possible, but he does let him by, so that was nice and neat. Kaza, as I said, into the pits. Sparks into the pits right behind him. Kaza with 1% of fuel. Sparks with 3% of fuel. Refueling is 3 liters per second in this league, which I believe is the default for Gran Turismo, so it won't be too slow a refueling. But, you know, less than a second there to be gained by Sparks Theory, assuming he would put the same amount of fuel in as Kaza. There's no indication that he would have to do so, though. But we'll see who comes out in front of who. ERA, King Ears, also into the pits here in 4th place, 7% fuel in that car. Halex with 5% fuel in P5, so these cars saving a little bit more fuel than the others. Kaza is out. Where's Sparks Theory? Sparks Theory out behind him, but not close enough. Not any closer, actually, if anything. Kaza with an even bigger gap over Sparks than they had before. King Ears and Halex should also come out of the pits with a bit of a gap between them, as Halex came in much later and will have to fuel up more. King Ears stops the fuel at 59%. So does Halex, so they will both head out now. Well, Halex actually had a little more fuel than King Ears did, or was it less? Oh, my memory! My memory's awful. I was going to say maybe he got a little closer, but I don't think he did. I mean, at least it doesn't look like it. You know, King Ears exiting the West Horseshoe while Halex is entering. It's not looking close. Shadow Chef, 7th place over Alessandro. What's happened to Valsa? Oh, Valsa pitted. Okay, Valsa took a pit stop there. You can see lap 24 showing lap 23 a 2-minute 4, 24 a 2-minute 5. So a pit stop there for Valsa. Shadow Chef also pitted though, but came out a little bit quicker. And now Valsa having to deal with traffic. That will slow him down even more. No, that's not traffic. That is a battle. That is a battle for 8th place there between Alessandro and Valsa. Valsa comes out of the pits behind Alessandro, who has not pitted yet. So Valsa, fresh tires. Alessandro, not so fresh tires. The car is lighter, though. He might carry a bit more speed, or at least enough speed to keep Valsa from getting too much advantage in the slip here. Will he defend? He doesn't seem to be going defensive. Valsa's going to dive into, not dive, a dive bomb. It's not a dive bomb, but you know what I mean. He's going to break a little bit later into the bus stop. Alessandro does not give him any sort of resistance there. Again, might not be worth fighting this early into the race, or even this early into the stint, but man, that got my blood up. I can't guarantee that I would have had the discipline not to defend at least a little, right? Like, just into the bus stop. He can pass me after the bus stop. Maybe. Alessandro not really able to keep up with Valsa. That's not surprising. Again, the tires on that GTR are a bit worn. He doesn't need to fuel anytime soon, though, so going to pit a bit later here, I guess on a different strategy than Valsa and some of the others. Ooh, Alessandro really getting into it a bit too soon, coming out of the Western hairpin, and that is going, or Western Horseshoe rather, and that is going to bring Kukis right up on him. This again, a battle for 9th. Kukis with a better run coming onto the back straight into the high banks. Alessandro going to force him up onto the high portion of the bank. He wants the inside for the bus stop. However, Kukas with the overdrive. He's going to beat him into the braking zone here. Alessandro will have no choice but to stay behind. Kukas, of course, on fresh tires. Just got on the gas a little bit sooner than Alessandro was able to coming out of the infield, and that has benefited him with a pass before the bus stop. Alessandro really struggling out there, but he's got to stay with his strategy. It's too soon to pit. Tires are worn, but they're okay. They'll survive. Just got to be a bit more patient on the throttle. Of course, coming out of that hairpin where he got squirrely, you can see the right-hand side rear tire is visibly more worn than the left. It makes sense. It's a NASCAR track. We're doing a lot of left turns, so the right-hand side tires will suffer, and I think maybe that right tire spun up on him a little bit coming out of that horseshoe there. Seems to have gathered it back up as they make their way through the international hairpin and will head back into that corner. We'll see how he comes out of it. Maybe he's learned his lesson here. Little more patience on the throttle through here. He comes out of it in second gear, which is surprising. I mean, some people, second gear will give you more drive, obviously, but man, I feel much safer in third coming out of that corner, depending on the car I'm in. Plus, you save yourself a shift before the braking zone for the next turn. But I'm not racing. I'm just commentating. And that's what I'm going to do. Race leader back up front. 16.5 seconds to Kaza now. Kaza, of course, looking good so far in this race. Has been representing very, very well for his team, Esports Race Asylum, ERA. Their livery looks pretty awesome. I've seen it on a few cars now. It's on this Corvette. Obviously, it's on the GTR of, oh my gosh, whose GTR is it on? ATB? Yes, ATB. And I think, was there not someone else? Yes, a number 77 GTR, who I think is King Years? Nope, not King Years. Who is in the 77? Hold on, we're staying here because Kukas is behind Valsa again. Did they have a moment? Maybe, but Valsa with a couple of slow laps here, a couple of 45s within the last 2 laps, and that's giving Kukas a nice look at those taillights. They're red, and so is the mist that's falling over Kukas now, I'm sure. Maybe not the mist. Come on, it's early, Tati. Nobody's got the red mist. Relax. No one's got the red mist, but Kukas looking to get in there into the bus stop, and he does get inside, tucks back onto the racing line for the braking zone there, just as a final slam of the door on Valsa to let him know I've made and completed this pass. And he's going to take the 9th position there, or the 8th position there from Valsa. We'll keep an eye on this battle for 8th place. Alessandro, of course, having lost out to Kukas earlier. So actually, Kukas was not battling with Valsa. That's just that he's just caught up to Valsa. Got it. Valsa did have those 2 slow laps there. Valkyrie chilling, minding his business. This is Jacko and that AHR BMW getting a red or blue flags rather, and I believe that is not Sparks Theory, but 4th place there. Let's see. It's not King Years. It's not Helix. Is it Helix? It is Helix. Love that view on the high banks there. From the hood. Beautiful, beautiful car. These Aston Martin race cars. I think Aston Martin makes some of the most gorgeous race cars ever. Thank you, Aston, for keeping the V12 alive for a little bit longer. We are nearing the end of hearing V12 racing engines on the track, at least outside of vintage racing events, which I encourage everyone to check out if they have any vintage racing events in their area, or within a 13-14 hour drive, maybe even beyond, if you care that much. Go to a vintage racing event when you get a chance. It's such a privilege to see some old machinery, get back out on that track and relive the heydays. Things that normally you'd see in a museum, just sitting around gathering dust. They get back on track. They work out those kinks they had from sitting in storage all year long. It's a good time. My favorite, I think if I had to pick a favorite, is the Rolex reunion at Monterey in Laguna Seca. Happens during Car Week in Monterey at Laguna Seca International Speedway in California. It's called Rolex Reunion, and it's 3 days of vintage racing glory. And I hope to get there this year. So if you are planning to go, let me know. Hit me up. DM me. Maybe we can meet up. Kukas really on a tear here. Starting to run away from Valsa. He's going to catch up to Shadow Chef, I think. 4.2 seconds between them. We're gonna keep an eye on that. I want to go away from these two for now and see what everyone else is doing. But man, Kukas is definitely getting them. Yeah. Everyone who pitted already looks good. PS has been keeping that gap to Kaza nice and large, very consistently though. Kaza absolutely on a tear as well. Sparks Theory really out of it in the battle for second. 6.5 seconds between Sparks and Kaza here. I need to decide if I'm saying Kaza or Kaza. I'm choosing Kaza. Keep me honest, chat. Keep me honest. Sounds. Race car sounds. Oh, I love it. Lucas Urban says, Grid Life Legends Festival at Lime Rock Park always has some amazing vintage race cars, primarily old school touring cars and old hill climb specials. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds fantastic. Yeah. Rolex has a lot of that. I think I like Rolex because it has a bit of everything. There's tons of Group C. Which, I mean, who doesn't like Group C race cars? You've got... Oh, we have a spin! Who is that? That is Shadow Chef. Shadow Chef, who was battling it out for 6th place earlier in this race, and was doing pretty well with a spin. For some reason... My replays aren't working. No! We need to see what happened. Damage on that vehicle. He's gonna go ahead and pit to fix it. He's got rear aero damage, and the right rear tire or wheel has damage. This is a heavy damage league, so that means if you're not familiar with the game, what that means is that damage is persistent, just like it would be in a real life race car. It doesn't go away. The other two options are light damage and no damage. Light damage goes away after a few seconds. Just gives you a chance. It slows you down or messes up your handling, but you do have a chance to get your speed back without having to pit. Here, you have to pit to fix your damage. Now, I'm not sure if there are any rules against... Oh, that answers my question. There are no rules against fueling, and just like real life, you always fuel the car up. If you are fixing something, fuel it up. If you can change tires, change tires. So Shadow Chef going to take a fresh set of rubber and fuel into that vehicle there. Lucas Urban says the next pit cycle for the two-stoppers, folks who are on a two-stop strategy, which is most drivers here, if my calculations are correct, it'll be approximately laps 45 through 48. So they have a little bit of time. Shadow is one of those two-stop drivers. If I recall correctly, he pitted with that first batch of drivers who ran in. Who stayed out? Hold on. And did the person who stayed out already go and pit? It was Alessandro. Alessandro stayed out. Alessandro on what must be a one-stop strategy here. As we're working lap 32 of 70, we're about halfway through there. So looking at how much fuel he has left, it makes sense that he'll be pitting within the next few laps and only pitting the one time. So we'll see how that benefits Alessandro at the end of the stint. Of course, we'll have to remember to take a look at that. Shadow Chef has blown his load. Oh, man. The chef overcooked it. Good one. Good one, Nick. I like that. Puns. Let's go. What is this? Not battle. Not battle. Shadow Chef just working his way through lap traffic here. Everyone getting blue flags. I think that's somebody trying to unlap themselves there. That's, is that Kaza? He shouldn't have to unlap himself. No, he's not unlapping. He is lapping. He's lapping Shadow Chef. Man, I don't know why my brain could not wrap itself around what was happening there. But Kaza, our second place driver in traffic. He gets around Shadow Chef. He's got Valkyrie there in the BMW to get around as well. Meanwhile, let's see what Kukas got going on. He was coming up on Shadow. Don't know if he arrived upon Shadow or if him coming is what made Shadow nervous, but he's here. He's in 7th place. He's got 15 seconds to catch the car ahead of him, so not expecting to see any action there anytime soon. Granted, we do have another round of pit stops to go. Things can get scrambled up. Cars can get brought back together, if you will, during that pit stop, so we'll see. But Kukas really on a run. Let's check in with our leader. PS, aka Bombardier. The gap to Kaza has been 16 seconds, or in the 16-second range for a long time now. So Kaza keeping pace with PS, or PS at least maintaining that that pace, maintaining that gap there. So again, don't expect any changes anytime soon between the two of these drivers. Wow, look at all that empty track around PS. That gets lonely. That gets lonely. Battling around here can be a lot of fun, though. It can be very fulfilling. So, you know, hopefully we see some more. This is not a battle. This is Kaza, who just passed Valkyrie. Valkyrie can try to unlap themselves here. The unlapping rules are a little bit complex for the league, so I'm not going to pretend that I remember them 100% well, but I believe if you unlap yourself, you have 1 lap, I think, to actually kind of, you know, build a gap between yourself and the car behind. Otherwise, you have to give the position back again, because technically, you're still a blue flagged car, and if they're faster, then you have to give them the right of way. You can't just continue to fight them past that lap. I think it's just 1. I saw something about 3 laps, but I can't remember if it was that. Still learning IRO. It's my first stint. First time here. I'm learning the rules. We'll get it figured out. Sparks nowhere near Kaza now. So Sparks really having lost out after you know, they were in it with Kaza at the beginning here in that last minute racing GTR. So I don't know. I don't know if Kaza just has, I don't know why Kaza would have better pace, actually. I can't really imagine what's changed here, except perhaps Sparks having to dial it back for some reason. You know, things happen. We don't get mechanical failures in the traditional sense, in like, you know, hey, I'm having trouble with the 2-3 shift, or you know, I got a little bit of a crab walk here, or anything like that. A misfire. We don't get those as sim racers, but certainly you'll have people come in after a race and say, man, I was so slow because my brake pedal was acting up, the spring wasn't returning, or, you know, my throttle, for some reason I could only get 80% throttle, or issue with the wheel, or sometimes your wheels will turn off or reset themselves. So we don't have, you know, car mechanical issues, but you can certainly have issues at home with your equipment. And hopefully you don't have any issues that cause a complete disconnect, right? The game crashing or your internet having a hiccup there, because that, you know, that's the equivalent of catastrophic engine failure in a real life race. That's just race done. There's nothing you can do about it at that point, because you can't rejoin the race when that happens. But other things like, you know, my wheel reset and I ran into the wall. It happens, you know. We saw, was it Jordan Taylor one day was driving his Corvette DP, and the steering wheel came off in his hand. So stuff happens. You hit the wall, you bring it into the pits, they change out the nose, and you get back out there. You can do the same in sim racing, sort of, assuming your little Thrustmaster will reset. Hey, thanks you two. I appreciate the compliments. Doing a great job. I appreciate it. GT45. I was watching. I watched most of the first stint. I didn't get to watch all of it, but you did great as well. Great to hear your voice. Thanks for jumping in. I don't know if you're doing multiple stints. I unfortunately could not commit to that. But if you are doing more stints yourself, then good luck for the future ones today. 24 hours of racing to be done here, guys, and we're just in the beginning of it. This is the second stint. We're running 2-hour stints, and so, you know, you do the math. We're less than 4 hours into 24 hours of on-track goodness. Obviously, keep an eye on the YouTube channel. Keep it running in the background. I don't know, go to sleep, come back to it. We'll be on until tomorrow, running this race here. Some of you may have seen in the chat, lots of these teams have 5, 6, 7 drivers. Just a true team effort to try to bring us this racing, to entertain us with this, and just, you know, to have fun, period, as, again, members of the community. So shout out to all the teams. Shout out to all the team principals who have organized driver schedules. And do we have another battle for not last? We do. Shout out to all those people. I'm going to continue my shout out. Shout out to the drivers, but BX Royal in 13th place for some reason, and being chased by ATB. Oh, I think BX pitted. That's what it is. BX recently pitted, lap 32. I didn't even realize that he owed us a pit stop here, but BX into the pits, came out right in front of ATB, so we'll see if ATB is able to catch up to him there. And you know what? I want to check on Alessandro. Has he pitted? He should have by now. He has. He has new tires, more fuel in that car. He's come out P11. Now, he won't have to pit when everyone else pits around lap 46, 47, something like that. Most other drivers are on a two-stop strategy, while he's on a one-stop, himself and BX Royal here. So they've just had their one pit stop. They're in 11th and 13th. We want to take a look and see where they come out after everyone else pits. And not only where they end up, not come out, but where they end up, but are they able to maintain it? They'll have worse off tires, lighter cars, of course, but worse off tires. And we've seen Alessandro get beat with drivers coming out of the pits with fresh tires. And I think we saw BX as well. Ooh. Almost got into him there. ATB did, coming into the international hairpin. I think he's going to lose some time. They're definitely going to lose some time to him. But he gained it all on corner exit. Regained it all, plus more. I think he went in a little bit deep there. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm curious to know where they end up at the end of the race, or at the end of the second stint, technically, for the other drivers, and what they're able to hold on to once that pit stop window ends. Leader doing great. Again, the gap is in the 16-second range. It's gone up half a second from the last time we checked several laps ago, but PS not pushing it, not running away from Kaza. Kaza not able to catch up to him, so the gap being maintained here. We have an average of 6 drivers per team. Got it. Been a while. Look forward to working to you again as well. Same. Hey, Steve. Good to hear from you, too. I miss you guys. Wish I had more time. I would stream for everyone, but unfortunately, I don't have... Well, I don't have the time or the voice. I have to be able to keep my voice, obviously, there. Let's take a look at Team Grid Life is what we're being asked here. That's King Years, right? Yes, King Years in the Grid Life Lexus in 4th place there. ERA King Years not doing too bad. Chilling. Minding his business. I don't know why that song is stuck in my head. That's Salt and Pepper something. I'm showing my age. I think let's talk about... Anyway, how's everyone else doing on this fine Saturday morning? ERA's been having a quiet race, honestly. ERA King Years, rather, have had nothing to really say there, because they've just been running steady laps, doing a good job, of course, but no drama, not fighting anyone, not getting into it with anyone. Just doing their thing. We got our race leader here. I think I'm going to try next lap around. We'll take a lap around Daytona in an onboard, because we haven't had a full tour of the place, I think. Yeah, why don't we take that ride with our leader as he comes around towards the start-finish line here, coming into the final corner. I don't know if they count that as a corner. It's kind of a kink. There's the start-finish line. He's going to go ahead and track right and try to make this as straight a line as he can, braking for turn 1. It's so tricky here. Then coming out, patience on the throttle, use all of the track, but it can be scary. That grass will spin you. Gets through it nice and neat through turn 2. Turn 3 here, the international hairpin. Late apex into that, and then use all the track again. Patient on the throttle, coming out of there. Long straight here. Not full throttle for most drivers, but for PS it is. Into the kink there, and now into the western hairpin. This one you don't apex it late, but it's a tricky corner entry for sure. Hard on the brakes here for the final turn of the infield. Double apex left-hander onto the oval there. You got to be very careful through there. It's slippery. You're trying to turn. You're trying to accelerate as much as possible. And, you don't want to make any mistakes, because here you will achieve top speed here, very close to it, and you want to get on that throttle quickly and efficiently. You don't want to lose the rear end. You're going to brake here for the bus stop chicane. It's quicker than you think it is. You still have to respect it, though. Track penalties are a thing here. It's a forgiving spot. You can certainly attack those curbs more than you think you can, but if you overstep it, the consequences are pretty dire. So through the final corner here towards the start-finish line, again, that is 1 lap around Daytona International Speedway, the road course layout. At least it's for NASCAR. It's a tri-oval, so they don't go into this section here, the infield section, which is a shame. Watch your cars navigate through that bus stop. You can see where Halex puts that Aston Martin all over that exit curve there. 2 wheels touching the grass on the left. And as you can see, he's okay. No penalty. So again, you can use up a lot of the track there. But let's say he'd been maybe 6 inches to the left, just a little bit more in that grass. It would have been a very serious penalty for him indeed. So takes bravery to get through there. Bravery and skill to get through it quickly and take maximum advantage of those track limits there. Valkyrie is now coming out of the infield section here, working lap 41. We are pretty much, we're past the halfway point here. And in a few laps, we'll start to see drivers pitting in to take fuel and tires. Not this one though. Shadow Chef went ahead and fueled up, got fresh tires when he went in for damage, fixed that damage as well. Now running in 10th place and looking to see what he can get when everyone else pits. The car's ahead of him. Valkyrie with 3.6 seconds ahead of him. Valkyrie will have to pit when when the pit window opens again. So that's at least one position that Shadow will get. Valsa is an additional 41, almost 42 seconds ahead of Valkyrie. He'll have to pit as well. And given the pit window and the pit delta, I'm pretty sure Shadow will be able to gain that position too. Maybe even Kukis. It really depends on how long these drivers stay in the pits, how long it takes them to fuel up, how much fuel they're going to take. But it's a very, very long pit lane around here. So, it might not get him back up into 6th place like he was, 6th or 7th, I believe Shadow was in, but he'll gain some positions out of that mistake that he had just a few laps ago. BX is fully run away from ATB, no longer in that battle for 13th place, so ATB will remain in 14th. He has, except for maybe a little bit of time, has been in 14th for the entire stint. I believe that he was in front of Jacko for a moment, and to my point about that chicane, here he is with a penalty, though. Did he get it in the chicane? I'm not sure, but he's going to have to serve it here. That slows his car down. Only half a second penalty, but it's such a big deal to lose that speed around here in that corner in one of the fastest sections of the track. It's a brutal penalty zone for sure. Sparks' race has been really quiet since that earlier time that he was running with Kaza. I wouldn't call it a battle. He let Kaza by pretty easily when Kaza finally caught up. But after that, it's just been very quiet, very chill. He's been sitting there in 3rd place, which is great for his team. Of course, I'm sure the team is incredibly happy to see their car doing well. That Last Minute Racing GTR. He's put it in a good position for the next stint. Of course, we're assuming that he remains in this position. But so far, doing so good. Definitely doing his team proud. And we'll see if he makes any headway in this final pit stop that will be coming up soon for most of these cars. Where is Kukis compared to Hida? 15 seconds back. So about the same. Kukis not able to make a run on Hida after passing Valsalenta a little while ago. Right now, just up to 7th place and not improving from there, which 7th place, absolutely respectable. Top 10, you are halfway up the order out of 14 cars. You can't really be upset about that. Just gonna put the volume up on these race cars a little bit for now. Just for now. This is not a battle, viewers. That is a blue flagged car. That is ATB in last place. We just got passed by our race leader, but I like hearing the sound of these two engines together. So volume's going back up. Amazing. Spec racing, you know, how do we feel about spec racing? I'm going to share my opinion. I like that it's team versus team, driver versus driver. The car is the same, but maybe the setup is different. Maybe something's different. So it's about engineering, it's about your mechanics, and it's about the driver. I love that. But, and I really love hearing different types of engines on the track. I mean, yeah, I don't want to hear the same car over and over and over again. I want to hear V8s and V12s, etc. Our leader is into the pits, but hold on, did I just see? Okay, for a second there, I thought he'd had a moment. Yep. Our two leaders into the pits with the same amount of fuel in. PS with the 3%. Kaza with 3% as well. He'll be in 16 and a half seconds later. Sparks is going to stay out. So Sparks Theory stays out. He's going to go another lap or two here. Let's see. One more lap. Just one more. PS is out. 57% fuel in there. Let's see what Kaza comes out with. Does he underfuel? Oh, that livery is so awesome. C7R logo on the side there. We love the Corvette, the storied C7R race car. I love the C7 Corvette, period. I mean, C8, you know, obviously very popular. It's doing its thing. The Corvette went mid-engine and people love it, but something about the C7. King Ears in, Halex in, Hida in, Kukas in, Valsa in. Again, the cork is popped. Valsa with 9% fuel in that car. Has been saving like crazy. Kukas with 0. Kukas was on that absolute tear. So he's going to come into the pits with no fuel and hopefully didn't have to coast into the pits, because that would obviously lose him all the time that he gained on track earlier in this stint, early on in this stint. It's always nerve-wracking to see a driver come in on 0%, because you do wonder, hey, did you just make it or did you not make it and you had to coast? Valkyrie going to come in on 5% fuel there. Let's see how Kukas comes out in comparison to the cars around. Comes out alone. So, I think Kukas okay. That's Valsa heading out now. Sparks is in, also on 0% of fuel. And Shadow will stay out. If you recall, Shadow got into that wreck. Had to pit for damage. Went ahead and took fuel and tires, hopefully, for the end of the race. So they should not have to pit. They've already inherited one of the positions I said they would. They're in 9th place now with, I believe it was Valkyrie pitting. Where's Jacko? Jacko not pitting yet. Still has some fuel left in that car, so he's going to stay out. BX Royal should not have to pit and does not. It's got plenty of fuel. Tires look okay. ATB will have to pit. Might be this lap or next. But a lot of drivers already pitted, so we should very quickly be seeing how the pit stops shake out, especially for the drivers who are on the one-stop strategy. Sparks was in and out pretty quickly, huh? Sparks' pit stop was fast. Looking at fuel. They got the same fuel as King Ears. Less than Kaza. And a little less than PS. But I think they're on par with a lot of other drivers. So just seemed like a quicker pit stop. Spec racing in MX-5, Corvettes, and such is awesome. It is. Spec racing is amazing. My complaint was simply the sound, what it sounds like. I have no complaints about the format or, you know, nothing about that. Because it is awesome to see drivers pitted against drivers and the machinery is equal. I see the comment that we had action at the bus stop. Sorry, I missed it. Like I missed the bus. Yuck. I'm sorry. Somebody should have stopped me before I made that joke. Nobody was here to stop me. Okay. Where are we at here? This is Hida. The S7R Aston. Helix. Another, just the Astons have been quiet. The Astons have been quiet. These cars have been separated since the first stint. So, not much to report between them. But no drama either. They are doing their job. Just keeping it steady. Kukas, of course, was making passes and doing his thing. Still 15 seconds behind Hida. So, after the pit stops, nothing has changed there. Who still owes a stop? Shadow might have to stop again. I don't know if that fuel is going to go to 70, which is interesting because why not just fill up? But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he has got less fuel than, let's see, what's Alessandro got? Yeah, he has less fuel than both Alessandro and BX, who are the two drivers who are for sure on a one-stop model. So, Shadow Chef might have to pit again. He might lose what he has gained, and he did only gain the one position from the pit stops. I thought he might gain more, but he did not. Valsa pitted, Kukas pitted, so he only gained that position over Valkyrie, who is now in 11th, but he's going to have to go in again, and Valkyrie might take it right back, though there's a lot of time between Valkyrie and himself. So, again, we shall see. Right now, there's not much of anything going on track. Pretty quiet. Pit stops were pretty quiet. Might have a few lapped traffic moments coming, but we've had those, and so far everyone has been an absolute professional. We've seen no bad ones go down. I don't know what was happening at the bus stop. Hopefully that wasn't a blue flag incident, but yeah. Go listen to the Aston on Borad. Okay, I can do that. Next car is an Aston Halex. Let's turn that up. I don't know. It's a lot of straight cut gears. Let's see. There we go. Hood cam. Great sounds, as we heard wide open throttle coming through the back straight, and then those downshifts through turn one. These are great sounding cars. But man, this right here, the Vet. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Now those sound amazing, and I have to tell you, sitting in the grandstands right there at turn 1, the sound of the Corvettes and of course the Cadillac DPs, I guess they're not DPs anymore, huh? The Cadillac GTPs coming out of the infield onto NASCAR. You get just the sound, the grunt, that deep rumble. There's nothing else like it in all of racing right now. It's amazing. I love to hear it. We, the Mercedes also sounds really good. Who's in the Mercedes again? BX? Yes, it's BX. Also has a nice, deep, refined V8 rumble in that car. Lots of character in that V8. It's very German, yeah. Love it. The BMWs don't sound bad either. Probably not gonna put the volume up on them. The turbos take a bit of the sound away, and it sounds a little bit like a vacuum cleaner. But you know, that's what turbos do. It's faster, but it's quieter. Which is why I love naturally aspirated race engines. I just think they sound better. Vet is music to the ears. Absolutely. Hello from Spain. Hey there. How's it going? I want to go to Spain. Visit Barcelona. Right? Ooh, and then go to the beach. Have any blue flags coming up? Not that I can see. So no real drama to be had here. Oh, I lied. BX getting blue flagged by who that? Not the leader. Somebody in Aston, but I couldn't really tell what Aston it was. I'm hoping we get another view of it here soon. Cycle through till we find it. It's Hitta. It's Hitta coming up behind BX for another blue flag pass here. Again, I expect no drama. Should be good. Looks like we have a while before he comes up on him regardless. So, you know, let's just talk about this track. This track is, well, it's humongous, first of all. The video game doesn't really do it justice. TV doesn't really do it justice. When you actually go to Daytona, it's wild how big it is, how big the grandstands are. I literally walked from one end of the grandstands to the other last weekend, and I've done it in years past before, and I don't do it for a reason. It's so long. It spans four red lights on the main drag in front of the, you know, Daytona Boulevard or whatever it's called. Sorry, West International Speedway Boulevard is what it's called, and it's this big 6-lane boulevard going through Daytona with lots of shopping just across the street from the track and the like. So it's a very busy boulevard, and the grandstands span 4 lights, 4 intersections of this boulevard. It's humongous, and it's one of the oldest tracks. It was built in 1959, built by the founder of NASCAR, actually, Bill France Sr. He used to run races. He founded NASCAR right there in Florida, in Daytona. They used to run on the sand, run on the dirt, etc. So he built this track in 59. It's been around since then. Of course, back then it was only the tri-oval. It didn't have the infield, but now it has the infield. So it hosted 24 hours of Daytona, races the Daytona 500. Of course, that is the big NASCAR race. There are motorcycle races on here. It's a venue that gets a lot of use, and it's a venue with a lot of history and a lot of story to it. The first 24 hours of Daytona was ran in 62 or something like that. And it's run every year since then, except I think we didn't run. No, it would have run in 2020 for COVID, because at that time we hadn't closed everything down yet. I think it ran in 2021. So I don't know if we've skipped any Daytonas, but if we have, I don't remember them. Just cycling through, making sure we're not missing anything between these drivers. Shadow back to 10th. Alessandro has passed him. I think, oh, he pitted. Those are fresh tires. He pitted. I can see it. Lap 50. He jumped in. So Valkyrie didn't catch him. It's an 8 seconds gap between himself and Valkyrie now. So that position has not changed. However, he did lose a position to Alessandro. He's 11.6 seconds behind Alessandro. With 15 laps to go, it's probably not possible that they'll catch back up to Alessandro. So Shadow Chef, for now, it's looking like 10th place until the end of this stint here. Where are my YouTube comments? There they are. What state am I in? I'm in Georgia. Does Sparks have damage? Why would Sparks have damage? Sparks. Oh, 5th. No damage on Sparks' car. I see a pit stop on lap 53, but I think... Oh, no. He must have had it because he pitted on lap 48 as well. Pitted on lap 48 and 49. Pitted again on lap 53. So a double pit there for Sparks. Damage on that vehicle. Was that the drama in the bus stop maybe? Either way, Sparks no longer in 3rd place there. King Years has inherited 3rd. ERA King Years. And then Halex 4th. So Sparks losing 2 positions there, with needing to pit to fix some damage on that vehicle. Man, that sucks. Kukis, he's got a 2nd on Hitta. He's gained a 2nd since the pit stops, which it's not much. And he's got to gain more than a 2nd a lap to catch him at this point. So he's got to put his head down. Go! Rear end coming out, stepping out on him just a little bit there, but he was able to hold on to it well enough. Good enough. Good enough. I've seen worse. I enter the party chat and my team isn't talking. That's that concentration, baby. That's that concentration. I'm going to have to use this stream to signal go. Got it. Heard. The stream is a little bit delayed, but we'll get you together. We'll make sure that you get to leave the pits on time for sure. Valkyrie, who it looks like has just made a pass on ATB, not for position. ATB is 1 lap down, so ATB lapped by even 11th place at this point. You know, gotta commend Kaza. He has had a great stint. I mean, he's been steady. He's been steadfast. Again, his team's got to be super proud of him. ERA got to be looking at him like, yeah, you did that. You killed your part. We'll take it from here. Second stint driver has some big shoes to fill for sure with Kaza. S7R team cars running great. I'm gonna check on them because that's my team. Of course, you gotta represent. You gotta check on your peeps. Let's see. La 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 la. Oh my gosh, yes. Hida in the S7R Aston Martin, which I think is just S7R E-Racing is how the team is entered, if I'm not mistaken. But let me double check. Where are you? I'm looking at the spotter's guide, and if you don't have the spotter's guide, or if you'd like one, maybe we can get a link up in the comments if we can, if you're listening here again. Sector 7 Racing Boomers. So Hida racing with the Boomers. Our older team members in the Aston Martin. Let's see. Yep, I'm skipping everyone who's not S7R. That's right. That's right. Sorry, guys. I'm not sorry. I'm not. Is Shadow in one of our cars? Right. Yes, he is. I was like trying to remember. S7R. I don't even know my own teams, guys. S7R McCougar in the Lexus. Shadow, of course, having a spin, and that was unfortunate and really didn't do well for him, but he's recovered nicely here and looking to take home 10th place. So good job by him, and I promise, I'm pretty sure I'm done. Of course, I'm not done, because of course our leader, also in an S7R liveried race car, PS, aka S7R Bombardier, holding it down for the team in P1 here. So I think that's it. That's the team rundown for S7R. Everyone else who wants to run down for their team, you got to get a commentator on your team. Got to get a commentator. Yeah. I don't offer my services to just anybody. You know what I mean? Loyal. Easy. GT45 says, I'm just old enough not to be a boomer myself. Nuke is a boomer. Boomers know who Salt and Pepper are. Hey. That's millennials and Gen X. I mean, boomers might know, but... might. I do know what's up, GT45. I do. So we do more Daytona history. Hold on, let me see. I think I've hit the end of my personal knowledge. But that's what Google's for. Forgive the clacking of my keyboard. It's gonna sound a bit angry, but I love a good clacky keyboard. I tried to type soft for you guys. I tried to type flat. Soft. All right. Well, I did not know this, but in 2020, NASCAR did run the Daytona Road Course in all of its national series for the first time in 2020. I think I already said that already. That was interesting. That's because Watkins Glen was unavailable. New York State had COVID restrictions. I see. That makes sense. Nice. Just last week, Pipo Derani. Oh, I did see this. Pipo Derani set the fastest recorded lap of the modern Daytona road course. They did make some changes to the chicane, the Le Mans chicane there. He's driving the Cadillac V Series R, the GTP race car. He set a lap record of 1:32.656. Wow, that's pretty insane. But yeah, not too bad there. Okay. So the gap between PS and Kaza has gone up just a little, 17.2 seconds. I think it's the first time we've seen it jump into 17. It has been 16 seconds since, I think, the end of the first stint, actually. So, PS, maybe, speeding it up? No, I don't think so. I think maybe Kaza has slowed it down. Not sure what's happened there to cause it, but again, it's no big deal. They're so far away from one another. No one is really battling. I'm gonna keep checking through though. You never know. Some of these people are close enough that one slide through the grass, one mistake, and they are right back in a fight with someone. So, you know, you want to keep an eye, want to scroll through and see. We have 9 laps, really 8 laps left in this. Actually, I think yeah, I was gonna say 6 actually for PS, because lap 69 I believe is when they start pitting to make the driver switch here, so don't do the 70th lap. Is P Ness racing now? I'm not sure. 6 to go. Thanks for the confirmation, Nick. I appreciate it. I looked a little bit slow coming out of the hairpin there by King Ears, but I think maybe it was just the perspective, just a little bit of the view. I think he's okay, but he was in the west horseshoe, and that didn't look great coming out of there. Better than spinning, though, I'll tell you that. Anything's better than spinning around here. Once again, as I said in the beginning of this stint, it's so costly to make a mistake at this track. It's very costly to spin. It's very costly even to lose the rear end, have it step out on you just a little bit, because the top speeds around here are so high that while you are going slow and trying to recover from a thing, everyone else on the track is pushing. Unless they're in the infield, they're, you know, doing well over 100 mile an hour. into the 150s at some of the slowest points outside of the road course section. Well, it looks like I just got kicked out of a party. I could have sworn I left it, but I guess I never left it. Thought I did, though. Who's that with a penalty? That is Kukis with a penalty. He's been chasing Hida down and actually gained a lot of time on him, and now much of it is lost due to having to serve that penalty there. Unfortunately for Kukis, it wasn't going to be enough to catch Hida, though, I don't think. So, you know, I have no doubt that Hida feels safe up there, but Kukis for sure not happy about a penalty, regardless of if it comes, you know, when you're actively on the hunt or if you don't think that there's much of a chance there. You never know. You never know. Every bit of time lost is pain, for sure. Valsalenta, who we saw fighting earlier in the stint, I believe with Shadow Chef, if I'm not mistaken. It's also been pretty quiet this last stint here. Just trying to bring it home in 8th place. Trying to keep it neat, keep it cute. A great looking ORT livery on that BMW M6 there. And of course the proper yellow, Frenched yellow headlights and fogs for an endurance racing GT model vehicle. Look at how steep those banks are, man. I mean, wow. I've had the opportunity to be on the track, but I've never tried climbing the high banks because it's so daunting, right? I don't even know. I guess even if I made it up, coming back down seems very, very scary. Part of me wants to roll down the hill like I did when I was a little kid. You roll down a grassy hill, right? That was a lot of good fun. But like, it's concrete. Not as soft as rolling down a grassy hill for sure. Not sure my shoulders and ribs would really appreciate it. Maybe, I guess, I gotta get the right form, you know what I mean? Gotta have the right torso protection. And the right collarbone protection. I think I got it. Next time I go to Daytona, I'm walking up the high banks, and I'm gonna roll down like a kid. It's the only way. I don't think I can walk or run down it. So it's a roll. It is what it is. $30 seconds now. 29, really, between Kaza and the next car down. That is King Ears. Of course, beforehand, it was Sparks Theory, so the gap was a little bit smaller when it was Sparks Theory, but it was still getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And sure enough, Kaza has managed to now give himself such a buffer to the rear that I think we can call it. He will be parking that car in 2nd place, and the teammate for the next stint will get to start from there. Concrete wins every time. Yeah. I try to fight it, but it does win every time. Just why I don't ride skate parks. I have a BMX bike, but I only go to the BMX track. All of the skate parks around me are concrete, and concrete always wins. I'm too old. Too old to fall on concrete. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good on the dirt either. The packed like dirt clay at the local racetrack, but it's still a little more give. Unless you fall in the corners. The corners are high banked concrete corners, just like at Daytona. Honestly, almost as steep, just not as tall. And you don't want to fall there either. It's not fun. It's not a good time. Moral of the story, don't fall. Just don't. It's not worth it. If you're thinking about falling today or later, like tomorrow, later this week, maybe weekend rather, rethink it. Rethink it. Shadow Chef in 9th place. Alessandro, not looking fantastic on fuel, but Alessandro down to 10th place behind Shadow Chef. Doesn't need a lot of fuel though. We're on lap 66. Does anyone have too much fuel? Whoa! This is a battle. This is Jacko and BX Royal battling for 12th place here. What happened to BX Royal? A few slow laps, then one really slow lap of 47.3, which is over a second slower than what he's been doing. That's the last lap that he had, and that brings Jacko right there behind him. Jacko, get in there. Get that car tucked up under that wing, and let's go. Oh yeah, he got very close in the slipstream there. He is going to try to make something happen over the next 2 laps. He has to. I mean, it's the only opportunity he's had to pass anyone in this stint. And the difference between 12th and 13th, it might matter. It matters. He's going to get his teammate ahead of the other car. Oh, he's going to go around the outside of BX here. And looked like they almost had a touch. I think it's just a little bit of net code. But Jacko with the overrun. He does end up in front of BX, but BX could get back at him in the braking here for turn 1. He won't try it. He's gonna go ahead and let Jacko have that. And we're early in the race, you know, we're 4 hours into 24 hours, so still got to stay alive. Don't want to fight too hard. These drivers are doing a really great job making good decisions, making sound decisions, sounder than I would. I'm not gonna lie, because I'd have tried him in the braking right there. I'd have been like, give that back to me. But that's why nobody has put me on their team for this race. S7R Nuke there said, hey, you wanna do comms for IRO? No invite to race for the team. Just, you wanna do comms, right? Because I'm like this. Because I am like this. I'm like, let's turn it into a battle. Doesn't need to be one, but let's do it anyway. And I'll never change. Jacko not only made that pass, but he's already pulled out a second over BX Royal there. So, you know, had the pace. BX probably trying to make sure that he makes it these last 2 laps. Jacko does have a little more fuel in that car than BX does. So that might make sense. I know you guys can't see that, but that's why I'm here reporting it for you. Valkyrie on lap 68. This will be the penultimate lap for Valkyrie. They will pit on lap 69 along with everyone else. Alessandro also on 68. I think not all these people are on the lead lap. Let's see, Shadow Chef. Where is PS? PS is on lap 69. Okay, so who else on the lead lap? PS, obviously, Kaza, yes, King Ears, Halex, and Sparks Theory, Hida, Kukis, and then Valsa is, well, he's just crossed the line, so I think technically he's on the lead. He's not been, whoa! Oh, it's lap 69. Our leader's in because it's lap 69 for him. For a second there, I thought he had to take a splash. I was like, Kaza! Anyway, sorry, my bad. But leaders starting to pit now as they finish their stints out. King Ears will jump in next. He's just getting through the chicane here. And will pit shortly. These two are done. Kaza and PS. Their teammates should be moving on the stint 3, in the stint 3 lobby, rather. The way this works is this lobby's drivers will pit. As soon as they're sitting still in their pit box, their teammates who are in the next stint over, they'll get the go from the race director. Green, green, green. It's time for you to drive off. So hopefully everyone's got the message and no one's just sitting around. Hida now jumping into the pits as well. Their stint is over for the S7R Boomers. I don't know who's next. I didn't check the schedule, but good luck to them, of course. And here comes Kukis in for the same reason. Valsa will come in not too much longer behind. They're crossing the penalty line there, so pit lane's right after that. Sure enough, here they jump in. On track still, Shadow Chef, Alessandro, Valkyrie, Jacko, who was just fighting with BX a little bit, BX, who was just trying to make it. Finally getting to lap 69. ATB still on lap 68, so he's gonna have to cross the line one more time and then take another lap before he can pit. But we're starting to see everybody jump in now. There's Alessandro. I think that was yeah, that was Valkyrie right behind. And now we're just waiting on Jacko and BX, who are going to hit the back straight here shortly. And then, of course, like I said, ATB's got a whole other lap to go.
Brent is here and join us for stint 3 of the 24 hours of Daytona, round 1 of the IRO 2025 GTEC season. New era, new dawns for these drivers. We've got 14 teams out on track today, and if you think each team can have a maximum of 10 drivers, we're looking at around a maximum of 140 drivers that could be racing today. Currently out on track after a very nice stint in stint 2. We have J Marty for the first of the 2 Sector 7 racing teams, car number 5. Looks like he's got a 16-second gap to Harlock 45 for the Race Asylum, car 44 in the vet. Very nice, loud, American muscle around what I think is the absolute pinnacle of American motorsport, the Daytona infield. Daytona, it's not the road course, that's it. I've been told that my streams are a little bit informal and I need to know more about what's going on, but obviously it's not something that's bad about my streams. It's a feature. Also, can everyone hear me all right? I've got a very scuffed setup with my mic because the arm that holds it in place is, I think, a bolt's come out or something, because I usually have my mic quite high up and it's all the way down here, so I've got a pop filter on it. I've got a noise thing that's cancelling out my chair that's really squeaky and stuff. Yeah, sound alright, nice. Bro, I never know if my setups will work, cause I had about 30 seconds to build this all up, because I realised my chair was way too loud. It was at 500% sound it usually is. Alright, we've got a couple more drivers on track, so let's go down the order a bit further. We currently have in third 14 grid face. It's Jakey, a very fast, very consistent driver. He's in a nice car as well. I believe that's the Lexus. Very nice looking livery as always. And on the topic of liveries, I had a glitch when I first got in the room. where some of the liveries were there, but some weren't. So I had to leave it, go and clear my network data. And by the time that I got back, since the race had already started, it means that for some reason we're going to have no replays for this entire stint, which is heartbreaking, but it means that I'm going to have to be dead on it, going up and down the order, because if something happens that we just miss, it's going to be the end of the world, I swear. Alright, 7 seconds behind in 4th position, we have Loose Moose Racing, YT Manu 94 doing the stint for them. Quite close behind, actually, 6 seconds. We've got, let me just have a better look. This is, last minute racing, car 45, being driven by River Ruckus. I've only seen these drivers drive in 20 minutes for around a practice session, so I've not got the best idea of who's quick and who's not. But the beauty about an endurance race is your 1 lap pace means absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things. 24 hours, if you're thinking like 70 laps a stint, 14 stints, you are looking at around 300... Wait, no. You'd think, A-level maths, I can do this. I'm whipping the calculator out. There's a lot of... sod it, someone else can do the maths. I just want to waffle about race cars for the next 2 hours and get entertained by some wicked battle. What I'm trying to get is there's a boatload of laps, so it doesn't matter if 1 lap's a little bit slow, you've got to do that. Do it consistently, and that's where the beauty lies. You can do like 1,000 laps that are quick, but if you're hitting the barrier, it means nothing. Right, P6, who have we got? It's the other Sector 7 car. The one of, I think, the best named car on the entire grid. The Sector 7 Boomers. Like, we've got a, I think they've done it for the last couple of races, but this is the first time I've seen it. We've got like a spotter's guide where I've got all the cars, all the numbers, all the, like team names, so the quality of Correntis broadcasts are going through the roof. So P6, yeah, Sector 7 Boomers being driven by Distic Simon, and he's got 5/10 purple there. Seems to be one of the quickest drivers on track. The fastest lap at the moment is a 1:43.6, which is only like, I say that's only like 10 milliseconds, 17 milliseconds faster than what Distic Simon did, and he's flying on them soft compound tyres. Forgot to have a look what tyres everyone was on, but I think what we should do is we're going to go into cockpit cam. We're going to have an onboard lap around the Daytona International Circuit by District Simon. So that lap is going to cross the line, 43.4, looking at this marking board there, braking down, trying to do it as much as in a straight line, down to second, narrowly avoiding the infamous tyre wall at turn 2, bringing it deep and narrow here, following the racing line. Just as that one board goes across the screen, we're going to dart down to first, second, out for the rotation, nice and easy on the throttle, coming out of this tricky infield section, heading down into this left-hander, flat through there, braking just about here, down into second, first for the rotation, back there, nice and easy on the throttle, taking a nice late apex, get us enough speed here. We've got to bring it nice and steady, late apex down, nice and easy on the throttle, into the run to the bus stop. What's it? He's gone 19 milliseconds purple, slowly and steadily improving on that blisteringly quick pace, keeping it nice and narrow with the shortest possible run to the bus stop. He's got a little bit down, but he's still purple. Looking again for that light board, going to slam on the brakes into fourth, carry as much speed as possible through there. Very hard, tricky technical section, very easy to go wrong, and he's gone purple again. 70 milliseconds. Now all he's got to do is take the narrowest possible line through the banking to get the shortest possible run through the massive straight that goes on forever. What time is going to be across the line? It's going to be a 43.378, fastest lap of this stint so far. And I think one of my better commentaries. Turn car names off, correct? Yes, I know I forgot something. I did it before. There we go. Thank you. I did it when I first came in, but then I had to leave to do deliveries, and it didn't come back. So I forgot to redo it. But yeah, thank you for that. Over 800 laps in its entirety. Alright, now in P7, just coming up to the back marker, we have a foreign lad, Razku. I'm butchering every single name possible as per the terms and conditions. Razku, we're going to call him, for Team GR Finland. Taking on the 24 Hours of Daytona, car 66, another Corvette. In 8th is the reigning championship leaders, ORT, Overboost Racing Team. Usually, every single stint I've had so far, it's been filled with ORT domination, and they find themselves 1 minute 46 from the leaders. Pyrex not necessarily setting the pace that we're seeing from the likes of Sector 7 and Race Asylum up front. So not necessarily the start to the season that ORT would have wanted. Pyrex I'm going with, finds himself 9 seconds behind Razku and 25 seconds ahead of the Truth Serum. So he's got a nice, breathable area where he can just get some consistent laps down. Razku definitely is in striking distance if he can bring that pace together and just try and bring that team back more further to the front. I don't know what it is today, but the English is not English. P9, wow, that is a nice looking car. Almost forgot the keybind there. 64. So we've got Sector 7 Racing Makuga. Right, the other Sector 7 lad. The True Serum, very fast driver. Did a lot of races with him in GT Champions and GT Alphas. Yeah, very fast, very consistent. Exactly what you need in the endurance racing environment. 5 seconds behind actually. Arix for Arix Racing, and then 4 seconds behind that. We've got in P11 Raw Talent Racing in the form of France K88. So we could have potentially a battle for P9 on our hands in the very short future. We've got an idea of paces so far. Serum setting 44s, low 44s, high 43s. Arix is setting around the same, high 43s, low 44s. And then France K9 is low 44s. I haven't set a 43 yet, but with them the car getting lighter from that fuel load, perhaps we could see an increase in pace coming. Behind this battle brewing up in P12, we have got Apex Hunters Racing Car 69 being driven by Tank Bro. 13 seconds behind that, we've got Perry Platypus. And the TV camera is miles ahead. The Project Platypus racing car. Is that car 11? Is that actually its name? Project Platypus. Oh good. And then in P17, Blue Racer in the other Race Asylum car. Very quick driver, very quick team, so it's unusual to see them this far in the back, but he's got a minute to bury Black Boss. He's not going to worry about other cars. All he's got to do, get his head down, get some nice laps out for the team, and try and see how he could bring that gap down slightly. So, is there any particular drivers we want to see at this point in the race? But I think we should watch that battle for P9 between Serum and Arix Yavi. So I think let's watch Arix for time. River gaps through the field. I'll just briefly go over them again because we've had a round coming up on 10 laps. So 15 seconds, 36 seconds, 3 seconds. Ooh, Manu and Jakey battle brewing up. So we've got mid 43s from Manu so far, and around the same from Jakey, but slowly drop. Oh no, Jakey in 44. So yeah, we'll watch Manu as he's hunting down Jakey, because it seems like he's gaining a second per lap. The Spaniard for Loose Moose Racing. So yeah, 43.4 that last lap. Ruthless consistency from Manu for Loose Moose Racing. Absolutely what you want here. Fastest lap of the race is still District Simming for Sector 7. Manu only a 10th off the fastest lap. Never mind, he's just gone and set. Exactly as I said that, he's gone and set a 43.1. How are we almost in the 42s already? Who was I watching? P4. Pretty good pace for Jakey, considering he's got a plane from USA in a few hours. He got... Oh, so Jakey is doing this while jet-lagged and still in the 43s. I did not know bro was jet-lagged. That is insanely impressive. I did not know that. Hats off to Jakey for still managing to absolutely humble me. I set a 45 round here, and I was thinking it was a 45.5 because I've slowly been picking league racing back up. Like for the past 6 months or so, I would only come on Gran Turismo to do commentaries, but I've been getting back into racing. I do it with a league called ZFS. It's like a career mode for Gran Turismo. It's really fun, really clean racing. And it's I feel my racecraft is coming on. I feel like I know a lot more than I did, and hopefully it improves in my streams being better. Because whenever I watch back my streams, I always have this feeling that they're horrendous. I've got no clue what I'm talking about, but I'm trying to improve that, and I think it's going well so far. But yeah, I was setting 45.5s on the softs, and I was like, I'm rapid, I'm speed. This guy is jet-lagged and 1.5 seconds quicker than me. So, back to getting humbled, but... God damn. Hey, Sparks Theory! Yeah, ZFS is just wicked. It was one that I did commentaries for on, what's it called, Black Flag Racing. And I wanted to get back into league racing. I was like, these guys were always the most entertaining racers, might as well do that. That gap between Jakey and Manu slowly coming down, just in the time that we've been spectating them for like 3 laps or so. Came down to 3.2, not quite in striking distance yet, but if we go in the cockpit of Manu, go through turn 1, Jakey's slowly visible just on the distance. It's so much, wait no, I need TV camera. It's a lot nicer when you've got a visual marker to see the driver that you're honing in. Let's have a look on the battle between the P9. Again, it's around the same gaps, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. And District Simming again. No, P6 I need. Ooh, actually, I did not realise he's on the tail of River Ruckus, 0.3 seconds. I think this is on call for an onboard camera. So District Simming, that gap was around 5 seconds when we were spectating him. River Ruckus, both of them a little bit too early on the throttle, having a massive moment. District Simming is going to be wanting to look to try and get past before the braking zone, or definitely before the turning point, because you cannot go too wide into the bus stop. He's just ahead in the braking zone. River Ruckus knows he's faster. He's going to concede. Nice and clean overtake. Exactly what you want. No time loss. District Simming for the Sector 7 Boomers is up into 5th position. I so almost missed that. It was just that I'd seen that. Fastest lap was down to a 43 knot, and I went to go spectate him. It was just right on the bumper. That is textbook how you overtake in an endurance race. Is everyone on a soft? Yeah, everyone's on soft, I believe. Oh yes, we got a bit of bump draft in here. That's Razku and I believe Apex Hunting. Just giving him a tiny little nudge. He's under the blue flag. Wait, is that P1? Well, P1's there. The Sector 7 car 5, so that's a back marker that was giving him a little bit of bump draft. We love a good bit of bump draft. It's so effective around here. I think it's around 5 to 7 tenths you can gain from it over the entire lap, but I might be wrong in that. Gap between P9 and P10 is down to 3 seconds. Up front, 2.2. Which one do we want to watch? The gaps are coming down at roughly the same rate. What should I try and do? Should I try and flick between the two a bit? Or do we want to prioritise one over one? What do we want to watch? Do we want to watch the battle for P3 between Gridface and Loose Moose Racing, Jakey and Manu? Or do we want to watch the three-way battle for P9 between another Sector 7 car of the Truth Serum, Arix of Yavi, and Francis a little bit behind, but it's mainly just Yavi catching up with Serum or Manu catching up with Yakey. What is the vote? It's looking like Jakey is definite. Yeah. Let's watch Manu catching Yakey up. Yeah, just look at them lap times. 43.5, 43.6, 43.8, 43.5. They're all within around 200, 300 milliseconds. And if that's the sheer consistency that these drivers have to be able to, because I classify consistent as I'm setting all 43s. It could be like 43.8, 43.1, 43.5, 43.7. I class if I'm like plus or minus like 8/10 or something, that's consistent. But this level of precision that is required for racing at this level is far better than I am, yeah. Keep it moving between battles and overall gaps. Alright, I definitely am still learning. So, just let me know, but I just gotta scroll through a little bit. So yeah, District 7 already having pulled a 4.3 second gap on Ruskus after that overtake. Got a bit more bump draft going on here between Razku and Tank Bro, Apex Hunter Racing, and Team GR Finland. So AHR's just gonna go ahead, even though technically in the race, this is battle between P12 and P7. They don't really want to lose much time by fighting, and they're roughly the same pace. So they're just going to take it turns, giving each other bump draft, because there's two main benefits to being ahead or behind. Ahead, you get the bump draft, obviously, but you also use a little bit more fuel than if you're in the lower drag slipstream air. So just taking turns here, they're both going to gain by chasing down whoever they're respectively chasing down, and they're both going to have moments where they've got less fuel, so it's like a win-win doing this. This is what we love about Daytona. I hit something there. It's what we love about... Come on, don't tell me. No, I was pressing the wrong button. Nice. Yeah, this is what I love about Daytona and long straights, is you can have moments where, like, disobeying blue flags and overtaking a car that you're a lap behind is beneficial to both of you. Yeah, just quickly run through the order again, have a look up here, and they're close together. We almost missed it again. Alright, Manu on Jakey's arse. Oh wait, I'm supposed to keep this family friendly. Sorry about that. Won't happen again. We'll go in cockpit cam for this. He's a little bit too far behind to go for the move into the bus stop. You definitely don't want to go. So yeah, you can just see him there lifting off the throttle slightly. He knows the move can't be done here. Perhaps he's going to want to try and get a better run through him. Maybe try and force him into a mistake. Jakey just cutting the grass a little bit there. I don't necessarily know the track limits there. I know you can do it a little bit. But no, that's a little bit too far. Half-second penalty for Jakey. Manning just getting close in the bus stop, forcing a mistake out of there, and then just getting the position handed back to him. And Jakey falls off the podium. Manu up into third. Playing the mind games. Alright, let's have a look at P9 and P10. 2.5 seconds. Going down not as quickly as necessarily thought. Yeah, Jakey's just not going to fight this one too much. He knows Manu's A, not jet lagged, and B, just that tiny bit quicker today. Yeah, he's just got to get the stint done with, then get to bed, catch up, and be ready for tomorrow. So yeah, we still got a group here. This gap is coming down steadily. I reckon striking distance we're looking at around lap 20, 21-ish. We've got massive gaps, 11 and 12. So yeah, these are all just the Blue Racer actually a whole. Is that? Just, yeah, it's a whole lap behind Harry Platter. So definitely not seeing any movement over here. So yeah, we'll just stick it to top 10. Yeah, Jakey's keeping a little bit of slipstream, not much. You really start seeing the benefit around like 7 to 4 tenths behind, but there definitely is something there. So he's using ever so slightly less fuel, but we're looking at a potential pit window opening up here. So if Jakey could go for like a mad undercut on Manu, or try and extend a further stint on like maybe a medium or something, we'll go see this stint. Still has like an hour and 30 minutes left. The race has a little bit more than that, 19 and a half hours. So we've got a lot of time to go, and anything could happen. That is the beauty of endurers. Anything could happen. So we're definitely about to see these leaders coming in, give it like 5 laps or so. We got any requests to see any drivers? Gap came for between P9 and P10. Sector 7 and Eric's coming down to just under 2 seconds for the first time there. But yeah, it's about 2 tenths a lap he seems to be gaining. Should we stick with these for a while? Yeah, let's stick with these for a while. So yeah, while in terms of 1 lap pace, Arix is definitely quicker than Serum, I think. But Serum seems to be able to do the laps more consistently. Like if you look at like the spread of laps, lap times between Serum and Arix, Serum is more consistent, but Arix is quicker. So I still think Arix is going to catch him because that gap was around 5 seconds and it's coming down. But he might get stuck behind him for a while, because it's one thing to close a gap down, then it's another thing to be able to get past them. Vamos, mano. Vamos. Onto the podium. Yeah, Jakey's not too far behind, still under a second. So Manu not quite being able to pull away from Jakey as easily as he reeled him in. There we go. Just going to show the strength of the slipstream, but there we go. The low fuel light is on for Jakey. I'm gonna have a couple more laps, then come into the pits. Again for the leader as well. Very nice, consistent high 43s. Hadrick around the same pace as well. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more with your GT45. Like, share, subscribe, do it all. Send it to your nan. The goal is monetization for 2025. If we can pull that off for IRO, it will be incredible. Just gotta adjust my chair. Hopefully this doesn't send squeaks everywhere. I think the pop filter, the scuffed setup I've got is actually working. sorry, Nan loves every Nan loves an good enduro race. Don't we all? It's well nice to just have a cuppa, get some like knitting on, and like one telly you got Tipping Point on, and then you switch the channel and pop this on and watch for 24 hours of Daytona. It's just tradition in every single like bingo club and that. I've been to like city centres with me nan. They all go into like this back room, play bingo, and then watch endurance races. It's well fun. Hey up. Is the pit leader going to come in this lap? He's not got much fuel, but he's still not losing much time. That last lap was only 6/10 off his best. It seems to definitely be the fuel that is the problem here. The tyres are not dying of death. He's got over half there. Yeah, we're on lap 22 at the moment for the leaders. Nope, he's gonna stick it out for another lap. What about Hannock? He's got a bit more fuel. Yeah, actually, they've got more fuel than I thought they did. Interestingly how Simon, with his blisteringly quick pace, is not burning through fuel. Perhaps, what car is this? Oh, it's in the Aston, so perhaps it's better on fuel or something. Not 100% sure, but look, it's 1.4 seconds. Alex Yavi coming into the pit window, so this is where strategy is going to play a massive role. Does he play it safe, go in at the same time as Sarah, maybe take a little bit less fuel to be a bit lightweight and try and pull a gap there? Or does he try and extend the fuel he's got here and pit a lap later so he's got fresher tyres, and essentially through the entire final stint his tyres will be one lap younger than his rivals' tyres. Big race in Australia right now. Aussie lads are awake in the morning. Do I dare look at the viewer count? The leader has come into the pit lane. J Marty here for Sector 7. He's in. Is Harlock going to follow him in, or is he going to take the lead of the race? He's got a tiny bit of fuel, and he reckons he can carry on. So we have a new race leader at the moment. Here in Harlock for Race Asylum. He's in P1. Might only be for a lap because of tyres, but we can ignore that. We got a new leader. What about Manu just coming out of the bus stop? He's got a bit more fuel, looks around 5%-ish or so. So J Marty seeming to go for an undercut, it seems, coming quite early. He's only taking 57% of fuel. He's onto another set of softs. So coming for a very aggressive stint, it seems, the leader taking on fresh tyres with not much fuel, so he's got a light and nimble car. The strategy here is to just send it and try and build as much of a gap as possible. So in the next stint, he's got better breathing room. Next driver to come into the pits in the top 10, that is District Simon for Sector 7. Fastest man on track at the moment. Is he going to take the same strategy as the leader did, or is he going to go full fuel again and try and extend that out as much as possible? Let's have a look further back. Have we got any others coming into the pits? Blue Racer seems to have pit a while back, but yeah, lap 14, that would have been for damage. Speaking of damage, just running up the order, can I spot anyone with damage? No, but Yavi, we are definitely at the point, the turning point of, is he going to extend the lap? Because he's gaining, and he's gaining fast on Serum. Surely he's got to pit. Look at that fuel. Wait, no, you can't see it. Forgot that. So, oh no, he's going to stay out and try and glide that car over, do the fresher, faster tyre strategy that I was talking about. So, other drivers coming into the pits are Harlock. Manu comes in after a lap later, same as Jakey. That gap between them coming down to up to 2.7 seconds. Manu pulling slightly. Ruckus has just made his way around another lap. Got no fuel got no fuel left. Surely he's got to come in. Yeah, there we go. I thought he'd stayed out for a second. So Simon is in. Eric's staying out for that lap. But look, still 5.7 seconds. His tyres aren't dead. He just wants his car to be as light as possible, so it's reactive. France K88 is yet to pit, but he'll come in the next lap or two. Razku, Team Finland, he pit last lap, took around 57% fuel, same as the leader, so seems to be that's what they've calculated is the most efficient for the softs, because the amount of planning and strategy that has to go into planning the strategy for 24 hours, knowing that if you muck it up once, that's going to mess up your teammate who's driving 17 hours in the future. So you don't want to be that guy. Eric's coming into the pits, and we'll watch the state-of-the-art technology here at Eric's Racing. Completely different colours to the livery, but they don't care. On go, a fresh pair of the softs. It's all in, all very nice. Nice, quick, steady stop as we put fuel in at the pace of a turtle. And we'll watch him when he comes out, because Serum is across the finish line. But here comes Yavi. It's going to be close. Or is it bumper to bumper? Arix Yavi is ahead. The overcut has worked, and Arix finds himself in P9 once and for all. Family friendly stream. I've only said one naughty word so far, so don't worry. I've not got the best reputation for it, but I've only done it once. Yeah, Slugsy started it. Blame Slugsy. Family friendly stream. Yeah, Serum following closely behind. Yavi not quite able to throw Serum off his tail. Butch is up front, 24 seconds, 23. Jakey gaining around a second in the pit stop, just taking slightly less fuel. Around about 10% less than Manu. hoping that a lighter car will perhaps lead himself getting back onto the podium. 1.3 seconds that gap stands at now. Simin for sector 7. Sector 7. 7.5 seconds to Jakey, and 16.7 seconds to Ruckus behind. Definitely, we could, depending on how Manu is able to pull away, Simin might be able to place the Boomer car onto the podium in this stint, which would be terrific for the Sector 7 team. 17 seconds behind is Ruckus. 28 seconds behind is GR Finland Razku. Sorry, wait, let me go over the teams again. So, last minute racing in PC. Yeah, I'll do it team names. I forgot to do it. I've been doing driver names. Personal best for the first Sector 7 car on the grid, P1. 25 seconds behind the first Race Asylum car, driven by Harlock, car 44. Then Manu finishes off the podium, car 35 for Loose Moose Racing, 38 seconds behind. And 1.5 seconds behind is Jakey in Gridface Racing's team. Then another Sector 7 car, the Boomer car, in P5, driven by Simin, the fastest man on track at the moment. Could we perhaps see a double Sector 7 racing podium at the by the end of this stint? He's only got around like 9 seconds to Manu, and he's lapping around the same pace. It could happen. We never know. Rucker's just passing a back marker there. Presumably that's Blue Racer, but this is last minute racing. Car 45, driven by the German. Got a nice steady thing. 2P7. Team Finland being driven by Razku. 5 seconds behind is our championship leader, ORT Pyrex. He's slowly... depends. Let's look at the pace between them. So they've got roughly the same amount of fuel, which means they lost around the same time in the pit stops. Razku is setting 44s, mid 44s, like mid to high 44s, and it's the same for Pyrex. So that gap might come down, but it might go up. We don't know, but we could see ORT go back up. I mean, 2 minutes off the lead, and we're used to seeing these guys literally dominate every single stint. So not quite the start of the season that the championship leaders would want, but we have a whole year of endurance racing coming up on our hands this year. 28 seconds behind is Alex Yavi, who has pulled a 1.2 second gap to Serum. So that's RX Racing and Sector 7 respectively. We've had a disconnection, and it was in the form of I believe it was Ruckus. I knew it was one of the top 5-ish. I've got to remember to do this. Might help if I've got the race info as well. So Ruckus having a disconnection. That was P5, so that promotes Simin to... No, it was P6 because Simin had got past him. That promotes Team Finland to P6, ORT to P7. Is it a 90-second penalty you get for a disconnect? I don't know the specifics that much. How much time is what team was it? 44. I can remember. Come on, Jack, you can remember. Yeah, I think it's 90 seconds he loses. ruckus there. It was a yellow car. It wasn't Arex, it wasn't Project Platypus. Who was it? I've got the list up here for this very reason. Come on, good commentator. Wait. I believe he was car 5. Do we have a purple Porsche or purple car? Yes! It was Sector 7, car 5 that disconnected. Only took me about 10 minutes to figure that out. But I've done it. Now watch that not even be correct, because that doesn't look like the livery. I think it was like a black and yellow one he was running, but all of them are still in the race. Right, I'm useless at this, genuinely. Alright, let's have a look. Last minute. Oh yeah, last minute. Car 5's not running. I know it sounded familiar. Yeah, black and blue. Alright. I was literally watching him for about 10 minutes. How have I forgot what car he was in? Yeah, very unfortunate. Shut up, mate. Hey, you can. I don't know who's got access, but there's a PSN chat that you could join, broadcast chat, if you want to do interviews or something. Because I've still got an hour of waffling to go, and I think I've already used up the mistakes budget that I wanted to do for the entire season. We are halfway through my stint of round 1, so. Yeah. Wait, last minute racing isn't. Yeah, no, it's definitely last minute that disconnected. The Sector 7 car 5 isn't entered, but it was on the spotter sheet for some reason. You've been sacked, Corentis. No! Not again. That's already happened like twice. Hey, the incorrect facts that I give you is not a blunder, it's a feature. Also, Simon is catching Jakey. That gap down to 3.8 seconds. Car 5 is lead, dude. Car 5 is leading. It has a different livery on. It's got a purple livery on here, but not. Wait, is that purple? Yeah, no, it's got a different livery on my spotter thing, but yeah, car 5 is definitely in the race. P1 at the moment. I don't know what's going on. I genuinely do need to be sacked. The volunteer commentator is so terrible that he's been sacked somehow from a volunteering position, but here we go. Oh, I just got... Jakey doesn't seem to have damage or anything, but lap 29, 45.6, that does indicate that he had like a slide or somewhere, but nothing major like clobbering the barriers or anything. But it does mean that Manu jumps up about 4 seconds there. But Simeon is coming, definitely going to go into at least P3 this stint. The pace is set in. Last minute racing. I think last minute racing loses 90 seconds. But I can't remember what it is exactly. Simon is just cooking, or last I saw he was still 10 back. Yeah, he's just been setting ridiculous pace, ridiculously quick. I think it was around 7 seconds he was off from P4, like Jakey. Wait, I've got a terrible echo of myself in my headphones.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay,
I
yeah.
heard you. I heard your cry for help, so you was like, I'm so alone in the booth.
Oh.
Mistakes.
Can the stream hear the chat? Oh yeah,
It's too bad that I'm gonna leave.
Aw.
Okay.
I just want things to talk about, bro. There's still an hour left, and I've done like enough waffling that the waffle budget is running out.
Is it okay on the stream? I have no clue. Can you hear me?
Stream, can you hear Jaeger? Is the chat just for broadcasters, or can I have like people on the chat?
It is private at the moment. You can invite anyone.
Alright. Jaeger is quiet, but you can hear him. Let's go. He's also quiet on my end.
Then I have to scream into my mic. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Just bring it closer to yourself.
Hello everyone, by the way. I was looking in the background for this event so far, doing the graphics and the swaps and everything, but yeah, I heard like I'm so alone. I need to have someone with me. Here we go. Let's do the mistakes together then.
Yeah, I somehow managed to say car 5 isn't in the race when they're leading it by 20 seconds, but... This bloke here, Simon in the boomer car, is absolutely sending it right now, so...
If people just listening to you, they would be like very
Yeah,
scared.
I went to go check the viewer count, and I think my heart went out of my stomach a little bit. I do not remember it being that high. The support's a little too good on the stream. Can we like just tone it down a bit?
But it's not yet time for me singing. No, you have to wait for stint number 7. This is where I'm doing my solo stint for comms. So watch out for that.
Karaoke's got to be in the night.
Yeah,
it's just a rule. Endurance commentary at night has no rules.
Exactly. But there is the one rule: if it's a 24-hour broadcast and I'm doing comms during one of the night or early morning stints, then I will be singing. Yep.
Oh, we've got a battle on our hands. Simin is catching right up to Jakey. 3/10 now. Perhaps looking to go for a move into the bus stop or turn 1. Well, I say into the bus stop, before the bus stop. Don't really want to go side by side into the bus stop. That's called lethal. But what Simmons seems to be good at is getting just as close as he needs to get to the driver to force them into a mistake, like we saw Manu do to Jakey. It's like textbook. He's gonna try round the outside, see if he can get past into the braking zone. He's not quite got the speed, so he's gonna back off slightly. Get back behind. Don't want to risk an accident or anything. Gets an incredible run through the bus stop. He's going to try and pick as much slipstream as possible. Jakey trying to break that toe. Stop Simming from going past. But it is inevitable. You don't really want to be fighting too much in an enduro, especially at this point. Don't want to lose too much time. Are we going to see a move into turn 1? He's going to try and get ahead into the turning point. Late on the brakes. He's ahead at the apex. Avoid them tyre walls early on the throttle. He's got ahead. And Simon is up into P4. He's got 7 seconds to go to Manu. And then it will be a double Sector 7 podium.
Damn, this Boomer's car is flying like
Boomer
crazy.
car is flying,
Yeah.
bro. The spotting sheet has been so helpful, but I'm trying to go off liveries. Some of them just simply aren't there, and some are wrong. So been saying some questionable things, but it's a lot better than my usual streams. So progress is progress.
But yeah, still a big F for the 45 team there with a disconnect. They can rejoin though for stint number 4.
How long's the penalty?
There's a calculation formula based on when the disconnect happened, on what lap, and what was the gap to leaders, and then you lose a certain time amount per lap. So
I'll say 90 seconds. It's not that. I'm not surprised that it's not that. But...
Yeah. But yeah, the good thing is they can return, and it is still a long race to go.
Yeah, Jake Knox will fight it, better to work with him. $2:22.4 if they disconnected on lap 29. So a little bit of penalty. Did anything happen in like early stints with ORT? Because I'm used to seeing them like dominate every stint in the P7.
It happened that some really quick drivers and new teams entered the 2025 season.
Oh, so they're just slower, right?
The reason why they're just facing some severe competition.
Yeah.
At least for this race.
Right, so
but yeah, it is still also a long season, right? We have 10 rounds in total. It's the first round. 25. So.
Does ORT stand for Overboost Racing Team or Overly Washed Racing Team Champions?
We will decide after round 1, I guess.
You don't do immediately winning round 1, then you're washed.
Over exaggeration. This is what we are doing here. Perfectly fine. We are hyping other teams and
yes,
whatever. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know who they have on their squad for this event. But I didn't see John D. J. Jesus so far. If he will be joining the squad for this event, they could probably make up some ground.
Raw Talent Racing in P10 is catching up to Sector 7 in P9. True Serum. It's not by much though, but there is a subtle gap coming down. It's around 4 tenths a lap. That like 4-2, give or take. He's chasing it. Do we have any particular driver requests to watch? Or should we stick on France chasing down Serum? Because I don't think I've actually... I've had a little look at the bottom of the field, but it's always something that I try and do more. I seem to more just focus where cars are close and then go screaming and stuff, because that's what I'm good at. Like, when there's actually a battle on track, the commentary actually turns on, and then when they're far apart, it goes immediately back down.
Really relatable. But yeah, we had a request, Simon, to chase Manu. So those two quick drivers.
7.4 seconds at the moment. Pace difference. Simon is an alien. He's somehow managed to set a 42.9. I don't even know how that's possible, but the Boomer car is on the move. Manu 43, mid 43, so around the same pace. But Simon is on a charge, and with alright, so they're going to pit on 69. So we've got about 30 odd laps of racing left. Anything could happen. He could reel him back in.
Yeah, one more pit stop as well for both.
Yeah.
Both the drivers, so Also
Is it
interesting
is it
to
only
see what
softs they're allowed to use?
No, you can use whatever you want,
Just-
but it seems to be the two-stop on the
Yeah.
soft seems to be the go-to strategy, at least
Next pit
for the
sequence is
first
45 to
2.5
48.
stints. Yeah, and then it's also interesting to see about the fuel consumption. But I think they're running in the same car, both as the Martins, right? So shouldn't be much of a difference then. But I think we saw that the Nissan GTR is quite good with the fuel. So they're always gaining a little bit
They all seem to
during
be quite.
the pit stops.
Yeah, they all seem to be quite consistent on fuel I've seen. There's a couple that can last like 1 or 2 laps more. But
Also depending on how much you actually fuel. We have like 3
Yeah.
liters per second. That is not like the quickest time. So you
yeah, the fuel does take
Yes.
ages to. It's quite a big time loss.
Here we go. Roughly 7 to 10 laps before the next pit stop sequence.
Closest driver is on track is, yeah, probably in terms of chasing people down, France and the Crew Serum. So that is car 20 for Raw Talent Racing and car 64 for Sector 7. So around 2.3 seconds that gap at the moment, coming down quite slowly. It's going to be around the pit stop window, actually, I reckon striking distance will be for this. So, in terms of fuel, we've got quite similar. France with just a little bit less, so we could see an undercut happening, we could see an overcut. Probably not an overcut, no, yeah, definitely he'll pit like 1 or 2 laps earlier, send it, try and get past. Doesn't want to try and risk anything, because that's always got to be at the back of your mind when doing enduros. Don't want to go flying off.
And we are slowly approaching the evening. The lights on the cars. So yeah. It's
Is it getting
close
dark, Jaeger?
to that time. It will be
Yo.
that dark. You won't
Yeah.
believe it. Like how dark it will actually get.
I think it's going to get dark this race.
Yeah. But I think IRO, they have paid the bills, so we will get some track lights. Trust me. So yeah. Still.
Daytona has like a light every 3 centimeters. It seems the entire track just glows, whereas Nürburgring is like, all right, here you go. You can use your phone flashlight. Just take that in front of your car and drive 300 mile an hour in the pouring rain. Good luck, mate. Well, Daytona at night is incredible, like in terms of see all the stars and stuff. Go ORT. Our reigning champions in P7 at the moment. 2.2 seconds to Team Finland. So we've got multiple battles brewing up. So we've got the main event. District Simone 2 Manu chasing down that podium spot, gaining about a second a lap actually. What the hell? Wait, am I blind? Yes, I am blind. Not a second a lap, around a 10th a lap. There we go, that's better. Is coming down, could perhaps see a battle towards the end of the stint, but it's not going to be one for a while. But we know how Simon can just turn into an alien all of a sudden and gain about 7/10ths out of nowhere. We've got the battle for P6 between our reigning champions ORT finding themselves all the way back in P7 and GR Team Finland being driven by Rasko at the moment. 2.2 seconds. We've got 45, 44s roughly, and then very consistent 44s. So it seems to be the thing with ORT at the moment. They're not necessarily the fastest on track in this stint, but they've still got that championship level consistency, which gets them to win races. So we could see a move in the near future, probably around the pit window, which is around like that 48-ish. So it's coming up ever so shortly, looking at around 10-15 minutes to go until we see them second round pit stops. And I believe our third battle on track is between Raw Talent Racing and the other Sector 7 car for P9. Around 1.8 seconds separates these drivers at the moment. Again, another one that's coming down slowly. And we could see some racing action around this pit. This pit stop window is going to be absolutely wicked.
Should definitely bring some of the cars closer together. And yeah, I think ORT, they also had a slow start to the 2024 season. But then they showed so much consistency, and then towards the end, they just nailed it.
That's all you need in the end, consistency. It's what win races.
Win championships, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, championships always the ultimate goal. Jet P14, please. Well, we've only got 13 drivers in track at the moment because we had a disconnection with last minute racing. So P14 is currently in the Shadow Realm. But yeah, Blue Racer, 1 minute and 13 seconds off of Perry the Platypus. Yeah, this back of the stint is very much separated by large gaps that aren't going anywhere. It's still, no matter where you look on the field, it's consistent laps no matter what the pace, and that is what you need. Yeah, Tankborough for Apex Hunters Racing. P11, again, 57 seconds behind P10 and 38 seconds ahead of P12. So all you've got to do in this position is not die, and you should be able to bring it home for the team. But that is a lot easier said than done. Tankborough here ripping out the pace. 43 is, yeah, I believe that gap was a lot larger than 57 seconds. So all you got to do is try and set your teammate up for check Manu. So he's currently on the podium after that wicked battle with Jakey early on. Jakey falling from 3rd to 5th. But then again, he is severely jet lagged, so just trying to do what he can to bring it home. I mean, still being able to be in the 44s while jet lagged is a next level flex. Yeah, Manu is slowly getting chased down from Simin in the Boomer car. He's been consistently throughout the race the fastest man on track. I'll say that. Yeah, he's setting roughly the same time as the leader. It's just his fastest lap is ridiculously quick. We've got cars on low fuel. The low fuel light is out, and that indicates the pit window is coming soon.
Yeah, River, nice to see you in check, but yeah, my heart is broken for your disconnect. Sorry. Yeah, still. Chin up. Still a long way to go.
Wicked driving you did, mate. Yeah, just a 5-second penalty. It's not much.
In your dreams.
You've only got to travel back in time to this point in last season, redo the entire season again to even be able to appeal to return back to the race. But
I got that if I could turn back time theme now stuck in my head. Maybe. Nope.
I think you should share it with the wonderful Jaeger karaoke of whatever song is currently stuck in your head. not had one comment about the chair, which means I think my scuffed setup is working somehow.
You can hear it if you want to,
Yeah.
I guess.
If you hear a chair squeaking, gaslight yourself into thinking that you never heard it.
And
Yeah.
now you're doing it on purpose, right? Moving all around.
Maybe.
I hear it. See?
What the creature? I'm tactically doing it to see which one's the worst. So if anyone gets any gobby saying that I need to be sacked again, I can ruin the stream with chair squeaks.
Professional setup here.
Absolutely. Just some teenager in his bedroom waffling about grown men racing cars on a virtual PlayStation game. The most professional of setups. Thought you had a pet weasel. Fuck off, mate. Oh wait, I've got to keep it. I've got to keep it family friendly crap. Yeah, that's only the second. I've been streaming for like an hour and 15 minutes. That's the second naughty word I've said. That's good in my books. It's still single digits.
Great post edit now has to be done for the stream to beep out all the naughty.
Might as well just mute my entire stint, mate. It'd be easier. I'm going to open a window because it is boiling in my room at the moment.
Again, he's doing it on purpose, moving so we can hear that chair when he comes back. Go on. Unlucky penalty for ORG. I have also like a squeaky chair, so I can do that as well.
Just have the entire stream at mercy by just squeaky chairs constantly.
But I'm trying not to move.
I've got an itch right on my back that I can't scratch for the next 45 minutes without affecting the stream quality.
Right, let's go back to the racing action and forget about those.
Oh crap, yeah.
squeaky noises.
Forgot the pit window
was a
is now
race,
open,
actually.
yes. Leader
Yeah,
is in the
exactly.
pits. Forgot to put fuel in the car, might help. So yeah, definitely we're going to see drivers coming in. So the main ones to keep an eye out on is Simon. He's got around like 5-10% fuel in, so he could stay out for another couple laps, or he could dart in and try and undercut Manu. That gap at the moment has come down to 5.2 seconds. It was around, I believe, 8 seconds when he got ahead of Jakey initially. So perhaps we could see a move going into when they come into the pits. And Manu comes into the pits with around the same fuel as Simmons. As Simmons stays out going for the overcut And we have a double Sector 7 podium at the moment. 1-3 for the team. Jakey also coming into the pits. Where has ORT gone? In the pits. Coming out to try and do an undercut on Team Finland. And I believe the other one we were looking at was France, yeah, who stayed out, and Serum coming in the pits. Now they want around, 67, no, not 67, bloody hell, that's insane. 60, 57, around that much fuel. There'll be a dot that's telling them where the maximum one is, but they'll know a bit more precise from that because they've got race engineers and stuff in their ears. I'd definitely like to do a stint in one of the endurance races, especially since I've been getting back into racing, but like I'll need to find like teammates and stuff. I'm nowhere near consistent enough to do this.
So there is actually a split 2 happening for IRO, and I think there's still one open spot available.
Oh, is there? Is it only like
Yes.
split one that gets broadcasted and then split 2 for the other lot?
That is the idea. Maybe we get some
Commentators
as well
team.
for split 2, but the main focus is definitely on the split 1 season.
Get a team just
But
full
yes.
of the commentators and split 2. See how we do.
It's more about the driving experience for those teams that didn't make the pre-qualifying and still wanted to race.
So ORT
season.
ORT just slightly pulling up the undercut. Raskuk was out of the pits, a second behind Pirex. He's made the move in the pit window. Let's have a look. Where is Manu going to come out? It was around 5.2 seconds. That gap, remember, coming into the pit window. Simeon is in, taking fuel. He's coming out with Manu coming around turn 1. No, never mind, that's turn 2. Simeon is going to slot in behind 3.2 seconds. So he's gained just about a second in that pit stop. He's slightly lighter in terms of fuel than Manu, going for a slightly more aggressive approach, seeing if he could get past onto the podium. 3.4 seconds. Spoon is not a fan of the slow refuel speeds from Team Polyphony. What do we have to say about that? The pit stops in GT7, are they unnecessarily long? I think the driver swap ones are, but
Yeah, I mean they went down the road with showing like cinematics, animations for the pit stop. You don't have car control and don't actually drive.
yeah, I think it'd be alright if you like driving through the pits, and I like the way F1 does pit stops with the like interactive turning and stuff. I mean, I always miss it, but it's just something else that I can ruin races on. Coming out of the pit stops, the gap between Serum and K88 not necessarily changing much, but it is coming down. 1.6 seconds at the moment. Coming down, it seems to be coming down at like a tenth a lap roughly, so could see moves into the 50s. Speaking of which, is P1. Yeah, P1 just about to start the 50th lap of the stint. Nice little milestone after consistent lap after consistent lap, showing you how to win a race is being done by car 5, sector 7. That's the finish. We're assuming you want this bloke. So yeah, 1.4 seconds to Pirex. after getting overtaken in the pit stops, 13 seconds behind Arix Racing. So got a nice little buffer window to get some consistent laps into the next stint. I think that, like I can hear plates downstairs. I think that's going to bring me some like dinner or something that I've got to stealthily eat without streaming in. I did this last stint as well. I had food. It's because this time of the day, like late afternoon, is like the only time I'm free because I work weekends.
Basic needs.
Yeah.
You have to drink and eat and sleep and all that.
What matters overall is vroom vroom. And we've got that on stream. Yeah. That is all that matters. Who needs basic stuff like food, water, sleep, shelter when you have endurance racing? It's just starting to get dark. If we go on the forbidden chase camera, we can see a nice little sunset coming in. We are entering peak Daytona, which is Daytona at night. I think it's getting dark. Do we have any other driver requests? Fastest man on track is currently P1.
A splendid job at the top. Great drive, solid, consistent, keeping that gap.
Yeah, I think the gap coming into the driver swap was around 22 seconds, give or take, between P1 and P2. So GMRT just doing a masterclass for the Sector 7 racing team. I remember I was doing the license test. That's not what I want. Remember I was doing the license test, and I can't remember if I put my exposure back up. But as of now, it's not dark enough to see a difference. We can still see the liveries, and that's all that matters. It wasn't blindingly bright during the daytime, so if it does get to the point where it's too dark and I can't see the liveries, I'll try putting the exposure up. But we've actually got lights at this track, which is quite nice. P13, so Blue Racer in the second Race Asylum car, not necessarily getting the start that he would have wanted, just trying to bring it home for the team. He's got a 1 minute gap to Platypus Racing in 12th, just trying to bring it home, get the stint to an end so his teammate can get in and try and bring that gap down. The time is set at 1x. Yes, I believe so. To mimic realism. I've got my dinner, so I'm just going to slowly start trying to eat it without interfering with the stream. Most likely for something to happen is definitely Simmons, so I'll pop him on.
Everyone in chat now also gets hungry. I hear you eating. Nice.
Absolutely, that is the goal. Hungry while watching racing at night, so you go raid the kitchen, come back. Because endurance racing is always better with Stran.
Yeah, displaying how it really is, like for such a long race. At some point you have to eat. It's the same for the drivers, for the admins, for the team
Peak
managers, for the
realism.
streamers. Yeah, we cannot hide. No. Look at those visuals now. This is peak Daytona atmosphere now in those conditions.
You know, when you like peak data, I can't tell if that's like.
What you imagine, right?
Yeah.
If you go to Daytona, you feel like this should be the setting, so heading into the night.
You know, 2 hour stints should have like 3 sunsets in it.
I think I read in chat that the next 4 stints will be dark. Really dark. So 8 hours of darkness. And then we will see the light again.
However, the darker it is outside, the higher the probability that we get a karaoke with Jaeger. So, are we really losing? No, we're not.
See? Everyone is excited already. I know.
It's about, what, 4 stints to go until we get it, but we're hyping everyone up. I will be there.
Stint number 7, yeah, it's at least my hope that we have like 20 viewers, not like 100 plus or whatever. Peak, I don't know.
I have stopped looking at the view count because every time I do, I get a little bit more scared than I did last time. I think last time I checked the view count in a stream, it was like 43, and I think that was like the first one that I did. And I just vowed to never look at it again. I check, why is it double what I thought it was?
Yeah. But then again, it's the internet. Internet never forgets, and someone will definitely clip that beautiful bit of karaoke Jaeger style again.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I know how the game works, and I'm fine with it. All good. That's, you ask for it, you will get it. So. We have roughly 30 minutes before the next driver's sequence.
I think it'll be like 15 laps or so, not including this one. Actually, no, leader is currently on lap 55, so like 14 laps until.
Commentator cam, oh no! No one wants to see that, trust me.
Oh god, no! I'm literally sat in my dressing gown right now in my room, like eating my dinner. Got a mic up one end, laptop the other end, keyboard over here. Commentator cam would definitely lower the average viewer retention, probably get the video put on some sort of blacklist, but.
I mean, we could ask Netflix if they want to do like a documentary about how.
And here we have
works
the
on
world
Gran Turismo.
commentator sat in front of his viewer yet again, watching virtual cars go round a virtual oval for 24 hours. The species is at a very low point in its life as it watches peak endurance racing.
The naked truth, yeah, about the commentators at IRO. Yeah, we definitely need to see that. I know.
It's we do like Hello Fresh now, so it's some like foreign rice dish thing. I haven't got a clue what it is, but it tastes delicious, and that's all that matters. Hello Fresh are wicked because like I'm going uni next year. Well, technically this year, yeah. No, August I'll be moving out. And I haven't got a clue how to cook. Beans on toast is about my limit. I'll bring it down.
Exactly.
Yeah, beans and toast is about my limit. But HelloFresh is nice because it explains everything like you're a 5-year-old. So I could actually make a couple of them. I'm still useless at about half of them, but it's better than the usual, right?
Okay, blue flag situation here. Very nicely handled, I guess.
3 wide at turn 1. Oh yeah, they're just going. We've got like back markers and stuff. Watch the track action. Nah, mate, my scran comes first.
But we have a... Well, the gap has come down under 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
P3 and P4.
Yeah, it was about
Stint.
it was about 2.5 when I started spectating him. It is coming down slowly. Raikou has not been dropped off Pyrex yet. Pyrex is still ahead after getting past in the pit stops, but Raikou is coming back for round 2. So we'll keep the camera on this because we could get some banging action coming soon.
That Corvette should be quick. We'll see a little bit of toe.
You can tell I'm on race day that I heavily put hot dogs together for dinner. That's probably going to be my average dinner at uni. Like, I come home from a lecture, open the cupboard, pick up whatever is somehow left, somehow make it work. As long as it gets me to tomorrow, who really cares? No, there's definitely a couple Hello Freshers that have done that. Like, were actually quite simple to do, and they tasted wicked. Three AM Freddo is a must. Gotta love a good cheeky late night Freddo, or crave the cereal that makes you feel like shit if you have it in the morning, but oh my god, it is delicious at 2 AM. The more chocolate a cereal is.
A truth about streaming and living your life. I don't know. But yeah. Sometimes you just need...
Oh crap, how are we already on lap 56? It's taken a bit longer than I thought, I'm sorry.
Enjoying your meal, all good. So yeah, towards the closing stages of that stint, we have probably 2 battles going on, P6, P7 and P3, P4, so we not sure who jump back and forth between those 2 battles.
We missed the overtake from this bloke here, last minute racing. Raw talent racing, yeah, I knew it was something like that. Got up into P9, got past Serum, and yeah, just slowly making his way forward. So, battle for P3, 1.2 seconds. That gap's coming down. So Slipstream is closing in. I'm done with my meal. I can get back into commentary mode.
Just in time.
Intermission is over.
Yeah, we should play some,
I
some
was-
music while you were eating. Yeah.
Wait, I can make chair squeak. Chair song.
Here we go.
Yeah. I reckon.
The Aston Martins. Let's go.
Go on to the cockpit cam, see the brutal effect of that banking in its truest form. So we go into the bus stop, 9 tenths that gap is. Now slipstream isn't really effective until you're around like 7 to 4 tenths back, but it definitely is noticeable. If you think like 150 mile an hour versus like the same thing, it's slightly quicker. He is gaining. Look at that gap come down. 2 tenths gained on that back straight. It's just got to stay close to him in the infield and then maybe try and cock up a move into turn 1 or just before the bus stop. Turn 1, trying hardest to keep away from them tyre barriers. That hitbox there is insane. The amount of times I hit that without thinking is a little bit embarrassing, but they're all clean through because they can actually drive, unlike me.
You are not alone. It happened to AHR James, unfortunately, in the first stint.
Yeah,
That inside wall, yeah.
inside, it's brutal. The amount of races it's cost me at Daytona. I just clipped a little bit too much on turn 1, and then boom, my entire car has just exploded. Yeah, 0.42 seconds coming out onto the banking for the first time. Good, try and take a narrow line as possible. Lower that gap. So 3 tenths of a gap coming up to the bus stop. Definitely a bit too far back to think about a move here. All he wants to do is prioritise his run through here. Maybe give Manu a bit of his own medicine and try and force a mistake. They've both got roughly the same run through there. The Simon here just now has to try and copy exactly what Manu does. Maximise as much slipstream he can get. Coming up to the run into turn 1. Is he going to dart towards the outside where there's a gap? Yes, he is. Is he going to be able to get close or ahead going into the braking zone? They're side by side going into it. Late on the brakes, much later on the brakes. Is he going to be able to make the turn? Yes, he is. Simu has made his way up into the podium spots. It's a double Sector 7 podium as we see at the moment. P1 and P3 for the Americans. And that was an absolute textbook slam on the brakes, get a good run, and get ahead overtake. That's what we love to see. No time lost or anything. Yep. Most importantly, clean. Harlock has been P2 the entire race, doing exactly what he needs to do for Race Asylum. Very nice, consistent mid-43s across the board. Just trying to bring it home as he comes into the last 10 laps of this stint. Who's doing a stint 4, do you know?
If I unmute myself,
Yeah,
then
might
I
help.
can tell you, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prepare stuff. It will be Evo, Race Asylum's own Evo, who was driving stint 1. Will be
Nice.
doing stint 4 comms for us, yeah.
Is he in a party chat yet?
Not yet.
So we're on lap
Just
61
sorting the
at the
stream.
moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in the lobby already,
alright.
so, but has the livery not showing back. as
Make
well.
sure you do that before you exit. I really have missed replays. There's been so many moves where I could just like, oh, it's getting boring. Let's just look at that replay for the 20,000th time, and I couldn't do that today. It's like half my Arsenal's just been taken away from me. Yeah, look at that mini-map. Marty just has the entire track to himself, it seems. Well, massive gap up front, massive front gap behind. He's got his nice own little section of the track that you can get some laps at and bring it home. And that is what he's doing. Still consistent. Look at that, 55, 57 lap. 43.4, 43.6, 43.4, 43.4, 43.4. It's 3 laps within 20 milliseconds of each other. That is about the same as it isn't like blinking your eye, like 200 milliseconds or something. There's got to be like less than the eye blink of consistency there. Let's go, Jakey, the jet-lagged jet champion. Been setting some nice, consistent, like high 44s, low 43s. Started the stint in P3. Been overtaken twice by the aliens to currently be in P5. But he's got a minute gap to go to JJ Razku in the GR Finland car. Here is Evo. Hey up. Yeah, just having some consistent. He's had a couple penalties here and there, but nothing major to like ruin a race.
It's still annoying.
Still annoying, yeah, but it's Daytona. Like, of course you're gonna get penalties. Let's have a look further behind because I've not been giving everyone equal screen time as I said I would. Actually, let's just do a bloody grid order, because why not? So, P1 at the moment is car number 5 for Sector 7 Racing. Led the entire stint. Gap was around 22 seconds, brought up to 39. Absolute textbook, consistent, fast laps from J. Marty ahead. And just exactly where he wants the team's car to be to bring them home a nice result. P2 then is Harlot, but Simon and Manu have not pulled away from each other, and Manu is on the back foot of Simon. Is he going to do the same thing that Simon did to him? He took a bit of that grass there. Was that too much? Is he going to get slapped on the face with a half-second penalty? Looks like he's gotten away with it. Yeah, I believe we've got Evo Kravitz in the chat now. Yeah. 42.9 for Manu with that slipstream. Not deciding to dart to the outside, staying as close as possible to maximise as much slipstream as he can get there. We'll go back to cockpit cam when I think he's going to go for another overtake. There's not really many overtaking like spots on this track if you're being as clean as possible. You've got going into the braking zone of the bus stop and turn 1 pretty much. The infield is a bit too close to be going for like the centre and that, but you can do it. As there we see Simon just having a poor exit there. Manu gaining about half a tenth on there. The battle for P3 is still very much on, even in the latter stages of this race. So 3 tenths going into the run to the bus stop. Again, a little bit too far back to be thinking about a move. But he can make himself visible in Simon's rear mirror, give himself something to worry about, maybe try and force a mistake going into the bus stop, as we've seen him do with Jakey behind. So yeah, I think we could actually, no, we've seen a bit. Have we seen too much of these two? Because they've been scrapping like quite a bit. I did
eat the dinner to just these guys, but we've got action on track. We're watching the action.
Stick with the action.
Yes.
Definitely.
Let it compensate for my mediocre commentary. Yeah, the spotters guy has been wickedly helpful throughout the entire stint. It's definitely like...
Yeah, especially for your first stint.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I only usually have time to do like
yeah.
one stint per race, so it does help when trying to learn who's who.
I feel like when I'm doing the second or third stint in such an event, you know the teams and the numbers and the cars.
Yeah.
Just there, all good. But yeah, if you're new, then it's always nice to have a little bit of a cheat sheet.
Yeah. Do you do them for every race, or is it... Because I've just seen that there was one for a race for Mind. Was that like...
It depends. Like if teams do change deliveries, then
Yeah, this car
it's
5
just,
livery change, and I didn't clock, and I was
great,
like,
yeah.
oh yeah, the car 5 isn't on track as they're leading by like 40 seconds, but that was a tiny blunder. I may have got sacked by chat. As they're side by side going into turn 1, Manu is ahead this time. Is he going to be late enough on the brakes? Simon isn't. He's going to fight this one. And he's going to stay ahead. Wonderful defensive driving. Would be wicked to go on the replay to see what he did there. Presumably just staying in the centre, cutting off the outside and the inside, giving him no way to go. They're close, so we're going cockpit. Actually, let's do a passenger cam. So we get a look. He's going to have a look up the inside into this hairpin curve, but there's not really enough room for one car to go through here. Nice and early on the throttle, not too much, because this corner can be a bit lethal. Want to maximise exit speed on here, get as much of a run to the bus stop. Not too early on the throttle, can be a bit lethal. Tight through this section, running to the bus stop. You want as short of a distance travelled as possible. 2/10 the gap. Is he going to have a look up the inside? He's going to make himself clear, but he's just going to lift off slightly so they can both get through there cleanly. As we go through the run up to turn 1, Simon with a much better exit through the bus stop than Manu. However, with the slipstream, Manu will come right back as they enter that braking zone. So go back on cockpit cam. 10th, doesn't really matter, much faster. He's going to opt to give Simon the bump draft. They're going to want to wait. Well, we've not got much time now. Lap 69's when we're in. We're on 66.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Kravitz.
How are we?
Alright. The
What a
massive...
race we've got so far.
Yeah, definitely. It's been wicked the entire way through. I feel like the much more like info I've got because of the spotters guide and stuff. My streams still aren't the highest quality, but they're slowly getting better.
You have been sacked. You have been sacked.
Shut
halfway
up,
through,
mate.
so-
Midway through the stint, that is brutal.
Yeah, midway through, first race of the season, and he's been sacked.
Midway through, first race of
for a
the
vol-
season, I've been sat. Jaeger's
for a
had to come back on and
voluntary-
compensate for that. I've said so many incorrect things that we're gonna have a whole
Jaeger's-
separate broadcast where it's just corrections of whatever I've managed to say.
I had to come to the
Jaeger's
rescue. I know.
Yeah, he's gone. I've had to jump in early already. We're not even 6 hours in. Oh, what a legend, though. What a legend. But yeah, we've got a lot of information for this year. Brand new graphics for not only us behind the scenes, but for the viewers as well. So we are going all in for 2025. So I hope everyone's enjoying the graphics. But yeah, I'm very pleased to see that we've still got so many battles on track.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's been a good 3 that have been switching through the entire race. I'm trying to get a lot better at covering more of the tracks. I usually end up just sticking with one pack for the entire stint. But
You can get so sucked into one person's battles, and you're like, oh,
Yeah.
wow, this is happening everywhere. But yeah, it's usually this is like the time when people are spreading out, but it seems like
Yeah.
people are actually closing in on each other. It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's where
We had that in Stint 2, right, where it was spaced out suddenly, and then
Yeah.
it just now closed towards the
Each
end of
team
Stint 2
has
and
their
Stint
own
3.
like, you know, each team has a card to play, so we've seen so much kind of yo-yoing of drivers catching and then the gaps going, you know, extending out again, and it's an interesting dynamic because you just don't know if you're ever going to be safe from behind. You might have like a 20-second gap, but it's like, now I've got a World Tour driver behind me, what am I doing? It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, you had 2 World Tour drivers in front of you for your Stint team.
God. I had to sit on a towel the whole time. I was just sweating. It was a challenge.
I might
keep
need to
up.
do that for the next time. I'm practically stuck to my chair at the moment.
It was on the grid going, and I was actually shaking. I was like, this is like a big race. This is quite important. For them, it's just a casual Saturday, Sunday drive. For the rest of us, it's like, wow, this is
I
this
always
is the
do that.
biggest
I
thing
get
I've ever
dead
done.
worried for like the most casual racers. Oh, we've missed.
I always
Halfway. Is he ahead? Side by side going through turn 1. Manu's got the inside. Never mind, that's Manu's got the outside. Simmon remains ahead for Sector 7 racing as we get to the penultimate race of the stint for these two. Let's have a look at what these two are doing. Again, side by side. Why are they going for lap overtakes on the same lap? I want to stick with at least one there. Radko is just slightly ahead going out here. However, ORT Pyrex gets a better exit. Side by side going through the run onto the bus stop. Simmon is still ahead for that battle of this P3. Okay. ORT Pyrex with the inside there, just trying to cut off Razku here, give him nowhere to go. It's going to be a battle of who's latest on the brakes, and do they dare to go side by side? No, they don't. Pyrex slides back out there. Let's have a look at P3, a 10th between it, going into the bus stop. So this is the thing, there's 2 wheel-to-wheel battles at the complete other end of the circuit. The keyboard buttons are definitely coming in clutch.
they're trying to make you look bad, Francis.
You know, well, they've done enough of it.
Let's make it hard for
They've
him.
done
Let's
enough of
make
it
really
in the
hard.
entire stint. There is Rodri going for another move, going onto the penultimate lap. Last time through turn 1, he's ahead, going into the braking zone. What can Simmon do about it? Nothing at the moment. Manu is ahead. He's going to have a slight little wobble there. Manages to keep it under control. Razku and Pyrex are both cleanly through the infield turn 1 as well, but a complete other lap behind as Razku goes wide there. Pyrex having a look up the inside, isn't quite able to make move. Our first driver is in the form of the Sector 7 car number 5. Wonderful stint from J Marty there to bring it home for the team. Harlock will be next in shortly. Let's keep a look on this battle for P3 as we go onto the back straight for the final time. Run up into the bus stop. It's 3/10 going into the run, so definitely gonna be looking for who can get into the pits first. It's looking like it's gonna be a Manu at the moment, but a wicked run
through the bus stop for Simid is right up close to Manu, and he's got the power of the slipstream. Surely he's going to get past, but he's got like next to no fuel. 0.0 litres on the thingamabob. Is he going to run out of fuel? Is he going to have to concede? They're going to be side by side going through into the pit lane, and it's not going to give me the gap between them, but I think that was like 20 milliseconds or something. They were side by side doing that. We're going to go over to another battle, starting the penultimate lap, and do it all over again. Pirex and Razku, please tell me when it goes over to Evo so I don't talk to myself for too long. Because it will happen.
Yeah. Racing action on both of the screens. On the top right, you see Stint 4 running. Should be a close battle between P2 and P3. P3 and P4 it is actually.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Came into the pits at the pretty much exact same time. As Pirex just not quite getting the exit onto the banking that he would have wanted there, but it's all in the slipstream. If he can nail the bus stop here, like we saw from the other bloke, he's gonna not get as much grip as he wanted. I have to lift a little bit. I think Razku's going to be clear here, but we'll see how strong the slipstream is. P13, just a minute, mate. As we come up to the pit entry, it's definitely going to be Razku who takes P6 for Team Finland. ORT come in at P7. It's going to say P6 for some reason, but they were definitely P7 and behind. P13 is Blue Racer at the moment, lap 67. He's 6 minutes behind, so he's got about 4 minutes to go to the pits. I believe, since it's not telling me the difference between him and Perry the Platypus, it is over 12. Is it when P10 comes in? Yeah.
Go full screen to Stint 4 to continue the battle for P3 and 4, then any second. So thank you, Trentis, for your coverage of Stint number 3, and we switch over to now. So you should talk now. Is your
I
mic
was
on?
muted. I
Yeah,
was
you were-
muted.
you were
time,
muted. Oh, no.
time to sack me. Time to sack the boss as well. We thank you to Corentis and Jaeger for their amazing coverage of Stint 3. And we are now in Stint 4, starting the 6th hour now. And the battle for third place, that last spot on the podium, continues. Pavs and Nuke, both in the V12 advantages. Literally nose to tail coming out of the pits, 5/10 the gap coming onto the oval section. We'll keep an eye on that. We have the Grid Life team P5, 33 seconds back. The GT Finland racers in P6. 1 second behind is the reigning champions ORT in that number 1 car, that lucrative number to have. And then a further 1.8 seconds back, Arix Racing in the GTR. P9, we've got Ando in the Makuga Sector 7 racing team. Some very small gaps here that are all going to come together hopefully during this stint. Raw Talent Racing, P10. Apex Hunter Racing, James back in the car. And we'll quickly flick back to that podium battle. It's still Linus Stern going into turn 1. Nothing separating these two drivers so far. Nuke with a 45.1 and Pabs with a 45 flat. These two are right on pace with each other. And of course, how could we forget the leaders? Sector 7 Esports in the Lexus. Lovely, lovely livery. Kind of reminds me of the Formula 1 Red Bull car with that dark blue and red pinstriping. And in P2 we have Race Asylum Esports, the 44, last year's runners-up. 38.8 is the gap. And Shadow with the fastest lap so far. Back to Nuke and Pabs. 0.3 is the gap going onto the oval here. Nuke just going high, maybe trying to break a little bit of slipstream. Pabs just following him, stalking him eagerly as they come down to the bus stop here. 0.2 now. We'll be setting up to try and get the run out of the bus stop, but we'll be fighting that dirty air effect. But it looks like he's got the run potentially, and he's kept it very well. 0.2. Look at Pabs here, gaining in the slipstream. Is he going to go outside? Yes, he does. Will he have the momentum to get it done? They're almost banging doors. It's so close, nothing between these two. You could put barely a piece of paper. Will he get it? Hold it around the outside? He does. Nuke's wise to back out there, and Pabs up onto the podium. Loose moves back onto the podium, and he will try and run for the hills now. Gap behind for P6 between GT Finland and ORT, just half a second now. That Corvette is going to be a difficult car to pass for the BMW. Definitely stretch and pull off miracles. It is the Overboost Racing team, last year's champions of course. And just behind in P8 we have Arix also trying to close them down. .4 the gap now, coming into the bus stop chicane, or what was renamed the Le Mans chicane. Obviously a historic partnership between Le Mans and Daytona as two of the biggest 24-hour races of the year, and they actually named two chicanes on each track after each event. So we've got the Le Mans chicane as it's known now, a little bit less commonly known amongst racers, but that chicane is now the Le Mans chicane, and you also have the Daytona chicane at in France. And King's looking for a move up the inside, puts a nose there, and the GT Finland driver does a really good job there to give the space, and through King's goes. Great overtake there, daring on the brakes, and he gets it done. And like Pabs, he will want to run for the hills and get that gap before the Corvette can come back and have anything to say about it. But this has brought Arix Racing into the mix. 44.6 on the last lap, and that gap has closed. Little wiggle coming out of the hairpin there, but he's just under that 1 second gap, so he will be getting advantage from the car in front with a bit of slipstream. We'll do a quick rundown just to show you how things are looking going into stint 4. So, Sector 7 Esports, currently in P1, dominating the proceedings, have been comfortably for a few hours now. Esports Race Asylum started P5 and have made their way slowly up to P2 and are on the hump. P3, Loose Moose Racing, still towing along the 764 of the Sector 7 Boomers team. And then we have Grid Life in P5, the North American based team of drivers, doing a great job. Started P9 and up to P5. They've been the big movers of this race so far. This is the battle we saw just moments ago. Kings for Overboost Racing team in P6. Once again, another car that has jumped up a few positions since the start. I believe they started P10. And then the GT Finland racers in the Corvette, P7. Arix Racing in P8, joining onto this battle here. Ando for the Mikuga Sector 7 team in P9. With Ready to Race, or sorry, Raw Talent Racing, that's the other RTR team. Raw Talent Racing in P10, 5 seconds back. James for AHR in P11. Bit in no man's land, 47 seconds to the car in front, a minute to the car behind, but we all know what James's pace is like and he'll be looking to cut into that. P12 we have the Project Platypus team in the Mercedes, an interesting pick. Seems to be a bit of a struggle for them so far here for this track, Daytona. One of those unique tracks on the circuit where you haven't got too many corners and you've got those long straights and those sections of banking, potentially highlighting some of the flaws of the Mercedes, but they're doing what they can with it so far. P12 for them. P13, last minute racing, were running high up in the early stints, but unfortunately had a disconnect early on in stint 3, and they're on the comeback drive now, 5 minutes down from the lead. They were just a second off at the start of stint 1, so they will be gutted with that disconnect, but there's a lot of racing still to go. And Race Asylum 2, the 77 Nissan in P14, a minute and 38 back from them in P13. So we'll go back to some of the battles that we have. This freeway battle for P6. King's just starting to edge away from these two behind, as he's broken that 1 second mark that you get for the tow. But now the Corvette under a bit of pressure from the Nissan behind. And tell you what, let's go on board with the Nissan and see what we can see. We'll go in the passenger seat here for a lovely cinematic experience as we watch Alessandro chuck the car through the chicane. Down a gear, back into 4. And that's a good run out of there. Even then, just losing a bit of time to the Corvette. This is where the Corvette really stretches its legs with that big American V8. And 8/10 remains the gap going over the line. Personal best though for the Arix team. Was it a personal best for the GT Finland racers? No, it wasn't. So that gap has come down on that lap, and Kings is now pulling comfortably clear away from these two. But one little mistake could pull him back in, one penalty, one little braking marker missed. But this gap between Pabs and Nuke, still inseparable, these two, 5/10. They must be so even on pace. Pabs with a personal best sector 1 there, 2/10 up. And Nuke is just doing a good job just to follow along. Stay in his tracks, get that slipstream effect. The Aston Martin seems to struggle on the straights here. Very good car for the infield, but doesn't quite have the legs on the oval. So Nuke doing a good job to get that advantage of the tow, getting that reduced drag to pull him along. And that's going to do him very well. But Pabs starting to heat up here, 3.5 on his personal best. But I imagine Nuke is a very tactical, very smart guy. He's going to stick here and use Pabs to drag him along. And as GT45 has said in the chat, so far, the 43.4 from Goncazo for the Sector 7 esports teams. Our total fastest lap of the race so far, a scintillating 1:42.827 from Antonio for the esports team. Brilliant lap, especially in racing conditions when you factor in tyre wear, fuel, track conditions. So that is an amazing lap from Antonio. Absolutely alien behaviour. And just wide from Nuke there as he followed Pabs, but he looks to be okay. No penalty, and he's not far off of his time, basically matching his Sector 1 time. So Nuke just pushing the limits of the car there and doing a great job of that. Checking up on the leaders, 39.3 seconds. Moncazo doing a good job of just getting this car around comfortably. And Shadow there in P2. Consistent lap times for the last few laps, 43.7, 43.5, 43.7 and another 43.7. What's it going to be this lap? A 43.7, so great consistency there from the esports race farm team, and that's what they've been good at for the last year, is just putting in consistent times. They may not always be the absolute fix on the track, but that's where their advantage is certainly. Back to that battle, and that's down to 0.5 of a second now between Arix and the GT Finland Racers. Jake Chaplin said those Astons are great, never thought they'd be that good yet. We were surprised as well in Race Asylum to see them so quick. We did get a slight weight reduction in the latest BOP update, which has certainly helped. But yeah, that's where the brilliance of the new championship, allowing drivers to adjust downforce. It's brought a lot of cars into play here that previously may not have been viable just on DOP. So the downforce is doing wonders. We've got all sorts of cars. We've got Corvette, Nissan, BMW, Mercedes, Lexus, and Aston Martin. No MR cars though. No MR cars though so far. Clearly not any favourable ones for this part of the season yet. But depending on how the BOP changes, that could all change. But it was at this point last season, the first race, where we saw the McLaren be the mighty car to beat. But not this time around. Nowhere to be seen is the McLaren. 3/10 now is the gap between the Nissan and the Corvette. Just hasn't quite got the legs, that Nissan, to close in on the Corvette. Tailwind behind. If you look at the track map in the top right, you can see a 3.6 meter per second tailwind as Alessandro, with a great run through turn 1, they're side by side. Dummies to the inside. Does he get the space? He's got the run, and they're going to be side by side going into the kink. But the Corvette has the inside line, slots in ahead, but these two are now engaged in battle. And this is exactly where the Nissan will want to be, tucked in right behind that Corvette's diffuser to get all its help it needing on the straight. And you'd think an overtake is coming soon. 3/10 now the gap. And they're about to head into a slight headwind going into the chicane, but 4/10 now. You can see that Corvette pulling 1/10.5 on that Nissan just before they've even left the banking. Just insane, the power difference between these cars, but the Nissan making up its time through the corners. Good run through the bus stop there, and that gap, 3.5 tenths. He's gained another 1/10.5 back there through the bus stop, and it is now seeking that slipstream to boost him past, and we'll go in the cockpit as we watch this overtake. Or no, we'll stay on the TV cam, get a lovely cinematic overtake there as he goes to the inside, late braking, and he's hit the ball. Alessandro hits the invisible wall there, and he's got damage. He's got suspension damage and front aero damage as he hit the wall too shallow of a line into turn 1. Belteguise manages to escape with no damage there as he was kind of hit and rebounded to the outside of turn 1, just a passenger in that incident there. But that is going to be a big hindrance to Alessandro's race now with that damage. That's going to hold him back significantly now, and we'll probably see the Corvette fly back past on this next straight. Such an unfortunate incident there. That barrier just so hard to judge where it is. It's completely invisible. If you drive at Daytona, you'll see that there's just an open bit of track, and it's just an invisible barrier to stop you from driving into the pit lane. And here's the re-overtake from the Corvette, and that's a big setback for the Arix team there, who will probably have to make potentially an unscheduled pit stop here, depending on how much time he starts to lose a lap. But you can see the delta on your left, 7 tenths, going to be 8 tenths in just a moment. That's a lot of time that they're about to lose there. Does Alessandro come into the pits? He does. He comes in for that damage, and what will he do? How will they amend their race here? We'll keep an eye on that, see how that goes. But the gap, still 39 seconds between Goncazo and Shadow, these two trading the blows. Shadow with incredible consistency. 43.7 for the last 6 laps there, except for his personal best of a 43.5 and a 43.8 on, not the last lap, but the lap before. Great consistency from the Esports Race Asylum driver, doing a great job on his Esports Race Asylum debut, of course. We'll go back to Alessandro. Where is he? There, and he's out on the soft tyres. I imagine in that Nissan and try and bridge the gap. He had about 10 to 11 laps to do on that set of tyres if he's running the strategy that I assume they are. So he's gonna have to do a longer stint or extend each one of his stints if he wants to stay with the 2-stop. Monkey Man said Bros created the race schedule and couldn't attend the schedule. Yeah, I know. Nick is washed, and I'd like everyone to say it. Nick #washed for not attending. But we'll see how Alessandro does here now, chasing after the Raw Talent Racing car of Brisbane, or Brisbane, depending on where you're from. Lovely liveries across the grid here. We'll take a look at all of the liveries for your viewing pleasure. And IRO, #Nick is washed, that is true. Lucas, #washed. I will have to say it myself, hashtag washed. Absolutely poor from Nick. He would have been very slow in this race anyway. I've seen his practice times, he's doing like 50s. So yeah, absolutely unacceptable, and I think he's going to get sacked from Esports Race Asylum. Back to the Aston Martins, and these two are still line astern. Absolutely inseparable so far, and these two are just running a very quiet, very smart race here, Pabs and Nuke. Probably the two wiliest foxes on the grid, I'd say. And they are doing a great job to just follow each other. Nuke 44.2 on his last lap, and that just shows you the advantage of this strategy. Just follow Pabs, keep on his tail, and just use his slipstream to boost him along. And is he going to give a bump, or is he going to go for the re-overtake? He's going to give a bump. And once again, smart stuff from Nuke and Pabs. 44.5 going over the line. Under the lights here in Daytona. Tom here for the Grid Life team. 44.5s for him. Very consistent laps as well. 44.5, 44.5, 44.9, 44.6. Doing a great job in that Lexus. Actually closing a little bit on the drivers behind, the drivers in front, these two Aston Martins, just slightly every lap. The Kings reeling them in as well. 44 flats for him in that BMW. He seems to be enjoying that. He is the top BMW in the grid so far. And now the GT Finland racers, Baltikis, or if I'm probably butchering that, they are now running very much on their own in this little pocket. 44.2, personal best from him on the last lap. Ando in the 43s, so these two might converge later on in the race. That Lexus, a bit of a weird one, the Lexus. It's a very, very quick car. It's just one of those cars where it's good everywhere. It's got no horrid weaknesses. It just does a great job all over the track, and Ando is making the most of it. Ando and his teammate in the sister car Goncazo doing great jobs there. 41 seconds the gap now to Shadow. At a 44.1 on the last lap, potential penalty or maybe a little mistake to blemish his consistent run of high 43s. Nuke and Pabs still 7 tenths, these two. Absolutely insane. James also in the other BMW, the third BMW, the 69 Apex Hunter racing car, in that copper and black livery scheme. Lovely matte colours on the car. It's like a matte metallic somehow. It's definitely matte, but it's got a little bit of a shine to it. And he is reeling in Alessandro ahead. 44.0 on the last lap for James, a 45.2 for Alessandro. So these two, that gap will be closing down, and James is a very quick, very capable driver. He's now getting blue flags in the game from Shadow behind in the Corvette. Of course, when the in-game blue flags go off, that's not when you have to move out of the way. IRO blue flag rules state that you have to be in the same sequence of corner as the lapped car in front, so James has a bit of time to keep doing his laps before he has to take any yielding action to the second place Corvette. But their pace, roughly similar, 43.7, 44.0 for James, so he might be able to just stay where he is, unless he makes any mistakes or the car behind him makes any mistakes. But James is a very quick, very consistent driver, and of course, a fellow pad driver. And any pad driver gets my immediate respect. It's a very tough thing to be at the top level of. Matej or Alex or both Matej Alex in the number 11 Project Platypus. As I said earlier, interesting pick for the Mercedes. I think, if my memory serves me correctly, they did originally pick the McLaren, which I thought could potentially be an underdog, but they did switch to the Mercedes. They are trying to make it work here. 44s for Matej Alex. The Furious 2 getting some laps in to recover some pace for his team. Unfortunate disconnect, and that put them 4+ minutes behind the leader after that. A gap now 5 minutes 32. Or whether he was held or delayed in the penalty, the disconnection penalty, but I'm sure that will be all looked at, credited back, depending on anything there. And then Den's MP14 for the Race Asylum 2 squad. This team, of course, did get a race win last season at Suzuka, which was one of the 2 wins that weren't taken by Overboost Racing Team or Esports Race Asylum. Of course, the Sector 7 squad won the opening round at Barcelona after a driver swap infringement penalty from ORT, and then of course the Race Asylum 2 team taking the win at Suzuka in those wet conditions. Again, a race win that ORT lost to a penalty, so it kind of shows you how good ORT were in that season, and 2 wins that they could have had, unfortunately stricken away post-race. But these things happen, mistakes, penalties and whatnot. But they are cracking on here, and we're seeing that endurance racing spirit from all drivers. No matter how far they've dropped or what adversities they're facing, everyone continues to soldier on, and that is brilliant. We saw it with the Race for Mind 24-hour race just a few weeks back in the Race Asylum Discord, and we continue to see it in the International Racing Organisation for GTEC, and it's great to see. Back to the leader, Goncazo, just cruising out front, just dipped into a 44 on his 19th lap, but back into the 43s just on lap 20. We will take a look on board his car once I find the right key. Pad player unable to use his keyboard, so I'm going to get sacked now as well. So that's already 2 members of the streaming team sacked for this race. Cockpit view is H, and there we go, cockpit enabled. He gets all slidey. Call that at just the right time. Goncazo with a big moment coming onto the oval. He just held it and kept it in a straight line. Blue Racer is also using the pad. Yes, he is. I think we've got a few pad players amongst the grid this year, and all of them, like I said, get my immediate respect as a fellow pad player. So maybe I'm biased, but as a fellow pad player, get my immediate respect for doing these races on 2 joysticks and triggers. Evo is washed. Well, yes, maybe. A pad has its pros and cons, but so does a rig setup with wheel and pedals. It ultimately comes down to the individual. Yep, correct. The individuals make the difference, and we've got a lot of difference makers here. as we take a onboard a lap with Goncazo coming into the international horseshoe, down to first gear, back up to second to kill some of the torque, kill some of the revs and get a lovely exit out. 130 miles an hour plus coming into the kink here. Going to be braking in the middle of that escape road on the left, down to first again, getting the front in, up to second, and exits nicely using that curb on the outside. Once again, braking in the middle of that tarmac on the right, just gingerly on the throttle after that moment last lap, and he's out onto the oval now, flat out, making sure not to dip under that yellow line. The rules stated clearly before the race not to drive under that line in any circumstances, and Goncazo has stayed well clear of that as he comes to the Le Mans chicane, the bus stop, using a lot of the curb to get the car through, and that's a clean and tidy run through the bus stop there as he comes around the banking, the official last corner of the track, with the massive grandstand on the right, all the pretend fans cheering on the Portuguese driver as he crosses the line for a 44.2 as the tyres are starting to scream death now. But a great lap there from the leader, and that is a look on board of Daytona road course here for the 24 hours of Daytona, round 1 of course. And if you think what we've got so far has been immense racing, then we've got 9 more races of this, another 3 24-hour races. This season of the GT Endurance Championship is going to be immense. Jakey, evening Evo and chat. Good evening, Jakey. How are you feeling? Are you a bit tired now? I imagine you are. And there's the calendar up on the stream. Bathurst, Red Bull Ring, Nürburgring, Monza, Le Mans, Watkins Glen, Fuji, Road Atlanta and Spa. What a brilliant calendar of historic tracks, and we are going to be live for every single one of them. Those are the dates. Do not miss them, because this championship is going to be insane. We've got some of the quickest drivers now in this championship, and it is just immense. Just immense what is going on in GTEC now. As I think I'm going to be getting a co-commentator here, a guest co-commentator. You'll all know him as the bad guy. The bad guy who gives you all of your slaps on the wrists and your penalties. I know him as Splodge. But he will be jumping into the party chat soon, so we will have co-commentary. And you'll get to hear his dulcet tunes as well. A very knowledgeable guy, knows a lot about his racing, so it is great to have him for the race today. In stint 4 here. Very happy to have him in as well after doing the 24-hour Nürburgring stint. After all those hours I was very, very tired, but Shadow into the pits for the Corvette, the Esports Race Asylum team, opting to go a lap earlier than the Lexus, potentially just wanting to utilise some of the tyre wear later on in the stint, potentially more rubber down, hoping to get more out of them later on. Now as he fuels up, roughly around the 50 to 60 litre mark, Pabst coming across the line now, MP3, Nuke behind, still in that tow in P4, but he has dropped a little bit further back from where he was, probably a bit of the tyres starting to affect him now. that gap creeping up to 9 as Guncazo now into the pits. A minute 21, obviously, that is not considering that Shadow has done a pit stop, an extra pit stop at this stage, but that is going to even out. Tyres looking pretty evenly worn for Guncazo. Not too much of an issue for that Lexus historically. Historically has been a great car, very kind on its tyres. Saw that a lot last year. As he fills up probably 57 litres of fuel and back out he goes. So we'll see what the gap is after those pit stops as Shadow slings the car through the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane. We've got a car in front of him as well. Kings into the pit as well for ORT. 7 seconds is the gap to the Finnish driver for GT Finland Racers. What a surprise that is. Of Beltagese. His pace stabilising in that mid 44 range. Ando behind. In P8. We'll wait to see the gap between them. 15 seconds, that has come down. About 5 seconds since the start of the stint. And we have Splurge. Splurge, are you alive? Are you okay?
We're getting there.
There he is, there he is. Hopefully the stream can hear him. How are you, sir?
I am doing well. I am currently still sorting out the setup properly.
No worries, pal. We wait eagerly for your arrival. But yes, we go back to the racing action and Ando, that gap, like I said, down about 5 seconds since the start of this stint. So these two, potentially at this rate, may clash in a good way, hopefully. Tom out of the pits after his fuel, and 30 seconds is the gap. Tanuke and Pavs ahead. Now GT Finland Racers into the pits as well, so everything is now chopping and changing as the strategies get underway here. And just the usual tomfoolery in the live stream chat here. You see, we've got Tim GT45, we've got Adriano, Ray and Nick, Jakey. Hello to everyone who is currently live and watching. If you are here in the stream, just let us know where in the world are you watching from, whether it be you're at the States, down under. Let us know. We'll see how diverse of an audience and community we have in IRO. It's great to see. My living room, does that count? Wow, very, very, very smart, very funny way. Very childish actually. Very, very childish. Got King Ears as well. Colorado Springs in Colorado from Luke, member of the Grid Life team. Great stint one from Luke. North Sea from Nick. Yep. ERA Oil. Canada for GT45. I'm watching from your house. Okay. Classic Slugsy. I'm not going to read the rest of that. Wow, I should have expected that. That's poor from me. Interesting revelation here. Nuke just dropping out of the slipstream from Pabs. Any reason particular? They've got the exact same amount of fuel. So potentially just Nuke dropping off at the end of that stint, but they look like they might be closing up on each other again. Alessandro now, after that setback, hitting the wall in turn 1, sits in P7, back ahead of the GT Finland races. He's got an almighty undercut after having to pit early, but his tyres are going to be in a much worse condition than the Finnish driver behind. But the question is, what will he do with the strategy? Will he switch to a free stop? Will he drag out this stint to keep on the 2-stop? If there's one car that can do it, it probably is the Nissan. Looks like it's had good tyres all race long. But it will depend what they're going to be doing. In the Arix garage, Ando behind the gap now at 12 seconds. So another 2.5 seconds taken out of these guys in front. Probably some gain in the pits with the fuel. The Corvette is a thirsty girl. So probably some gain there that he's going to keep reeling him in. If that's the case, he's going to gain roughly 2 seconds in each stop, so another 2 seconds. He's got 10 seconds net to gain to the end of this stint, and that will be a spicy battle.
Good evening, everybody.
Hello, Splurge. Well, everyone, welcome Splurge to Casa de Commentary.
Oh, it's a lovely place to be.
It's nice and cosy, isn't it? Warm and you know, out there, Daytona, January, bit chilly, a little bit breezy, but real nice and warm.
I've heard it was 24 degrees with small spots of cloud.
Is that 24 degrees Celsius or Fahrenheit?
No, that's a very good question. Couldn't possibly say.
I mean, if it's 24 degrees Fahrenheit, then that's, if for the Americans can help me out in the chat, that's chilly. I think their summers are like 100 degrees Fahrenheit or something, aren't they? So I'd imagine 20 degrees Fahrenheit is like below freezing for us.
Something like that.
Sub-zero must be. Ray says, "Hey Splodge, yes, you have been Splodge for a little while now, haven't you?"
I've been sighted.
So have you been keeping up with the race so far?
I digress. I have been a little bit busy after stint 1.
You have been busy with birthdays. How dare you? You know what? I've been sacked. Krentis has been sacked. It's time for you to get sacked as well. we're gonna have no staff after this race. Everyone's been sacked.
Well, you know, that's one way to run a league. You know, just anarchy, pure total anarchy.
Yeah, just complete totalitarianism. Yeah, you know, you made one mistake, off you go. Out you go. King says that 32 Fahrenheit is minus 3.8 degrees Celsius. So yeah,
nice.
That's about right. Yeah.
That's
so there's
almost time to get to actually put on some trousers. I still think you can get away with shorts.
You're telling me so we could see a Splurge in a t-shirt and shorts in one of these cars, or rocking around the paddock. I'd pay a lot of money to see that. Everyone comment now if you'd like to see it, and we'll send Splurge out to Daytona.
My rates are very reasonable.
Oh god. So we'll run through the pack here. We've got Sector 7 Esports in first place, 43.7 is the gap behind. In the Lexus car, these guys have been a force to reckon with so far in this race. What do you think, Splurge?
I mean, it's entirely to be expected, given the outcome from pre-qualifying, setting such a target on their own back, having set the fastest pre-qualifying time, putting on average, it was the best part of 3/10 to Esports Race Asylum. You have to, you couldn't really bet against them necessarily, given the pace that they'd already threatened to show.
Yeah, that is the thing. These guys didn't just narrowly get the top time; they were comfortable, and that's not something we saw last year. Really, the gaps
It was
were
an
very.
announcement.
Yes, it was, and these guys were lurking last year. They were there. They were a podium regulars, but this year they've made their intentions very clear. They're here for it all. And so far they've set off the right way with a 43-second lead to our second place finishers last year, Esports Race Asylum, and it's second again so far.
The perennial runners-up.
Yeah. The pain. Although hopefully no spins so far. Nick. You heard me right. But we've got Shadow.
Was that a pointed comment towards your fellow owner there?
No, sorry, I was just clearing my throat.
Oh, yes, of course.
Nick knows. But yeah, these guys, my team, narrowly missing out on the championship last year. It was a thrilling showdown at Spa, running P1, P2, the ORT and ERA team, until the last lap of the race when Nick, with a very unfortunate mistake at the top of Eau Rouge. If it wasn't for that, ORT and Esports Race Asylum would have finished the season equal on points, with ORT winning on countback. And that just shows you how incredible this championship was, that in the first season you had the leaders running equal on points up until the last 2 minutes of the race.
It was quite easy to draw comparisons between last season and the competitiveness of a particular 2021 season of motorsport that can't possibly now be discussed in public without drawing significant opinions from either side.
Don't go there. You're going to light a lot of fire in a lot of people's bellies, including mine.
Shall we all discuss Silverstone 2021?
Let's psychoanalyse Abu Dhabi 2021. Guys, Team Lewis or Team Max? Let's get all the comments in.
This Daytona race can wait. We need to discuss about the real issues
100%. What is it, 4 years later now? We're still hung up on that. No, not at all. The British in me just dies. Right, P3, a further 51 seconds.
I wish to side with Simin. I am, of course, Team Latifi.
Team Latifi. No. Go Tifi, yes, Simon has corrected himself. Nicholas Go Tifi. He's sorely missed on the grid these days. Very sorely missed.
An underrated talent. He got cold before his time.
100%. Justice for Go Tifi. Well, I think he was a future champion in my eyes, you know.
Yeah.
So it's a shame.
I'd love to quickly discuss the current car on screen, I think, which is Team Loose Moose. I mean, to describe it as a glow-up would be an understatement. As their current performance is showing through the first round now. We're stint 4 in. Best part of hang on, I can
coming
do
up on
quickly.
The 7 hour mark.
7 hour mark, yeah, still solidly in P3. I mean, being chased by or is it Boomers?
The Boomers.
It's Boomers.
The oldies.
The old Wrinklies.
Yeah.
The Wrinklies.
The coffin dodgers behind. Great names from the Sector 7 teams, I've got to say, very creative.
public service announcement, of course, we say all of this in jest.
In good
This
jest.
is all in good sports.
Yes.
But yeah, no. To return back to actually the topic, going from being a solid mid-pack team, I believe Loose Moose managed to scrap, I think it was at 3rd place.
I think at Watkins
last
Glen,
year?
was it? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm coming back to my notes. I definitely didn't write notes at all. Yeah, it was 3rd place at Watkins Glen. Yeah, no. But so realistically, being more of a mid-pack team, they've really come out swinging in pre-qualifying and also through the first 7 hours of this race. It's really impressive to see.
It is great to see. They picked that Mercedes last year, and I can't remember what they switched to in the later rounds, or if they did at all. Actually, I think they did, but they ran most of that season with the Mercedes, which was a bit here and there. It was one of those cars where it was like not bad in any places, but it didn't shine. It's not like it had great top end or great front end of the car, but it was a reliable car. They got that podium, like you said, that they have really stepped up, and they've got some very, very quick drivers that they've added to their lineup this year. Dino and what's his name? Manu Rodri. They've got some really, really quick guys in that car, on top of the guys that they had last year, who are all stepping up their game, and they've come out with this Aston Martin, which has shocked everyone, really, to see these Astons.
I think it has been the pleasant surprise thus far. The whole 7 hours into the season that we are.
And as Floaty said as well, a team of absolute gentlemen. They are. Every single one in there I've had the pleasure of racing alongside, and they're all great stand-up chaps. And it's nice to see them, relishing in some really, really good performance so far. So wishing them good luck for the rest of the race. But 1.2 seconds behind is the Boomers team, the old Wrinklies, as you said, in the second Aston Martin. Lovely livery scheme on this car, I've got to say. Lovely livery schemes on everything, but this one is one of my favourites. Very, very cool.
It is definitely one of the lookers of the grid, and it's a bit of a shame, really, to have Loose Moose being chased by the looker of the two Aston Martins. It's like the Loose Moose car is very pretty, but it gets upstage place S7 livery. It is very nice. Which
is absolutely insane, because the guy who does the Loose Moose liveries is an ace livery designer, and that doesn't understate the Loose Moose livery at all. It's a gorgeous livery, and for some of the thumbnails for this season, I've used their last season's car, because it's just it's so picturesque, and it's just a very photogenic livery. It works so well.
It is an incredibly good traditional livery. It's the kind of thing where it is unfortunate that the Boomers livery has no right to hit that good, but it does.
It absolutely does, yeah. It's aggressive, it's sharp, the colour contrast, it's great. I love those liveries where it looks like it's slinging across the car. It looks like some sort of street work. But we've got so obsessed with their livery that we forgot to talk about the team, the Boomers. So it's interesting, because Nuke expected this team to be their quote-unquote back marker team. Not that they were going to be at the back, but they expected to be the slower of the three teams, and yet here they are, P4, challenging for a podium, and they are massively outperforming what they probably would have expected at the start of the season. And they did do that in pre-quali as well.
I mean, not to harp on the entire prejudice of the fact that they are indeed Boomers, but you have to respect experience. And I think that saying this entirely with no knowledge of what's happened apart from in Stint 1, presumably they have kept their nose clean, and they're also being relatively quick, so it's all adding together at the moment to a solid P4. The other thing to note is that, of course, so it's more difficult to, for me, more difficult to track who or where last season's drivers have shifted within the S7R teams. But so both S7R cars from last year were really consistent, kind of top 6 cars throughout the entire season.
Yeah.
And so it's not really any great surprise that even with the expansion to 3 teams, they've done the full they've done the full Henry Cavill arms reloading and just stepped TF up. They've equipped every single team with a roster of very quick, very serious drivers, and they're reveling in it. Of course, this Boomers team as well got the late addition of Simon, who had an amazing last stint. They dropped back a little bit in stint 2 and just climbed and climbed and climbed. Simon, one of the quickest drivers from the inaugural season of GTEC, and he is doing this team some justice as well. And Nuke as well, doing a great job with consistently sticking with Paps, who as well is another one of those top drivers. And you're rarely going to see a mistake from these two. And like you said, Nuke, one of those wily old foxes, but behind Nuke, 29 seconds, we've got... I've just tapped my laptop instead of my keyboard. In P5, we've got Tom from the Grid Life team, the North American-based team of... Well, these guys are a bit of everything mixed across all different communities. Is this definitely not the Force RA team, aka Drama Alert Nation?
Definitely not. Definitely not. But these teams are a bunch of bandits strapped together for this rebellious Lexus entry, the number 3. The NASCAR style livery, and this is one of my favourites as well. It's one of the more simple ones, but it's like a classic livery. Do you know what I mean? Like, this gives me early 2000s European Le Mans series. It's just it's great, and it's kind of got that American theme as well, and it's got an American driver in it right now.
Yeah, no, I mean, once again, this is technically a new entry. It's got drivers that were racing last season, but again, I haven't really spent the time to try and track who was racing for what. But so their pre-qualifying was strong, from what I remember.
Yes.
He says, looking at his notes once again. They were in the... actually, no, tell you what, there is something important we need to discuss here. For those of you who are not aware within the IRO, we have this pre-qualifying where everybody drives a specific combination of car and circuit. I would love to discuss this year's car and combo circuit. Car and circuit combo. Evo, how did you find the was it a Mitsubishi?
It was
Barcelona.
All
circuits.
Yeah, I was driving myself for quali. I was driving an Evo for quali. I was one of the few people that enjoyed the combo. Although community consent, I did. It was a fun challenge.
Tell me why you enjoyed it. I'd love to understand why you enjoyed it.
So I thought that Nick nailed the combo personally, because to get that car quick around there takes a very precise driver, and I don't think it's one that you could kind of fluke your way through. And I think it's done a really, really good job of getting us our 14 quickest teams, whereas on potentially other tracks and other cars that are maybe a little bit easier to drive, or you could slipstream on, that order could get changed around. So I think while it may not have been a fun driver combo, I think it's done a great job in giving us the correct grid. That's my opinion, but I understand that drivers absolutely hated driving the car. They absolutely hated driving the track. I understand. I feel for you. But it's done.
I'm afraid I've got a follow-up from the auditorium, coming from one Lucas Urban. He suggests that the reason that you didn't find it hateful was that you are in fact a filthy pad user. Do you have any comment on this?
I'm a filthy pad user, and I'm a filthy quick pad user. So, you know, I think Luke's just washed, personally. He finished behind this pad user in stint 1, so yeah, that's my answer. # washed Luke. Jealousy's
fighting words from
yeah, jealousy's a bad look, Luke. You know, teammates as well. That's just disgusting. Get rid of his esports tag, personally. How dare he? Gosh.
Is this in team bickering, I hear?
# pad hacks. No, not at all. I totally haven't got a hacked controller. Griphacks.exe. No. So the Grid Life team, new entry, and they are doing great so far. Started P10.
Swiftly moving on.
Swiftly moving on. Ray, who are we demoting? Luke's gone. He's gone. Send him to the academy. Yeah. So the number 3 team of Grid Life, new entry, started P10. Started P9, and they made P4 in stint 1, and have maintained position quite well. P5 now, 30 seconds to the 2 Aston Martins in the front, so they're driving a quiet but very, very solid race so far. And then that leads us to the drivers behind last year's champions, the big ones. Overboost Racing Team, they've got that flashy number 1 on the car, and they've gone with the BMW. Unfortunately, they were late on their car selection this year, so they've ended up with the BMW, which is realistically not one of the optimal cars at the moment, or at least not for this race. But these guys were just, you know, I have to say, a cut above the rest last year. Stupid consistent and lethally quick. And they're just great sports on and off the track, and they're sitting in P6 here, a little bit behind. Are you shocked? Did you expect them to be higher up, or do you reckon for the BMW this is what they've got?
So I think there's no denying the fact that with this second season we've definitely seen a step up in pace out of the entire grid, and if anything, ORT were probably one of the unknowns heading into this season, as they didn't need to compete in pre-qualifying.
Automatic
we haven't
had
they had automatic qualification. So being able to gauge where they would end up is quite difficult. I believe they've committed to essentially the same driver lineup, so we have a decent idea. But then, of course, as you said, this the car selection process has indeed kind of thrown a bit of a curveball. My understanding of where the general rankings are for the quality of the cars at the moment is non-existent. My gut instinct suggests that the Beamer probably sits in a similar category to the Mercedes. So it might not be that Daytona particularly complements its strengths, but it definitely doesn't mean that they're out of the championship hunt necessarily.
Yeah, 100%. These guys are always going to be considered. They've got crazy strength in depth. They're gonna kind of keep a very good average pace throughout the whole 24 hours.
Definitely.
And even then, we're talking about a potentially bad result here, and they're P6, and there's a lot that can happen in this race. A lot that can take place: disconnects, crashes, other teams having different skills of drivers, and you know that this team is just going to continue to pump in those quick lap times. So
I mean, of course, we now have to just quickly PSA. We firstly have to acknowledge the commentator curse here to try and avoid ORT from actively having the disconnection instead of another team. We're acknowledging the commentator curse here. That shouldn't happen now. But no, entirely agreed. This is a team that has immense strength and depth. This is so. I mean, they started the race down towards the back of the grid.
P10,
they started P10. They've quietly it's similar to Grid Life. They're just a strong team. They're probably one of 3, maybe 4 teams who I'd class as like you are going to have a set pace through the entirety of the race. Yeah. There is a very set expectation of what, or a set understanding of what you are going to be dealing with ORT.
100%. These guys, you know what you're getting with them, and this certainly will not be the last of them. They're going to keep going and going. New entry for 2025, the GT Finland Racers, the second of the Corvettes. I was quite surprised to only see 2 Corvettes on the grid. We found it to be a great car from our testing, and the Finnish guys have also seemed to have enjoyed this car. But they're sitting in P7 on their debut. A bit of an unknown team, decent in qualifying, pre-quali. I think they were around the mid-pack kind of area for pre-quali. But yeah, not a lot known about these guys, but quietly going about their business. 2 seconds behind to the Arix team, who they had a little coming together with earlier in the stint at turn 1. But yeah, these guys just doing their own thing. They've got their heads down, running their race. They did, interestingly, in the Corvette, try a 1-stop in stint 1. I don't think it worked out for them. By the looks of it, they're back on that 2-stop strategy, and kind of in line with what everyone else is doing. Another one that's a very smart and tidy livery here.
Oh, I mean, I can't say a bad word about this livery. In terms of there only being 2 Corvettes on the grid, I believe the suspicion and some of the whispers from the paddock were that it struggled with tyres and maintaining actually some tyre life. Of course, that has to be taken into account in comparison to of course, the natural strength of the car in terms of its top speed, where that might come into its own at Daytona. We couldn't possibly comment necessarily on that sort of thing. But so, as we've been saying with this though, the car selection process was really... this sounds backwards to say, but the car selection process was incredibly competitive. And so... not many teams actually landed with their preference. I can't say off the top of my head whether GT Finland was one of the lucky teams that in fact actively picked the Corvette and happened to keep it.
I believe they did. I believe they went straight out the back for the Corvette. It was to put it politely, it was a dog at the end of last year. Track selection really not favouring the car, as well as physics updates, BOP, but the start of the calendar potentially favouring it a little bit more. Tyre wear and fuel consumption definitely are its weaknesses, but it's certainly one of those cars that, as it stands, has a good amount of raw pace, and probably teams as well anticipating that cars like the Lexus and the BMW and the GTR were going to be oversubscribed and deciding, let's just go, with a different option and do something different to the teams in front. If you can't beat them, if you can't beat them in the same machinery, then you just got to throw caution to the wind and try something else.
Interesting. So it was electing to choose the devil that you knew.
I believe so. But obviously,
Okay,
for us in the esports team, we knew what devil it was. We knew what we were getting into. But the GT Finland guys, brand new for this year, so they'll be figuring out how this car works. Yeah, they'll be figuring out how this car works all for the first time. But behind them now on track after some pit stops is Ando for the Makuga Sector 7 racing team, the self-acclaimed second team for the Sector 7 squad, but currently third on the pack.
Oh, we can't possibly speak ill of a team. No, this is... I would say that this is a strong team. There are very few... I struggle to really identify any teams that would be clearly identified as weak teams on this grid.
They don't exist. They do not exist.
But yeah, no. They, I believe, are in one of the Lexus, aren't they? Yes, they are. There you go. I can definitely remember these things. But
another striking livery.
Another very striking livery. S7R outdid themselves really with these liveries. My favourite though has to be actually the esports, because it is a lead. As some may have noticed in the Discord, it was the first thing that I caught my eye on and immediately put. It was a lean, mean purple machine, and boy, do I love one of them.
It's no longer the lean, mean purple machine.
Isn't it?
No.
Have I been duped? Is it now red?
They changed the livery, so this livery is more... It's more akin to the Red Bull Formula 1 car that you'd see. It's that dark blue,
it's that really, really dark bluey purple with
the
red
blue,
accents.
with the red pinstripes. So they're no longer running the lean green purple machine.
We have clarification from Stig that it is in fact a very deep navy.
Yes. Yes. Gorgeous livery. Still,
I won't contest that fact. If in fact the artist that created the livery is in fact telling me it's navy.
You can't. How dare you argue with the curator of that livery? You're then going to need words outside.
I am a sucker for a deep main tone with striking accents, and this does it very well.
Very well.
Anyway, that was an entire tangent. Mikuga though, I believe are P8 at the moment, which again, nothing to really sniff about. Still within the points and within striking distance of GT Finland. Currently looking like they're amongst a bit of traffic. I think they're trying to unlap themselves from Loose Moose.
They are, and the unlapping thing is going to be a tricky one for these drivers. They've got to make a decisive overtake. You can't impede the driver in front. You have to make sure that it's basically you're there, you're done, you're gone.
Yeah. I quickly wish to again acknowledge chat. So I'm hoping you can hear this, but this will be me knocking wood.
Where's mine? There we go.
Yes, there we go. We've got the double commentator knocking on wood.
Exactly.
Does that cancel out the knock on wood, or do we get double protection?
Should we do like a little thingy of glass? There we go. I think the glass makes it quite regal.
Question for Evo and to chat. Current drink.
Ooh, okay. Mine is an empty pint glass of water. Not drinking. I wouldn't dare drink and drive. But I know Mike for the esports racing Sun team might be later. He might fancy a Guinness, but I'm purely drinking my H2O today. But yeah, what is everyone else drinking tonight? I'm assuming the viewers might be enjoying an alcoholic beverage.
We've got a latte for Stig.
Ooh, that's a latte.
Some people are asking about a race that's going on. I don't know about a race. I heard we were just doing a podcast.
There's a race? That's a race. Speaking of the race, Shadow's in. 0 litres of fuel. He's absolutely timed his fuel to perfection. I hope he didn't run out. That is my teammate. Changing tyres, fresh set of softs, I presume, and he'll be joining back out into the race. We'll continue with our run through the pack then. We had, yes, the 64, the Sector 72 team. No slouches, but they find themselves the third of the Sector 7 teams. All of them stacked though. Absolutely stacked.
Indeed. I quickly have to ask a question, because I don't know the answer. But please tell me that S7R Old Man J is on Boomers.
Shall I find this information out for you? Old Man J.
This would make my day.
Oh, Boomers, yeah?
Boomers.
Old Man
I'm
J.
looking as well now, having asked the question myself.
I don't see an Old Man J.
There's no Old Man J on Boomer. This is an opportunity missed, S7R. Do better.
Old Man J is
correlate, your themes into actually, correlate them together. Have Old Man J and Boomers. This is something that needs to happen for round 2.
There's no Old Man J.
As head steward, I will make an exception if required.
There's no Old Man J, but the Makuga team does have a handsome banana.
Old Man J has clarified that he is in fact in Phoenix, who will be joining Split 2.
Missed opportunity though, like you said.
In which case, it's a missed opportunity, but I'll allow it, and I hope that you thoroughly enjoy Split 2.
I think you can put that aside because they have a driver called Handsome Banana. That wins. If we were doing a best username competition, Handsome Banana is my one. You know when like you make a PlayStation account and it gives you like the automated names? That is one of them, and it's a brilliant one. I think I remember doing one of them once, just on like an alternate account, and I think one of them was like it was like Protected Kamikaze or something. I thought, it's a little bit interesting. But Handsome Banana definitely is something that we could allow for the Sector 17 for not having Old Man J in. But we've got a pit stop sequence going on now between quite a few cars actually. Third, fourth, that gap now at 3.9 seconds as they've gone through and been lapped again. ORT in P7, Ando P8, and Brisbane. So, alright, I've got a question for you. Are you reading this as Brisbane or Brisbane for Raw Talent Racing?
Oh, this is a good question. Hang on.
Because depending on where you are, it's.
Hang on.
Have we got any Raw Talent Racing members in the stream who can confirm?
I would be calling it Brisbane because that is the spelling of the city of Brisbane.
Yeah. I'd have to agree.
Brisbane
I'd have
spelling.
to agree with you. But we do have the Raw Talent Racing team, and they've just come out there ahead of the Last Minute Racing there, who are a lap behind after their disconnect. But yes, Raw Talent Racing, a new entry for this year. Not unfamiliar in the sim racing community, a top team in CTC, the Community Cup, the Community Team Cup, get it out. And these guys are a very, very quick and talented bunch of racers. And I think this team probably goes to show just how competitive this field is. They were second in CTC last season to ORT and find themselves in P11 so far.
Yeah, no, I think that Raw Talent are probably going to be one of the teams to... again, it is so difficult to say necessarily, but I think that they're probably going to be a team that we need to keep a closer eye on. Again, in the BMW, so this might not necessarily be their race, given the relative pace of the Beamers that we've been able to see, but they definitely, similar to S7R Esports, kind of put a time in pre-quali that kind of put everyone else on notice. They came straight in at third out of those who completed the pre-qualifying, only about a further 10th behind ERA. So this will definitely be a team to monitor going through the season.
And another team with a sublime livery. All of them are going to get a shout out from me because as the
gorgeous livery.
As the person who's been doing the livery inspections, I have a massive appreciation for everyone who's put the livery.
Did they take a little longer than expected because they were just that pretty?
They did, and I was okay with it. You know, there were a few. I gave them a little nudge and I said, "Look, you got until now." I had one team who said, "Look, we've submitted our livery, but can we resubmit? We just want to change it." And I went, "You know what? You've got a pretty little car, so go on."
Oh, go on then.
Go on then. But yeah, liveries are looking sublime, and racing is so much better when you're racing in a gorgeous car.
Indeed.
These cars are exactly that. P11, 29 seconds behind, and on a charge back is Apex Hunter Racing. Obviously a team coming back from last season. A bit of an up and down season for AHR. They had moments of brilliance and moments of splendour, but dropped off at the end of the season and struggled for drivers. This is an intense championship, but they're back to battle it again this year. Tough stint from James in stint 1. I think he picked up a bit of damage, but it looks like he's having a much better time of things now in stint 4 here.
Yeah, AHR, I feel like... Oh, man, sorry, this is an awful moment for me to try and talk. Oh. Alright,
Let the elevator music.
Let my body do a couple of things, and then I'll be back to talking. Right, okay, here we go.
Please stand by.
It's one of those moments where you need, precisely one of the please stand by. Like BBC are having technical issues right now, but yeah, no. AHR. So having talked about kind of S7R, ERA, some of the other S7R teams, all having kind of like this strength and ORT. Sorry, that was the team I was trying to think of. Having strength and depth, AHR I think is probably one of the teams that struggles a bit more, specifically in just trying to get drivers to race, as referenced to last year. But so you should never discount them necessarily, but boy, I'd love to see them just with a complement of drivers that could. Given this is all for fun, I would love for the team to be able to have a set of drivers that had the time to be able to commit to a bit of, well, again, not to assume that people don't practice necessarily, but to kind of really commit themselves to the season. I think they could do really big things, but are just unfortunate to find themselves with life circumstances that restrict them.
Yeah, but it's good to see them back for this year. They were a bit concerned about the pace for pre-quali, but they snuck in just by the skin of their teeth. But I for one were really, really happy to see them on the grid. They're a great community team, one that at Race Asylum we've raced against and alongside, many a times. They were strapped in with that horrible Corvette at the end of last season, and yeah, I for one was really, really happy to see them on the grid this year. And they are doing a very quiet but very good comeback job in this stint so far. And that copper scheme it's unique, and I like it.
You always take unique. It's the thing that catches you off guard, and if it lands correctly, it immediately shoots a livery up towards the top end of our preferences. We also have good news that Jacko confirms that they have, in fact, plenty of drivers now. So we're hoping to see a solid progression through the year from this team.
Very happy to hear that.
in true to form, James was perpetually concerned that they were going to fall just short in pre-qualifying, and it was a beautiful thing to witness that it came down to the final team to decide whether or not AHR were going to be able to be in split one or not.
Yeah.
And happily they have been able to. So
Everyone on that bubble.
Things can only get better, which is always a nice place to be.
Bombardier, what position is Overboost currently? I believe they are currently sitting P6. There is Kings, P6. 50 seconds behind Tom in the Grid Life Lexus, and 13 seconds ahead of the GT Finland racers in the Corvette. But yeah, this AHR team, they've banded themselves back together. They've licked their wounds and they're back racing this year. That pre-quali was intense. We had about 7-8 teams all within a tenth of each other, and the drama as we watched the times come in, the averages worked out. Oof, it was, we were all gasping as each kind of team came across the line. And it's like, oh, we've seen a big one knocked out. Oh, that's another big team knocked out, but this one managed to get through. And one thing I will say about their livery as well is it's off-brand. It's actually an off-brand livery. They normally have a white, black, and kind of gold theme, but yeah, they've gone for the black and copper this year, and I like the change. And of course, these guys made it onto the thumbnail for this race, so congratulations for being on the thumbnail, and thank you for your brilliant P12 Project Platypus, another new entry, one of those unknowns in the Mercedes, a bit of a midfield car at the moment for this track. Certainly going to be a good one later on down the line. It's a very pointy car. And another very professional looking livery here. This was the one that was late, and I said this is a great livery. So I you know, you need to make some amendments. Go for it. I'm not stopping it.
Sorry, is that an opportunity for me? I was off with fairies. Yeah, no. I mean, firstly, acknowledging the livery. Oh, drop dead gorgeous. I'm a sucker for black and orange cars. It's traditionally what my former team ran in when I was younger. It was the first thing that I really clasped eyes on, was an Arrows in Formula 1. Didn't really look much further than then. I've been very happy that McLaren have returned to Papaya.
Was that when they had the orange sponsored car?
Yes.
Oh, you know, Orange was my first phone provider, and my parents made me get Orange because they did Orange Wednesdays with the discounted cinema tickets.
Oh, I vaguely remember that as well.
Fun,
yes, no,
fun
that
Evo
was...
fact. Yeah.
Evo After Dark. We talked about his childhood.
Don't ask me about my uncle.
Right now, swiftly back onto topic.
The stream's been taken down. Everyone's left. Oh no. I need therapy. But yes, the Arrows car, very orange, very striking Arrows livery. Can I interject and just say this is my favourite livery of the year so far. If like putting JP's livery aside for Race Asylum, obviously biased towards them, a non-RA car, this livery is my favourite.
Oh, now that is a brave call to make. I think I still have to side with the S7R Esports livery, but this and Arex, I think, are probably the two that catch me off guard to be real lookers. But yeah, no, Platypus as a team, new entry. I know precisely nothing about them. I'm excited to see where they land. They did strikingly well in pre-qualifying, hitting potentially above their weight, I don't know. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see how their season pans out.
100%. And they did originally pick the McLaren, made a quick change, not long afterwards, but they did originally select McLaren, so it's interesting there, potentially showing that maybe they were in two minds about what car they wanted to go for, potentially coming to bite them a bit here, but we'll see how they progress through the year. But I just want to say, look, they've got the Hoonigan sponsor on the spoiler.
Oh, I do apologise. If they got Hoonigan, best livery done.
They've got Hoonigan, they've got Bilstein, Ricard. They've got it all. They've got Racing Driver 101 decals on that car.
They understood the assignment.
Yeah, it's like a solid 9.7 for me.
Fair enough.
Very top tier livery. The Furious 2, last minute racing. This team, unfortunately, with a disconnect in the last stint, or the stint before that, but they did suffer a disconnect, unfortunately, which has put them quite far back in this race. They are the second to last Nissan on the grid. More simple livery from these guys, but still pretty nonetheless. And maybe it's the simplicity of it that does make it pretty.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the other thing to note is that this team was in fact fighting for the lead, and also leading at particular points in stint 1. So their pace is nothing to sniff about. With a clear run through the rest of the race, I fully expect them to be working their way to try and clear the deficit that they lost through the disconnection. It's a really unfortunate thing whenever it happens. And of course there is some good news on the disconnection front, as we have simplified our rules to remove some of the final stint shenanigans that's caused some issues last year.
This is obviously a championship for the racers, and with that feedback that we received from the drivers, we had to stick with our ruling for the rest of the season for consistency's sake. But, you know, everyone, a part of the admin, the owners, stewards, want the best of the drivers. And I think you put it well, is there's a point between keeping it realistic and also remembering that this is a video game and everyone's here to race for fun in their free time. So good amendment of the rule there, and the rule was also amended to adjust to track length as well. Minor oversight last season, but that's been adjusted, so the disconnection penalty changes depending on the track length. So it's representative, it's proportional across the whole championship. We've got some big ones, Le Mans and Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, come to mind, so that will be a very important amendment for a lot of people, because we will see disconnects, unfortunately. It's a very annoying part of this game. PD, fix it, please. But yeah, this team cracking on, and of course they've got one of the many celebrity drivers this year with Mehdi, reigning World Tour driver. And that's going to be a massive help for these guys to push for points, push for podiums, which is what they're setting their sights on this year. Unfortunately put back with that disconnect, but they will put themselves back up into the points, I have no doubt about that. And last place, last but not least, the Race Asylum 2 crew. Last year in the McLaren, and then they ended the year in the GTR as well, the 77 car. New lineup for this year, new drivers, but they currently sit in last place, which once again another one of those teams that just goes to show the ludicrous depth and strength of this 14 car field. These guys were race winners last year. And now they're P14. The level has just skyrocketed.
Yeah, this is a team that we kind of suspected. Well, I kind of suspected was going to struggle a little, and not to detract from any of the talent from the drivers. I mean, I couldn't break a 46 probably on this track, so I have nothing to discuss about in this respect. So they were part of what we fondly named was the 139.9 club for the pre-qualifying. Mere hundredths were the differences between them being, well, 12th in the standings, but could well have been out to 16th and outside of Split 1, or up to 9th. And I think that goes to show just how tight the talent spread is for this year. Unfortunately, thus far, this race has not been theirs to begin with. But we can never discount them. It is still very early in this race. There is lots more that can happen. Again, touching wood, we don't wish for this to happen, but disconnections do happen and you don't know who they'll happen to. So there is plenty of time for them to drive themselves back into a more competitive position.
100%, and as Ray said, Blue had an unfortunate start to the race, under-fueling the car, and that's a new thing for this year that might catch a few people out across the season. Obviously, stint starting.
I do apologise.
My
cat's decided to enter chat.
A third commentator has joined.
Yeah.
The Splodge Cat has joined the room.
The multiple, plural, both of them. They just decided to shift to clothes horses across the floor, and I'm not entirely sure why.
I thought it was like I suspected it was a pet, and I thought it was probably like one of those You've Been Framed moments where the pet's like jumped up onto like a shelf and the whole thing's gone crashing down.
Hang on. We've had a request for purrs. Let's see if I can coax one.
Purrs on comms.
Come on. Come over here. Oi, git. Come here. Oh. Hello. Can you purr for me quickly into the microphone? If I stroke you a bit, will you purr?
Splurge out of context.
Sorry, I just realised what I said. Oh no, we're not being cooperative.
This is
maybe a little later.
Yeah, come back for some cat ASMR later on. But we are coming towards the end of this stint now, and Goncazo 46.6 seconds, continuing to eke out that lead to Shadow. He's just on his one of his last laps, set his fastest lap of the race. He's just getting quicker and quicker, and these guys are just... Is anyone going to catch him? Is anyone going to catch him? Predictions? You got early predictions, Splurge? We're 7 hours and 20 minutes in now. Do you have a top 3 prediction so far?
A top 3 prediction for this race? I would not like to make that. So, I think... who do I curse? I think I fancy SMNR Esports to, at minimum, probably be top 3. Disconnections withstanding. ERA, I think, is probably in a similar position. Who else works their way into that top 3? I'm not sure. I really want Loose Moose to be there, but it could well go to Boomers. It could go to ORT if people start to squabble through the stints. I think ORT are kind of like lurking to pick up the pieces for anything that happens further up the field. I think they're sitting in a nice position where they are the metronome in this race. You get a sense that probably on natural pace they will be at a similar sort of parity to ERA and S7R Esports. It's more you're witnessing car differences and small differences between each driver necessarily. But yeah, trying to make a prediction for who will join those two teams in the top 3 come the end of the race, I'm really not sure. And this is all without even looking into the quality of people's internet connections.
Yes, it's interesting because it's something I'd love to know more about, like in an engineering level, because I have McDonald's Wi-Fi, in the sticks. To put it into perspective, I don't have, where we live, I don't have mains gas. We don't get satellite TV, and they've said it is completely impossible for them to ever give us fibre optic broadband. And I've never had the problem with disconnecting. So there's something about having a slow internet speed, but there's obviously something to do with like lobby synchronization that's on a deeper level. Because I've never had disconnects, and I'm gonna touch wood now because I've just realised what I've done. But yeah, it's an interesting one. But we're going to look at this battle here. We've had this brewing all race long, and we said it at the start that this was one that was going to close and come together by the end of the race, and here we are. 10 laps from the end of this stint, and Ando and Beltergeese, I think I'm saying that right, Betelgeuse, I'm gonna go with Beltergeuse.
Beetlejuice.
Oh, is that it?
It's a respelling of Beetlejuice, I think.
Oh, see, I've been saying Betelgeuse all race and
it could well be, but
no, I like
reading
yours.
it for me.
I like yours. That's a culture thing, right? You're, like, as in reference to the movie.
Probably, I don't know.
Yeah, so I've never watched the movie. Call me uncultured, all of you.
Do we have? Oh no, Alessandro's 6 seconds off. I'm watching from a small screen. I couldn't tell if that was a 0 or 6. I was wondering
yes.
whether there wasn't a third car in frame.
Alessandro in that Arix. I think we might have skipped over this Arix actually. What a great time to look at him in the Nissan.
No.
Nissan.
Let's focus on the action. Let's focus on the action. Let's be better than Formula One.
Exactly.
And here comes Stroll. Let's watch the action.
And here comes Stroll. We'll go back.
We need to know.
2/10 is the gap now, coming along the banking. Is he going to go to the outside? He does. And I get the feeling that this might be a fairly simple overtake. Or is it? Is he going to fight it? Beetlejuice down into turn 1. And he gives it up. Smart move there. Could have ended
Nice
in
clean
tears.
racing.
Yes, very, very nice clean racing. And that is gonna... Oh! He went on my screen for a second there. Did Beetlejuice. He kind of desynced a little bit there, but luckily he's there. He's still on the track, thank God. I thought that we had genuinely commentator cursed someone there for a second, but he's still going. 5 tenths behind Ando. Probably going to try and hang on to him until the end of the stint, give his next teammate a chance to get that position back. But that's been a great stint from Ando. Really, really solid pace in that Lexus in the Makuga team, and he's put his team up a position from where they started the stint, and up from where they started the race actually as well, I believe. Where did they start? I will find this information for you shortly. They started the race in 12th, so making their way up to P7 now. They've been one of the big movers, along with Esports Race Asylum, the Grid Life team, and ORT. So these guys showing their depth in moving up the order. But we're at that stage of the race now where potentially people are going to start lapsing concentration, making a couple of silly mistakes, but everyone seems to be keeping it pointing the right way. Consistency and this is just the level that it's gone up to, and I'm sure it's been said so many times already in the previous last 3 stints, but it's silly. I think it's quite silly how competitive that things have got. Silly in a good way.
Agreed.
But I mean, look at this. Shadow. P2, he's dropped a bit of time to Goncazo, not a massive amount, but he's dropped a little bit of time. 43.7, 43.7, 43.7, 43.7, 43.6, 43.7. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous what these guys
consistency.
are pulling off. Yeah, that's insane. And Shadow is one of those drivers of the team who just, yeah, you give him a target, you say, right, this is your lap time, go get it, and he just puts it in lap after lap after lap, and they're just doing a splendid job. Lucas asking, can we get a quick check on ERA if they're the car directly behind Grid Life Lexus? Just want to confirm for our driver. ERA is not there behind the Project Platypus car. Behind the... Oh, they are. Sorry, they are. Not directly behind, but they are just behind on track. So you have Grid Life in P5, and then probably, I'd say, a few seconds back is the Corvette team of Esports Races on there. So there you go, Luke. Anyone wants to check in on their team, please let us know in the chat. And I've got some clarification, Splurge. I've got some clarification on Beetlejuice from Slugsy here. Beetlejuice is a red supergiant star in the constellation of Orion.
It is indeed. It's where Ford Prefect comes from.
I didn't expect that information from Slugsy.
I think you might be able to thank Google for that. That's been entirely presumptive and dismissive. I don't wish to discredit Slugsy for having astronomical understanding.
What we don't know is that Slugsy...
Not for the size of his understanding, but for the topic of his understanding necessarily.
Yes, Slugsy was probably an astrophysicist in a previous life somewhere.
But no.
And now he just makes terrible, terrible jokes. Yeah, you think about your terrible jokes, Slugsy.
Think on your sins.
And your terrible driving. Slugsy,
Yeah, no.
I'm actually an astroscientist. There we go. And he's humbled himself to our mediocre levels of intelligence. So we do appreciate that. Slugsy very much so.
But yes, no. In the book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, one of the main characters, Ford Prefect, is also from the system, from Beetlejuice.
Did not know. We've got a pack of 4 cars here, and I'm really struggling. There we are. So, this 4 cars are a real mix of drivers across the grid so far. We've got the P11 of James. We have a lap down, actually, is the Project Platypus car. About to be lapped. They'll have to give way to blue flags when they get the flashing signal.
Blue flag nightmare.
A blue flag bonanza, you could call this. Obviously, new rules for the blue flags this year. Do you want to explain the blue flag rules? You were pivotal in the change.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, okay. On to the next topic.
No, so for this year we're deciding to test an alternate system for blue flags. As many of us will know and come to, well, potentially hate and loathe, Gran Turismo's blue flag system is historically inaccurate in when it will show you blue flags. It's also incredibly track proximity sensitive, so that it can like mistake you if you're on the wrong side of a hairpin or something silly like that. And so last year we tried to employ a system where the lapped car would have to try and gauge how far away the lapping car was before moving aside. And so this combined with having a penalty system that was not forgiving to misjudgment and was quite harsh in the amount that the penalty would crank as each infraction would stack. We felt that it was probably not in the right sort of window. And so this year what we're trying is something slightly different, where the lapping car will flash the lapped car as they come up behind them as essentially a request to move aside in the next blue flag zone. And so we've also softened our blue flag penalties a bit. We've given there being actually a single almost joker, as you were, to each lapping scenario. Oh, hang on. No, it's... yeah. I'm now having to double check what I'm saying before I start saying something that's incorrect. So
misinformation.
There is one warning TM to a car, and then from there they will start to have time penalties. But so this should... Our aim for this is to hopefully simplify the responsibilities for both drivers within the blue flag scenario. We're continuing to use our blue flag zones as we feel that that's quite a nice solution to minimise the potential for there being incidents when two cars are trying to pass each other in a lapping scenario. But so with the kind of request nature of this blue flag setup, we think we should be eliminating some of the pain points that we were experiencing last year.
Pain points is a nice way to put it. It's a nice, soft way to put it. The thing is, you'll never get a perfect...
Gran Turismo being Gran Turismo.
No. It's a imperfectly imperfect game.
That we love and care for dearly, and kick it repetitively when it doesn't like to play ball.
If only this game was iRacing or ACC, how much easier would life be?
I wouldn't. I think that with each simulator, it comes with its own selection of shortcomings.
Well, the two other games have a higher barrier to entry. One in terms of driver competency, monetary. iRacing is a iRacing is a full-time thing. You can't just drop iRacing because you're paying a monthly subscription for it as well. But I do think there's lessons to be learned. I think PD needs to look at, paid DLC is what I'm trying to say. The free updates are great.
Is this to discuss your wish list for Gran Turismo by any chance?
My wish list for Gran Turismo. Let me just get it. This wish list is like a toilet roll. It just keeps on going and going and going. I think this game could achieve a lot more if they did paid DLC, microtransaction DLC. Like a GT3 pack, an American pack, or a Pikes Peak pack. Do you know what I mean? A classic Le Mans pack.
This is something that I never expected to hear. The situation is so dire that the microtransactions are being actively requested for.
I think the thing is, PD it's not as big as a developer as some of the other companies. I just think the free DLC model is great. It's very user friendly for the average user, but I think for the communities like IRO and others, as we have Goncazo come into the pits for his driver swap, I think
I didn't want to interrupt you, but we are approaching the driver's
We
swap, so-
are at the driver swap. Goncarzo is in. 3 litres of fuel left. He's timed that very well, and that is a very, very good stint for Sector 7 Esports, who just continue to build and build on that gap. Shadow behind here, and he's about to enter the pits as well.
One final word from me. I saw Tiago Monteiro mentioned in chat. Random fact of the day. I built a system to actually ELO rate drivers in Formula One. Starting from 2000, Tiago Monteiro ended up with the second highest peak out of all drivers.
Huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
It was not a perfect system, but it was rating people against their teammates, and he happened to crush. I think it was like 2 teammates in quick succession over like 2004 and 2005, before falling off again, and like peaked better than Michael Schumacher. I think the only driver that peaked better was Fernando Alonso.
I was about to say, Fernando Alonso has to be up there. He's decimated every teammate he's ever had, other
within
than
that
Lewis
metric.
Hamilton.
Yes, within that metric, Fernando Alonso is truly exceptional, and it reflected that in the ELO ratings.
Have you done anything recently? Because Max Verstappen surely got to be getting somewhere very high on that list.
So I believe for my ELO rating stuff, I did from 2000 out to 2015. So just before Max Verstappen was really starting to get going. Tiago Monteiro was a Jordan driver. I saw somebody ask in chat. Now this is really starting to test my knowledge. I can't remember who his teammates were, who he beat. I think at one point it was, what's his name? I know it. He was a Jaguar driver for a bit as well, but his name I can't remember it. I can't remember his teammates. Yeah, Carthagena. Yes, he crushed the cucumber for a bit.
So we've had the top 5 now into the pits for their driver swap. Loose Moose Racing P3, 8 seconds should be, depending on the fuel in the next stint, from the Sector 7 team, the Sector 7 Boomers team. And Tom in the Grid Life team, great stint from him. He's closed the gap to P4 to just 15 seconds now. And that will be one to watch in the next stint. Not sure who they've got in the car, but they will be chasing that podium down, no doubt about that. And the next one we'll be expecting in is Overboost Racing Team. They enter the pits now. Of course, driver swaps are done when the car is fully stationary in the box, not when they enter the pits or as they pull into the box. It's when they are completely stationary, as we will see Kings do now, as well as Ando, who's into the pits, and Beetlejuice and Alessandro in a minute, or in 12 seconds. Very, very close between those drivers there, not much to separate at all.
So just a little disclaimer, so this broadcast will end after the driver swap. We need to head over to part 2 of the broadcast. So be aware that the stream will end.
It will end. It's the end!
It's the end, yeah.
What's happened is me and Splurge have chatted everyone's ears off and we're getting cut off. We're being cut off from everyone now.
Think the full Oscars countdown timer. We've officially hit 0.
Yeah, we have. Everyone's booing. There's rotten, produce being thrown at us.
The Jaws theme is being played.
Yeah, the time is up now.
And on that bombshell, we'll end that show exactly.
Yeah.
So we go to stint 5 exactly, and we
Yes. We will leave you in the capable hands of Jaeger.
It is GT45 who will be covering stint number 5 on the comms.
Timmy.
I'm just doing the transitions.
Well,
Well, we will leave
last
you in the
have-
capable hands of GT45. then.
yes, and
Exactly.
good.
Race for the Eric's Racing team here in that GTR, and currently sitting in 9th position. We've got Tom Fear out for Raw Talent Racing, number 20 BMW.